Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Master, I'm afraid this little fellow really is your son. Inside a luxurious office, an elderly man with gray hair and a gentle expression spoke calmly to the man standing before him. The middle-aged man looked like he had just heard the most absurd thing in his life. Alfred, that's impossible. For once there was clear disbelief, even panic on Bruce Wayne's face. A faint smile appeared on Alfred's lips. It was rare to see Batman this flustered. "Oh, sir, I also think it sounds impossible," Alfred said mildly. "But the facts are right in front of us, are they not?" He gave a small shrug. Bruce Wayne's expression turned even more complicated. "Alfred, I'm not Tony Stark. This kind of thing shouldn't happen." "Oh, it absolutely shouldn't," Alfred replied. "But unfortunately, your son is already 10 years old." He stepped closer and patted Bruce lightly on the shoulder. "Rather than worrying about how this happened, Master, perhaps you should start thinking about how to take care of the child." After saying that, Alfred quietly left the room, leaving behind only Bruce Wayne and the boy seated across from him. The child sitting in front of Bruce looked clearly of Chinese-American descent. Compared to Bruce, Jason Lee was even more confused. He had originally been an ordinary college student. Then one car accident changed everything. When he opened his eyes again, he had become a child in this world. It took him 10 years to truly understand where he had ended up. And the moment he did, he realized this world was far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. Because the city he lived in was called Gotham, and even more ridiculous, he could often see Iron Man's handsome face on television. That was when Jason truly understood how terrifying his situation was. If this had only been a Marvel world, maybe he could have relied on his knowledge of the plot to survive. If it had only been DC, maybe he could still have found a way to stay low and live quietly. But Marvel and DC combined, that was hell on top of hell. As if that wasn't bad enough, the woman who had raised him for 10 years died in an accident. Before her death, she told him to take a token and find his biological father in this world. What Jason never expected was that his father would turn out to be Bruce Wayne, Batman. At first, Jason had been secretly thrilled. Batman as his father, that was the kind of support background most people could only dream about. But just as he was processing that shock, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. "Film and television technology system binding complete." Jason froze, his eyes widened with confusion. Across from him, Bruce Wayne noticed the strange look on the boy's face and grew even more concerned. Bruce Wayne was a man who could stay calm in front of criminals, monsters, and masterminds, but learning out of nowhere that he had a 10-year-old son, even he was caught completely off guard. And when he thought about the fact that this child had spent 10 years growing up without a father by his side, guilt rose uncontrollably in his chest. After a long silence, Bruce finally spoke. "Jason, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" "No." Jason's answer was absent-minded. At this moment, even the joy of suddenly gaining Batman as a father had been pushed aside, because the system's voice sounded again in his head. "World anchor established. Analyzing world laws. Origin law matched successfully." Congratulations, host. The film and television technology system can extract technology from film and television works known to the host. Each time the host successfully reproduces a technology, the host will receive a draw opportunity. Extracting starter technology. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Ultron-level artificial intelligence. In the next second, a torrent of data surged into Jason's mind. He felt dizzy for a moment. Then an enormous amount of knowledge appeared in his brain, as if he had personally spent years studying it. There was no unfamiliarity at all. Every theory, every framework, every technical detail felt natural to him. Jason's eyes nearly turned red. After suffering for 10 hard years, his life had finally changed. Today was truly a double blessing. Bruce, meanwhile, watched Jason's expression shift from confusion to shock to joy in rapid succession, as if the boy were acting out an entire movie scene by himself. The more Bruce looked, the more worried he became. This child had clearly suffered too much. Maybe the emotional impact had simply been too great. Thinking that way only made Bruce feel guiltier. Blood was thicker than water. Even though this was their first meeting, Bruce already felt an instinctive urge to give the boy everything he could. "Jason, don't get too worked up," Bruce said, trying his best to soften his tone. I know your feelings must be complicated right now, but if you trust me, He paused awkwardly. Then with unusual difficulty he finished, I can give you whatever you want. For the first time in a long while, Bruce Wayne, who had seen every kind of storm the world could offer, felt completely out of his depth. His words sounded stiff and unfamiliar, nothing like the composed Batman, but Jason barely noticed any of it. His mind was still immersed in the technological knowledge he had just received, so before Bruce could say anything else, Jason spoke directly. I want a laboratory. A laboratory? Bruce blinked, clearly surprised. He had expected the boy to ask for toys, clothes, or something else suitable for his age. Are you sure, Jason? Bruce asked. A laboratory isn't exactly something a child your age should be using. How about I buy you some toys instead? I want a laboratory. Jason looked at Bruce like he was hopeless. In that instant, Batman's legendary image in his mind cracked a little. So the Dark Knight acted like an ordinary parent in front of his own son too. Bruce stared at the determination in Jason's eyes for a few seconds, then finally gave in. All right, he said helplessly. I'll get you a laboratory, but you must pay attention to safety. Jason's expression didn't change at all. Bruce immediately picked up the phone. Alfred, buy me a laboratory. There was a brief pause, then Bruce looked at Jason expectantly. What kind do you want? Jason answered without hesitation. The best one. Bruce nodded as if that was only natural. Then get him the best, he said firmly. The best outside of Wayne Enterprises. For the first time, Jason's eyes visibly lit up. It seemed there really were advantages to having a rich father, especially when that father was Batman. The Wayne family was one of the wealthiest families in the entire country. In Gotham alone, a massive portion of the city's industries was tied to Wayne Enterprises in one way or another. For Jason, this was practically a dream starting point for developing technology. After all, there was a saying, the rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation. And if you wanted to do real research, money was absolutely essential. So the more Jason looked at this suddenly acquired cheap dad, the more pleasing Bruce Wayne became. The Wayne family was enormous. Among all the visible industries in Gotham, the Wayne family controlled at least 60%. Wayne Enterprises had its hands in energy, new energy, advanced materials, biotechnology, and countless other fields. Compared to the Stark family, which had only been wealthy for 2 generations, the Wayne family was the true uncrowned king, one of the most powerful families in the entire United States. And as the man standing at the helm of that vast business empire, Bruce Wayne could practically get whatever he wanted with a single word. If he wanted wind, he got wind. If he wanted rain, he got rain. So with just one phone call, Bruce Wayne bought Jason a world-class laboratory. The moment Jason stepped inside and saw the cutting-edge equipment, his eyes almost turned red. Take the optical equipment in front of him, for example. Only a handful of countries in the world were capable of producing machinery at this level. In his previous life, Jason had never even seen one in person. This kind of ultra-precision instrument was something many nations kept under strict export bans. And yet Bruce Wayne had simply made one call and had an entire set installed in the lab. Jason could only sigh at how absurd life was. Jason, it seems you're quite satisfied with the equipment. Seeing the shock in Jason's eyes, Bruce Wayne felt quietly pleased. To him, these machines were expensive, yes, but still insignificant. After all, a single batsuit could easily cost hundreds of millions, and he had an entire underground garage full of them, each in a different style. Compared to that, building a laboratory was a minor matter. Making his son happy was what mattered most. I am satisfied, Jason said seriously as he looked at Bruce. Thank you. Although he admired Batman deeply, calling someone dad right away still required a bit of mental preparation. Bruce seemed to understand his hesitation immediately. Jason, you can just call me Bruce. Hearing that, Jason secretly let out a breath of relief. In many Western families, the relationship between father and son was closer to friendship than strict hierarchy. Calling each other by name was not that unusual. All right, Bruce, thank you. The moment Bruce heard that, a trace of excitement flashed through his eyes. Still, Batman was Batman, a man who had seen every kind of storm. He quickly calmed himself and asked in confusion, Jason, what exactly do you need a laboratory for? This sort of equipment isn't meant for assembling toys. Bruce genuinely had no idea what a 10-year-old could possibly do with a lab like this. In his mind, Jason probably just wanted to play around for a while. After all, what could a 10-year-old really do? Jason rolled his eyes. I'm going to create an artificial intelligence. What? Bruce froze. Artificial intelligence? His first reaction was that Jason was joking. As the heir of a great family, Bruce had received the finest education money could buy. Even though this was not his field, he still understood what true artificial intelligence meant. A smile appeared on Bruce's face. Jason, do you know what artificial intelligence really is? It's an extremely complicated field. But I'm sure that in the future, you'll definitely be able to create true artificial intelligence. Jason rolled his eyes even harder. He really did not want to argue with this man who looked so sharp outside and so clueless in front of his own son. I know exactly what I'm doing, Bruce. He waved his hand impatiently. All right, we can talk later. I need to start testing now. Bruce had clearly wanted to spend more time bonding with his son. Unfortunately, Jason very firmly pushed him out of the lab. After Bruce left, Jason finally let out a long sigh. He still was not ready to deal with Bruce Wayne properly. Thankfully, there was still plenty of time. Shaking his head, Jason forced all those messy thoughts aside and focused on the task in front of him: artificial intelligence. Compared to ordinary programmed response systems, real artificial intelligence was far more advanced in terms of algorithms, autonomy, and learning ability. But no matter how advanced the algorithm was, it still needed hardware as its foundation. Every action performed by a true AI required terrifying levels of computation. Take Ultron, for example. The original hardware used to support its creation occupied more than 10 floors of Stark Tower. If Jason wanted to create an AI on the same level, he would first need to build a server array powerful enough to sustain it. In truth, Tony Stark's creation of Ultron had been pure luck. Without the Mind Stone brought to Earth by Loki, Stark might not have succeeded even if he had another few decades. JARVIS was already incredibly advanced, but there was still a huge gap between it and true artificial intelligence. That meant Jason's challenge, creating an Ultron-level AI without the Mind Stone, was unimaginably difficult. Even in Marvel's absurdly advanced universe, very few civilizations possessed genuine AI. The Kree did. And their supreme intelligence ran on a server array the size of an entire planet. Jason obviously had no way to build something on that scale. It seems the system was right, Jason muttered, a glint of understanding flashing through his eyes. To carry true artificial intelligence, the computing load is far beyond what normal servers on Earth can handle. He looked at the data projections in front of him and continued thinking. Unless I make use of the redundant computational power spread across the global network, it still won't be enough. The only solution is a bionic quantum state server array. A sharp light flashed in Jason's eyes. The human brain was one of the most miraculous structures in existence. Even in the Marvel universe, where technology had reached terrifying heights, the brain remained a forbidden territory that no civilization had fully mastered. Inside a tiny organ measuring only a few dozen cubic centimeters existed billions of neurons. If that structure could be imitated and adapted into hardware, the resulting computational output would be monstrous. The technology the system had given him was based on exactly that principle: a bionic quantum state server array. In truth, even the hardware running JARVIS inside Stark Tower already contained a rough prototype of this concept, but the system's version was complete, a fully matured technology, at least one full generation more advanced than Tony Stark's, which also meant the artificial intelligence it produced would be far stronger. Jason's eyes shone with excitement. Then he threw himself into the work. Over the next few months, the laboratory became busier and busier. People came and went every day. Technicians, engineers, transport workers, and specialists moved constantly through the facility. Under Wayne Enterprises' full support, huge amounts of rare materials and specialized components were continuously delivered into the lab. And with each passing day, Jason's artificial intelligence project advanced at a speed visible to the naked eye. 5 months later, Jason finally walked out of the laboratory. Behind him stood a gigantic sphere over 20 meters in diameter, radiating dazzling golden light as streams of data pulsed across its surface. The heart of his artificial intelligence had finally been born. "Grandpa Alfred, where is Bruce?" After Jason came out of the laboratory, he went straight to the loyal butler of the Wayne family. As for his cheap man, I don't know where he went at this time. In the first month, Bruce Wayne was very patient around Jason. But later, when he saw Jason doing the experiment well, his own chivalrous heart was ready to move again. That is, during the day, Jason may still see Bruce Wayne, but at night there is no shadow of Bruce Wayne at all. The key is that Bruce Wayne doesn't know yet that Jason already knows his secret. He often finds various lame excuses to excuse him. For example, attending dance parties, company meetings, discussing cooperation, etc. Jason has always been curious about which company is so crazy and often holds meetings early in the morning. On the contrary, Alfred has been taking care of him during this time. So during this period, his relationship with Alfred was going very well. Ah, young master, he has gone to a meeting. There is an impromptu meeting in Bangsi country. Jason was amazed when he heard this. Older gingers are more spicy. For example, Alfred would not make up any excuse to have a meeting in Gotham City 2 days in the morning. Grandpa Alfred, there shouldn't be any danger in this meeting, right? Jason asked quietly. Last time Bruce Wayne prevaricated him to go out for a meeting. When I came back, the circles under my eyes were blacker than those of a panda. I don't know how Bruce Wayne got panda eyes while wearing a bat mask. That's all. When he came back, Bruce Wayne even told him that he accidentally hit the door frame. This made Jason feel that these two people were insulting his intelligence. Hearing Jason ask this, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Alfred's face. Master, definitely no, this won't happen. Alfred just finished speaking. I saw Bruce Wayne, who had been beaten black-eyed in the distance, walking over with a depressed look on his face. Hey, Jason. Walking up to the two of them, Bruce forced his interest to say hello to Jason. I just saw the weird looks in their eyes. Bruce touched his face and said awkwardly, "What's wrong? Is something wrong?" Now even old guys like Alfred can't stand it anymore. Jason said in a faint tone, "Let me guess. Did you offend Sister Maria during the meeting this time and have her beaten?" Maria is Bruce Wayne's personal secretary, who is responsible for acting as a vase during meetings. She is so delicate and weak. Jason said this just to make fun of Batman. Seeing Jason say this, Bruce's face flashed with embarrassment and he quickly changed the subject. Ah, Jason, I heard you were looking for me. What's the matter? Jason glanced up at him and said, "My artificial intelligence is finished and I want you to take a look." What's so fast? Bruce Wayne glanced at Jason in surprise. Seeing that Jason didn't show any expression, he spoke. "Okay, Alfred, let's go take a look. Look what surprise Jason brought us." "Okay, sir, but should we call Fox over?" Alfred asked. Fox is the chief technology officer of Wayne Group. Bruce Wayne's Batsuit and Batmobile were both designed by Fox. Jason had created such an amazing thing, so naturally they wanted Fox to take a look. "Okay, let's call Fox here too." Bruce Wayne returns. Jason didn't have any objections to this and quietly waited for Fox to arrive. Although it was already 10 minutes past midnight, the old man Fox arrived at his laboratory quickly. "Mr. Wayne, it is not polite to disturb an elderly person at this time." Fox looks like a very kind old black man with gray hair and looks very approachable. "Okay, Fox, you can't blame me. Who asked Jason to finish his work now?" Bruce Wayne said with a shrug. "Oh, what great work has our little Jason done?" Fox squatted down and rubbed Jason's smiling face. Although Jason was very uncomfortable with Fox's intimate contact style, he could only endure it. "Who said children have no human rights? My artificial intelligence research and development is completed, I will show you." Afraid of being poisoned by the bad old man Fox again, Jason hurriedly walked into the laboratory. "Oh, artificial intelligence, what an amazing invention." Fox also shrugged. Although he didn't think Jason could really come up with any black technology, he still followed it. Bruce Wayne and Alfred looked at each other and followed suit. After entering, the three of them were immediately shocked by the ball of light in front of them. That huge amount of golden ball of light in the middle of the laboratory. The half-virtual and half-real structure makes this light ball look very illusory. From time to time, golden light flashed like lightning flashing across the sky, coupled with one bright and one dark golden light. This golden ball does not look like a dead thing but seems to be alive. Bruce Wayne prides himself on having seen the world. He has seen Superman, but the scene in front of him still made him open his eyes wide. "Oh my God, what is this?" Alfred exclaimed in surprise. On the contrary, Fox's mind turned faster and he spoke directly. "Jason, isn't this the artificial intelligence you're talking about?" "Definitely." Jason nodded calmly. Hearing this, the old man Fox smiled. Although he was very amazed by this huge creation, he didn't think it was artificial intelligence. "Little Jason, what does your artificial intelligence run on?" "You know, artificial intelligence is not just a bunch of data, it also needs hardware support. I haven't seen the server that should be there. Could it be that you put its server somewhere else?" When Fox said this, Bruce Wayne and Alfred also reacted. There is essentially no difference between artificial intelligence and ordinary computers. Human-computer interaction requires a series of complex operations, and these activities require servers to support them. The better, the larger the server, the more complex the budget it can support. If you want to support the budget of artificial intelligence, the size of the server required cannot be solved by a small room. But they didn't see the so-called server, so how does this artificial intelligence work? All three turned their attention to Jason. Jason looked at the three people as if they had never seen the world. "I couldn't help but feel contempt in my heart." Forget it about Bruce Wayne and Alfred, two people who don't know how to do it. Why is Fox's chief technical director so confused from here? In desperation, he explained, this is definitely artificial intelligence. Because traditional server performance has limits, etc., limited by the performance of materials, the performance of servers cannot be improved infinitely. Just the heat generation problem caused by the chip's original resistance will greatly reduce the efficiency. Jason said helplessly, anyone who has played with computers knows that when a computer is run to its extreme, the temperature can easily rise. This is because there is resistance in the internal chip, which will cause the chip to heat up after power is turned on and reduce the operating efficiency of the chip. The same is true when switching to the server. No matter how good the heat dissipation is, it is impossible to completely dissipate the heat. In addition, the server originally has limitations. Naturally, new energy cannot yet compete with new technologies. To solve this problem, I took advantage of new technology, bionically inspired quantum state service array. It is essentially an application of bionics breaking particles into quark-level microscopic particles and then performing quantum state calculations. This makes the artificial intelligence server in front of us comparable to a quantum computer to a certain extent. After Jason finished speaking, the other two people except Fox looked confused. Although I don't know what Jason is talking about, I always have an uneasy feeling. Jason, is what you've researched really so powerful? Bruce Wayne coughed and said. However, his trembling voice still showed that he was not as calm as he appeared. Before Jason could speak, the old man Fox spoke first. Awesome, Mr. Wayne, this is not just about being awesome. If what little Jason said is true, this matter is another breakthrough in the scientific community and may even be recorded in history. I think there should be no problem with the Nobel Prize, Fox said with some excitement. As the technical director of Wayne Group, he can better understand the significance of this technology. Having computing capabilities similar to those of a quantum computer is a great thing even without artificial intelligence. The gap between this invention and today's computers is like the gap between supercomputers and the first-generation computers decades ago. This is the gap between times. Hearing Fox's praise, Bruce Wayne came back to his senses. He rarely heard the old guy Fox praise others. Even Tony Stark, who is recognized as a genius, is nothing more than a handful in Fox's eyes. The technical difficulty of the batsuit created by Fox is no less than that of Iron Man's steel battle suit. It's just that the application methods of the two are different. It's hard to hear Fox's praise. Bruce Wayne felt happy when he thought of this. It turns out Jason is really that good. Bruce Wayne smiled and said. Jason looked at Bruce Wayne's expression and rolled his eyes. Okay, let me show you the most basic application of artificial intelligence. There are many applications of artificial intelligence. Whether it is computing or various data analysis, artificial intelligence performs very well. I will only show you the most basic function, face search and recognition. I can use the artificial intelligence to restore Bruce's movement tonight. As soon as Jason finished speaking, Bruce Wayne said loudly, impossible. He went out to do some heroic deeds tonight and his whereabouts were very secretive. How could he be found out? Jason rolled his eyes, not wanting to talk to his cheap, illiterate man. He spoke directly. Skynet, start analysis. Yes. A charming voice came from all directions. Soon, a transparent screen appeared in midair. What was playing on the screen was surveillance video. Inside is what Bruce Wayne did tonight. Even the scene where Bruce Wayne puts on the batsuit and goes to the dock to do some heroic work. Looking at the scene on the surveillance video, it turned out to be the underground garage of Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne was already dumbfounded, with a dumbfounded look on his face. The old man Alfred was also shocked and his hands were trembling as if he had Parkinson's disease. It took a long time before Bruce Wayne could hold back a sentence. It shouldn't be. Wayne Manor has the most advanced firewall in the world. The firewall at Area 51 is not necessarily better than the one here. Jason glanced at him and said calmly, in the face of artificial intelligence, any firewall is meaningless. Jason's eyes were full of calmness. Is that so, Fox? Alfred asked towards Fox. After hearing Alfred's question, Fox reacted from the shock. Then he said with a wry smile, that's true, any digital defense is meaningless in the face of artificial intelligence. Now even if Jason wants to launch a nuclear bomb, we can't stop him. The physical isolation is not as strict as imagined. Any military robot should not be controlled by artificial intelligence. Fox smiled bitterly and shook his head. So what if Wayne Manor's electronic defenses were advanced? The gap between artificial intelligence and humans is difficult for ordinary people to imagine. The world's top hackers are like children in front of artificial intelligence. For example, ordinary hackers can only crack passwords through various methods. However, artificial intelligence can completely rely on performance to brute force passwords and perform exhaustive methods to crack them. This kind of computing ability is simply impossible for humans to possess. How can a firewall created by humans be able to block artificial intelligence? Bruce Wayne was even more surprised when he heard Fox say this. You can fit an egg in with your mouth open. He knew that artificial intelligence was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Even the military can't stop it. This made Bruce Wayne so surprised that his jaw almost dropped. What makes Bruce Wayne even more uncomfortable is that he carefully disguised his identity as Batman and was found out so easily. The whole process took less than a minute, to be precise, just over 40 seconds. His actions that he thought were secret were completely discovered tonight. With such richness, it would be no problem to make a movie. He didn't even know when Gotham City had so many surveillance cameras. While Bruce Wayne was in a daze, Jason glanced helplessly at the three stunned people. Bruce, I didn't expect you to actually like to do cosplay. Shouldn't this be something only children like? When Jason said this, the expressions on the three people's faces were a little embarrassed. After Jason said those words, the air in the entire laboratory became anxious. Especially Bruce Wayne, who for some reason has the urge to crawl into the cracks of the ground. After a long time, Bruce Wayne coughed awkwardly and said, Jason, this is not cos, I am Batman. How about it, isn't it cool? Jason rolled his eyes. He didn't expect that Bruce Wayne would struggle with this kind of problem. Although he admired Batman very much, he suddenly felt uninterested. Maybe, but let's get down to business. Who is this? Jason pointed at the screen with his little hand. A pale Joker face appeared on the screen. Seeing this face, Bruce Wayne's expression became serious. This is Joker, a madman, a lawless criminal. Although Jason knows who Joker is, but in order not to be exposed, he still didn't speak and waited for Bruce Wayne to explain. Glancing at Jason, Bruce Wayne slowly explained. Gotham City. It was originally a city of sin. But after he began to transform into Batman in the dark, the security of the entire Gotham City suddenly improved a lot. Just when he was overjoyed with the results he had achieved. An opponent appears. That's Joker, this guy with the Joker face paint. The first time he appeared, he arrogantly robbed a bank and gave the entire positive forces in Gotham City a hard slap. Then it set off a storm of huge amounts of money in Gotham City. Many people have been affected by this storm. As the Asgardian in the darkness of Gotham City, he is naturally no exception. However, Joker is an ordinary person, but he is more difficult to deal with than any person with special abilities he has ever seen. He still couldn't forget the last time he saw Joker. At that time, he was tracking a white powder transaction in the port. With his excellent fighting skills, he has captured several drug dealers and is preparing to hand them over to the law. However, just as he was about to take action, a strange sound came from his ears. Papa Bruce Wayne turned around sharply. Joker with green hair and a purple tuxedo appeared in the darkness. When Bruce Wayne saw Joker, he immediately wanted to take action. However, Joker's next move stopped him. Ooh, I wouldn't do that if I were you, Batman. As he spoke, Joker showed his crazy smile. He held a red detonation button in his hand and tossed it around. Bruce Wayne's face darkened. Joker is a madman, and he holds a detonator in his hand, which means that he really planted countless bombs around him. He didn't care about the lives of these drug dealers, but there are residential buildings nearby. If Joker planted a bomb there too, it wouldn't be a happy thing for him, and based on what he knew about Joker, it was not surprising at all that Joker would do such a thing. What do you want? Hey, a terrifying laugh burst from Joker's mouth. The body makes several indescribable movements. Joker then spoke. Batman, let's play a game. I planted 20 bombs near the docks. You need to find them within 5 minutes and take them down, if you can't do it. Before Joker finished speaking, 3 flying darts flew out of Bruce Wayne's shoulder armor. The remote control that was thrown up in Joker's hand shattered. Bruce flew forward, trying to catch Joker. It's just that in addition to Joker's originally high IQ, his own fighting ability is also quite outstanding. Soon he got into a fight with Bruce Wayne, but Bruce Wayne soon gained the upper hand. Just when he was about to defeat Joker, Joker burst into laughter again. A hum-ha-ha cough. Batman, you only have 3 minutes now. Bruce Wayne was shocked when he heard this. He gave Joker a hateful look and started the Batmobile. He wants to use the equipment on the Batmobile to find bombs hidden in the neighborhood. However, he still took a moment to tie Joker here and wait for him to come back before sending him to court. It was just when I came back here after dismantling the bomb that day. Joker has long since disappeared. Also disappearing were the drug dealers he tied up. In desperation, he could only return to his Wayne group in depression. After listening to Bruce Wayne's explanation, Jason nodded. Although Joker does not have any special abilities, he is definitely the most difficult villain in Gotham City. None of them. The reason why he is more troublesome than others is that Joker is a madman. He doesn't care about the consequences at all. Joker just wants to prove that the world is chaotic and dark, and he doesn't care about anything else. Coupled with the fact that Joker originally had a very high IQ and outstanding knowledge, he could naturally bring huge amounts of trouble to Batman. Looking at the expression on Bruce Wayne's face, Jason knew that he was definitely not relaxed at the moment. Do you want to find him? Jason looked at Bruce Wayne and said, "What?" Bruce Wayne was so lost in thought when it came to Joker that he didn't even hear what Jason was saying. "I said you want to find him," Jason repeated. "Definitely, but Joker is so good at hiding that I can't trace him at all." Bruce Wayne shook his head. "Joker is not just a madman, he is also a criminal with a very high IQ. My original knowledge is very outstanding." He also wanted to use his connections to find Joker in Gotham City, but he was allowed to use all his strength. He still found no trace of Joker. He doesn't think Jason has ability either. Although artificial intelligence is powerful, it still cannot interfere with reality. In addition, Gotham City's infrastructure is very backward, and 40% of the places do not have cameras. There is also a very complicated underground drainage system. If you want to find Joker, even with artificial intelligence, it will be extremely difficult. Thank you for your kindness, Jason. But Joker is very hidden, so I'm afraid you can't be of much help. I'll find him myself, Bruce Wayne said with a very determined expression on his face. Seeing him like this, Jason curled his lips, courageous but stupid. How long do you have to wait to find Joker by yourself? You can only wait until someone else commits a crime and then pursue them. This is a missed opportunity. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo, Jason even suspected that Batman might have been killed by the Joker. Besides, Bruce Wayne really underestimates artificial intelligence. Looking at Bruce Wayne with a determined face, he didn't know what he was thinking. Jason sighed deeply. "Bruce, you really underestimate artificial intelligence. As long as there is the internet, no one in the world can escape the tracking of artificial intelligence." Upon hearing this, Bruce Wayne smiled. "Jason, I know you mean well, but the situation in Gotham City is complicated." Although Bruce Wayne was very happy that Jason cared about him so much, but he still doesn't think Jason's artificial intelligence can find Joker. Gotham is a deeply twisted city. The most backward and advanced things in the world can be found in this city. Coupled with the rampant crime in Gotham City, citizens take privacy very seriously. The Wayne Group's setup of surveillance cameras has met with great resistance. In many places, there is no monitoring at all. Bruce Wayne believes that if Joker moves on the main road, artificial intelligence may still be able to find him. But once Joker entered the underground sewage system, even gods don't want to find him. Jason glanced at Bruce Wayne, who looked disbelieving, and cursed a B******** D in his heart. Before real artificial intelligence appeared, it was difficult for anyone to know what artificial intelligence meant. In the internet, artificial intelligence is God. Any terminal may become part of artificial intelligence control. Unless Joker doesn't have any electronic devices around him, he won't be able to escape the artificial intelligence tracking. Skynet, turn on unlimited search mode. Artificial intelligence is very powerful. In order to restrict her, Jason even had to set restrictions on her function. Only he himself can unravel it. Unrestricted means that Skynet will use all the internet resources she can use to search for a person. Among them, various private terminals account for the largest proportion. For example, ordinary people's computers, mobile phones, smart bracelets, TVs, etc. will all become the tentacles of artificial intelligence. Its young master, unrestricted mode, is on. Skynet's voice just fell. Rays of golden light that looked like living creatures began to shine from the core of the artificial intelligence. In just a few dozen seconds, a translucent screen appeared in front of Jason. Target found, unrestricted mode turned off. As soon as Tianwang's voice fell, several people looked at the translucent screen floating in front of them. A weirdo in a purple suit and green hair was busy with something on the screen. Look at the slightly raised corners of his mouth and his crazy eyes. It is undoubtedly Joker. "This is impossible," Bruce Wayne shouted directly. Even the good upbringing he had always had was forgotten by him. He feels that his worldview today is constantly being impacted. He just said with absolute certainty that Jason couldn't find Joker at all. But in the blink of an eye, he was slapped in the face. His mood can be described as very complicated. "Jason, how did you do that?" Jason glanced at him and said, "It's very simple. In just a few dozen seconds, Skynet hijacked all internet-connected electronic devices in Gotham City. Joker was then targeted through these devices. This camera was installed by Joker himself." "Oh my God, how is this possible?" Fox groaned directly. "Gotham City is a giant city with a population of tens of millions, and there are probably billions of electronic devices in it. How is it possible to hijack within tens of seconds?" Fox seemed to say this unconsciously. Bruce Wayne was also extremely shocked, looking at the big ball in front of him. Wayne Group also has research involving artificial intelligence projects. But their artificial intelligence couldn't even break through Wayne Manor's network defenses. The gap between the artificial intelligence in Jason's hands is really huge. Bruce Wayne couldn't believe how Jason came up with such a device. "Nothing is impossible, Mr. Fox. This is just child's play for artificial intelligence. Let's take a look at Joker's affairs. What is he doing?" Jason pointed at the screen. "The Joker on the screen looks like he is in a very messy laboratory. On a messy test bench, something was being carefully prepared." But just by looking at the green color, a few people knew that it was not a good thing. Nitrous oxide. Looking at the dose he prepared, I'm afraid it could contaminate the entire Gotham City. Bruce Wayne couldn't care less about being shocked by the artificial intelligence and said with a very ugly face, "Joker's laughing gas is not laughing gas in the conventional sense, but a nerve gas. People who inhale this poisonous gas will laugh until they die." The death was very strange. He had seen Joker use this kind of thing to harm people. Now Joker begins to prepare his unique poison gas again. And behind him, several huge jars dozens of meters high seem to contain the same thing. Seeing this situation, Bruce Wayne could not bear it anymore. "Jason, where is Joker's location?" Jason glanced at Bruce Wayne and snapped his fingers. A line of addresses appeared on the screen. 35 120th Street, Harlem. Quickly jotting down the address in his mind, Bruce Wayne decided to set off immediately. Joker is a dangerous person. If he had caught him sooner, fewer people would have been harmed. "Alfred, I'm going to catch Joker and you take Jason to rest." "Yes, sir," Alfred replied and said to Jason, "Master, it's time for us to rest." Jason glanced at Alfred, showing no intention of resisting. "Don't look at this old man pretending to be trembling all day long. It looked like half of his body was in the coffin. But in fact, if you really underestimate him, you will definitely suffer. This old man worked in MI6 when he was young. Even now, dealing with a few lads is no problem. Jason feels that his arms and legs are now small. It's better not to resist, but he was very curious. Batman versus Joker. This is a scene you can only see in movies. "Bruce, I don't think I can go rest now. Joker is so cunning, what if something happens? I'd better stay here to provide you with technical support. Jason, I believe your artificial intelligence is good enough. Now you can go back and rest." After saying a word of concern, Bruce Wayne turned and left without giving Jason a chance to refute. Just as Jason was about to speak again, he saw the expressionless face of Mr. Alfred. "Okay, Alfred, I'll go back and rest." Although having said that, Jason was still thinking about how to watch Batman vs. Joker. Bruce Wayne speeds through the streets of Gotham City in his Batmobile. Gotham City in the early morning, basically deserted. Ordinary people would not appear on the streets during this event. The people still roaming the streets today are either drug addicts or people who engage in various illegal and criminal activities. Fortunately, the Batmobile was originally very invisible in the night. No one has found any trace of the Batmobile so far. Speeding all the way, Bruce Wayne soon arrived in Harlem. Harlem is one of the most chaotic areas in Gotham City. All the prosperity of Gotham City seems to have nothing to do with this place. The buildings here are all products of the 1920s. In addition, most of the people living here are African Americans. The level of chaos and poverty can be imagined. Joker chose this kind of place to live. If it weren't for Jason's artificial intelligence, it would be impossible to find him. Near the area near Joker's laboratory, Bruce Wayne got out of the Batmobile and hid in the darkness. Pressed a few keys on the tiny programming computer on my arm. The cameras in the building in front of you are marked. It's obvious that this is Joker's long-term base. The location is very tight. The surveillance video has no blind spots in this small space. According to infrared radiation detection, there are huge amounts of space inside the house, and there are quite a few people inside. They should be the men gathered by Joker. I worked on the computer for a while. A drone flew out from the Batmobile. After flying around the building, there was a three-dimensional drawing of the building on Bruce Wayne's personal computer. Being a superhero also requires using your brain. Bruce Wayne hacked a camera with the device given by the operator Fox. Then he touched the blind spot of the camera toward the inside of the house. First, he went to the security room and controlled several security personnel who were watching the surveillance. Next, Bruce Wayne gradually breaks through. In order not to alert Joker, Bruce Wayne invaded very slowly. In addition, Joker has laid many very insidious traps on his chassis. Bruce Wayne also spent a lot of effort to break these. It took more than an hour to reach the edge of Joker's laboratory. Looking at the door of the laboratory in front of him, Bruce Wayne also breathed a sigh of relief. Remove the equipment above the shoulder armor. Bruce Wayne breaks open the lab door directly. Joker, you can't escape. After posing, Bruce Wayne rushed directly into the laboratory, but it was different from the hard battle full of traps he imagined. There was no one in the laboratory. Seeing this scene, Bruce Wayne's expression changed. Among the architectural drawings detected by drones, there is no other exit from this lab. Just when Bruce Wayne was wondering where Joker was, a monitor of huge amounts in front of him suddenly lit up. Whoa, ha 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 ha, Batman. As expected of Batman, he was able to find this place. I have to say, you are indeed the strongest superhero in Gotham City. It makes me very distressed. Joker, stop pretending. You probably haven't left the building yet. You can't escape this time. With a sneer, Bruce Wayne turned and left. He was going to find this guy out. However, just as he turned around, Joker's crazy voice came from the monitor behind him again. Whoa, 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 Batman. Indeed, you guessed it right, I haven't left yet. But do you dare to come and catch me now? I forgot to tell you, this base will explode in 5 minutes. I think you should be able to save the people in this building, right? Ha 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 ha, Joker smiled maniacally again. Bruce Wayne glanced at him, said nothing, and turned around to leave. Indeed, he was going to save the people inside this building, even though the people here are extremely sinful and unforgivable. But he is still not qualified to judge these people. What he has to do is take these people to court. Therefore, he turned around without any hesitation. And Joker looks at Bruce Wayne looking back. A big smile appeared on his face. At the moment, Joker was in a secret room in the laboratory with only a wall separating him from Batman. Batman, I hope you don't disappoint me. Without you, there will be a lot less fun. Sticking out his scarlet tongue and licking his lips, Joker pressed the self-destruct button in the middle. Turn around and run. Go through the secret passage in the back. Joker soon arrived at the back of the laboratory. Taking a look at his laboratory, Joker's eyes flashed with pity, left without any hesitation, but he hasn't taken 2 steps yet. A voice came from behind him. Mr. Joker, nice to meet you. Joker heard this voice without any hesitation. He took out 2 pistols from his suit and turned around and fired several shots. However, apart from a few streaks of fire on the wall, the bullets didn't hit anything else at all. Mr. Joker, this is not the way to treat guests. The voice came from the front again. A cold light flashed in Joker's blood-red eyes. He put away his gun and said in a hoarse voice, "Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am, I'm just a small character." Only then did Joker see the source of the sound. It was a drone-like device in midair. The sound came from above. Pretend to be a ghost. Joker drew his gun and shot him twice. However, to his surprise, the drone in midair used a very strange posture to dodge the bullet. Seeing this, Joker also became serious. He is a madman, not a fool. He knew exactly what it meant for a drone to dodge bullets. Ordinary people can't dodge bullets no matter how fast they react, let alone control a drone to dodge bullets. With just such a movement, he knew that the person facing him was not an ordinary person. Clutching the pistol tightly, Joker stared at the drone. Who are you? I said it doesn't matter who I am. I just want to play a game with Mr. Joker. Hearing this, Joker's eyes flashed with excitement. He stuck out his tongue and licked his scarlet lips and asked with interest, "What kind of game?" "It's simple. I will be hunting you down for the rest of the day. If you can escape successfully, congratulations, you saved your life. If you can't escape, I think Mr. Joker should know what that means. Well, now the game begins." As soon as the drone finished speaking, a buzzing sound sounded from the surroundings. I took over this game. Licking his lips, Joker suddenly disappeared. Where Joker stood, there was only a big black hole. Crap, you run so fast. Jason punched the pillow hard with a gloomy expression on his face. He was the person who just talked to Joker. As a loyal Batman fan, how could he not watch this scene of Batman fighting his old enemy? So I went back to the room and sent Mr. Alfred away. He directly used the tablet computer to monitor the scene in Joker's laboratory. In order to prevent Joker from escaping, he also sent out a drone formation sent from Fox, although Fox is not well known in the country. But as the technical director of Wayne Group, he has quite a lot of black technology in his hands. The armor on Batman is only part of the technology he masters. The drone he used was also the same, the Bat series of drones he developed. The combat effectiveness is even comparable to that of ordinary tactical special teams. The aircraft he was shouting about was a model specially enhanced for speed and sturdiness. He originally wanted to attract Joker's attention with words and then directly sent a drone team to catch Joker directly. However, Joker is more cunning than he imagined. He obviously realized something was wrong and ran away from the sewer. As expected of a Joker, it's just that it's too simple to escape my surveillance like this. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Skynet, bring up the three-dimensional diagram of Gotham's drainage system. It's the young master. As soon as Tianwang finished speaking, a three-dimensional projection occupying most of the room appeared in the room. Jason turned the model of the entire drainage system with his fingers, touched his chin, and said, "Skynet, simulate Joker's possible escape route. The power of artificial intelligence goes beyond tracking. It is also possible to anticipate the target's actions to a certain extent. The more information collected, the more accurate this prediction becomes. Based on Joker's psychological analysis and simulation of various data, Skynet can simulate several possible escape routes for Joker. After all, Gotham's sewer system, while massive, is not endless." Tens of seconds later, several thin lines appeared in the sewer model. "Master, according to predictions, there is an 80% chance that Joker will appear in the sewer kingdom of Gotham City." Jason's eyes narrowed as he looked at the map. Gotham City is a huge port city. Because there are frequent heavy rains, Gotham City's drainage system is very developed. Almost the entire city's underground is being hollowed out, forming a massive sewer system. This has become a hideout for Gotham City. Many criminals who were unable to live on the surface after being attacked by Batman went underground. In the sewer system, someone dug out a huge underground space. In this huge amount of space, there are black markets, various buildings, gangs, and all kinds of desperate desperados. This place is called the Underground Kingdom by these people. If Joker wants to hide, this is indeed a treasure place. There are no surveillance cameras in the sewers. Jason looked at the projected map with a smile on his face. There are indeed no cameras underground. But there is the internet, and there are all kinds of electronic devices that various people bring in. There are many shops in the black market that deal with all kinds of illegal goods, and these can all become Skynet spies. An ordinary mobile phone can not only become a camera, but also a recorder to analyze voice prints. Unless Joker enters deep mountains and old forests and other areas without network coverage, he wants to escape Skynet's surveillance. Almost impossible. Skynet monitor all equipment in the Underground Kingdom and monitor Joker's traces. "Yes, Master," Skynet answered and then became silent, but Jason knows that at the moment, the entire Underground Kingdom and all electronic equipment have become his spies. After about 10 minutes, Skynet's voice sounded again. "Master, we found traces of Joker. Joker entered the Underground Kingdom through entrance number 214. Skynet said as he cast a projection from midair. The screen shows a man wearing a white mask. "Master, Joker has been disguised." Skynet said this. A picture of one was projected again, and the similarities between the two were also marked. Only then did Jason see the similarities between the two. As expected of Joker, so cunning. If Skynet hadn't marked him out, Jason would have really believed that the guy in the white mask in front of him was Joker. It seems that this guy is not only talented in chemistry, but also very powerful in disguise. It's just such a pity that he met artificial intelligence. Jason shook his head sadly. Artificial intelligence can't only make achievements in transformation, it is also very powerful in various analyses, like a comparative analysis of these two pictures. As long as there is a little bit of similarity, artificial intelligence can analyze it. No matter how similar they are in disguise, people's little habits are different. Everyone has their own micro-movements. These are very difficult to change. Artificial intelligence can analyze the true identities of these people through these tiny movements. Shaking his head, Jason spoke directly. "Send out a drone team and surround him. Game over. He is not as kind as Batman." In order to stick to the justice and bottom line in his heart, he can be so tolerant to these extremely evil people. If Joker is caught by him, there will only be one end. That is death. 10 minutes passed quickly. Under the direction of Skynet, no one quickly arrived at the Underground Kingdom. In silent mode, Joker is slowly surrounded. At this moment, Joker is still unaware. Wait until the drone circle is formed. Jason once again controlled a drone and entered the cave where Joker was. There are also buildings in the Underground Kingdom, but they are very small and dark. Fortunately, the drone has an infrared mode which allows Jason to see the scene inside. "Mr. Joker." As soon as Jason said something, several bullets flew towards him. Look at the bullets that gradually enlarge on the screen. Jason also broke out in a cold sweat. Good thing he didn't go looking for Joker himself. Otherwise, even with the body of his cheap dad Batman, he might be beaten into pieces. Calm down, Jason said over the drone again. Mr. Joker, I think you should calm down. As Jason spoke, he controlled several drones to emerge from the shadows. Seeing this mecha drone, even Joker froze. Several drones had dark automatic rifles hanging under them, and one had a bunch of grenades hanging under them. Joker considers himself a madman, but he still doesn't dare to move at all. He didn't want to die with a pile of scrap metal. Looking at Joker on the screen, Jason smiled. At the moment, Joker can really be regarded as having no way to heaven and no way to earth. It's not a good feeling to be pointed at a gun, especially a loaded automatic rifle. It's hard for anyone to stay calm when a cold black hole is pointing a gun at you. However, among these people, doesn't include Joker. Rather than saying that Joker is a human being, it is better to say that he is an extremely twisted soul. His existence seems to be to prove that there is no light in the world. He is the representative of darkness. Joker was already dead when he was tortured by his father, and what is alive is just a twisted soul. A deadman is naturally not afraid of death. Joker can still laugh when being pointed at by several cold automatic rifles. Wow, you really went to great lengths to catch me. Let me guess who you are. Falcon, or a member of the Maroni family? No, they don't have such technology. Are you from the Wayne family? Joker said to himself nervously while smiling. Completely disregard a few drones loaded with these murderous weapons as nothing. Mr. Joker, you do know a lot, but you haven't touched the essence. In Gotham City, the Wayne family is not the only one who masters advanced technology. Jason said mysteriously. Although Joker will definitely die today, he still doesn't want to reveal his identity. Both DC and Marvel are equally dangerous worlds, not to mention the superposition of the two. There were really monsters everywhere, and there were as many gods as dogs. What if someone else knows his identity or kidnaps him because of his cleverness? There are too many magical powers in this world, even Mephisto has them. Jason thought it would be better for him to keep a low profile. Therefore, he directly prepared to hide his identity and pass the blame to others. Sure enough, Joker became interested when he heard what he said. Are you from Stag? Stag is another large high-tech company in Gotham City. Stark Industries is to Gotham City what Stark Industries is to New York City. Very powerful. He's just an out-and-out arms dealer. And it goes even further than Stark Industries, often arresting people for human experiments in secret. Don't compare me to those arms dealers from Stag, Jason said, pretending to be unhappy. Wow, sir, it seems you have a great background. Joker made an exaggerated expression and an exaggerated smile appeared on his face. Joker, you don't have to act crazy, it won't do me any good. I know you very well. Before you started committing crimes, you were just an ordinary person, and you were an ordinary person who was rejected by your parents. Am I right, Mr. Jack? That's enough, stop talking. The smile on Joker's face suddenly disappeared and he looked at the drone fiercely. Jason smiled behind the monitor. Everyone has their own bottom line. For example, Joker is most taboo about others telling him his true identity and his parents. Freeze's Achilles' heel is his wife. Everyone has weaknesses, including crazy people. It turns out that a madman like you can also be angry. I thought you were just a madman. Jason said sarcastically. Joker said nothing, looked at the drone hard and looked around. It's like looking for Jason, more like looking for a way to leave. Mr. Joker, don't think about escaping. I can tell you you're dead today. I'm not as pedantic as Batman. Joker looked around and showed his signature crazy smile again. Wow, who did I think you were? Turns out you're another pathetic guy who thinks he's righteous. Ah, Jason laughed. Maybe I'm a wretch, aren't you? Compared to you, at least I have a harmonious family. Joker's eyebrows jumped when he heard this. If it weren't for the drone, Joker felt that he would have used the most cruel punishment in the world to deal with the man in front of him. However, he quickly controlled his emotions. Wow, what a righteous tone, but the justice you worship is just a disgusting skin. Okay, Mr. Joker, there's no need to preach your story. The fact that you have been treated unfairly is no excuse for you to be cynical. Some people can still become messengers of justice even if they see their parents being shot. You are just looking for a high-sounding excuse for your own selfishness and to satisfy your own twisted desires. The difference between you and me is that I can control my desires, but you are just a slave to them. What's more, compared to the Court of Owls, you are just a minor role. Jason's tone was full of sarcasm. He does look down on Joker. If it weren't for his extraordinary IQ, Joker would be just an ordinary psychopath. His tragic experience is no excuse for him to take revenge on society. Your justice is just. Joker still wanted to argue nonchalantly. Stop it, Mr. Joker. I'm afraid you don't even know what the Court of Owls is, do you? The sins you boast about are not that outstanding. Jason sneered. Gotham is not called Sin City because of a few super-ability criminals. The Court of Owls hidden deep in the city and many criminal organizations are the root of the birth of Gotham's evil. Even Wayne Group was once part of this behind-the-scenes group. Without Batman, Joker would really just be a Joker who wreaks havoc. Okay, Mr. Joker, do you have any last words? If you don't have it, I will send you to meet your god. Oh no, people like you will definitely go to hell. By the way, let me tell you, whether you believe it or not, hell actually exists. Sir, I don't think we have any essential conflict. I think we can still talk. I can give you a lot of money, Joker said while laughing. Although he is not afraid of death, it does not mean that he wants to die. There's a lot he hasn't accomplished yet. He hasn't defeated Batman yet. He can't die. The stolen money. Jason said sarcastically. Okay, Mr. Joker, if you do something, be prepared to suffer the consequences. I think what you committed is enough to sentence you to death. Although there is no such punishment in Gotham City, it is just a way out for themselves by these guys who made the law. I don't have that argument here. Don't worry, it won't be painful. With that said, Jason started the drone without saying a word. But to his surprise, his drone didn't move at all. The lethal poison bullets in the muzzle were not ejected from the muzzle at all. How can it be? Jason muttered to himself in a dark and narrow underground space. Several dark drones floated in the air, making creaking sounds. Opposite him, Joker, wearing purple clothes, had a crazy smile on his face. How can it be? Sir, with the help of your words, nothing is impossible. Ha 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 ha. Listening to Joker's wild laughter, a trace of solemnity flashed across Jason's face. As expected of Joker, Gotham City's most feared villain. With a mortal body, he has accomplished many things that super-ability villains cannot do. It's really not that simple to kill him. Skynet, scan, and analyze. Although the drone cannot move, it can still transmit video signals. He could still see the effects of the drone's transmission. It shouldn't be a device that directly destroys machinery. Taking advantage of Skynet scanning, Joker spoke again. Sir, although you are not here personally, I think we can still talk. What do you want to talk about? Jason said. Joker's ability to confuse people is very strong. He actually didn't want to talk to Joker, but being idle is also idle. I want to know what the Court of Owls is. Joker's eyes flashed. As one of the top villains in Gotham City, he knows organizations both big and small in Gotham City, but he had never heard of the Court of Owls. And according to what everyone said, the Court of Owls is still a very powerful organization. This made him very interested. Is there an organization more evil than him in Gotham City? When Jason heard this, he let out a laugh in the drone. It turns out you are curious about something. I thought the madman only had destruction in his mind. No, sir, you misunderstood. It's just my art that you don't understand. How about we make a deal? The price of these drones should be very high as long as you tell me about the Court of Owls. How about I just let these little things go? Joker licked his scarlet lips and said very excitedly. Hearing Joker's words, Jason laughed in his heart. These drones are indeed very expensive. Each one costs several $1 million, not counting R&D costs. However, this thing is just a drop in the bucket for Wayne Group. The Wayne family doesn't care about this money at all. Joker's wishful thinking was wrong. Joker, don't think about it, I won't tell you. Besides, it's just a strong electromagnetic restraint device. I really don't think I can do anything about it. Jason said via drone. Joker is truly a Joker, a highly intelligent criminal genius. This kind of thing can be made. Although the main body of the drone is mostly made of carbon fiber, there is still a metal structure inside. Nature is bound by magnetic fields. However, this does not trouble him. Jason worked on the tablet a few times. A few dazzling electric lights flashed on the drone in the underground space, and then it resumed activity. However, Joker is not an easy person to get along with either. As early as when an abnormality occurred on the drone, Joker took action. Two hands from behind the vest were pulled out directly from behind. The pistol in his hand kept firing, and the drone not only fell from midair. Seeing the impact from the drone, Jason's jaw almost dropped to the ground. The underground space is very dark. If it weren't for the infrared camera on the drone, nothing would be visible to the naked eye. Not to mention the black protective color of the drone. It was under this circumstance that Joker shot down almost all the mobile drones. It relies on the flash of lightning from the drone. There was also the sound of propellers in midair. Jason was shocked. It is true that Joker does not have super abilities, but this is not something ordinary people can do. What is the difference between this and having super ability? Sure enough, God treats some people favorably. Even if he has a high IQ, his physical fitness is also so good. Snap, snap, snap. Jason applauded Joker very sincerely. As expected, Mr. Joker with such strength. Even the special forces of the Navy SEALs are nothing more than this. No, Joker bowed. At the moment, Joker is completely like a personable gentleman, not like a lunatic at all. Now, sir, can we have a word? Joker said very elegantly. Elegance and crazy temperament are integrated in him without any abruptness at all, but Jason shook his head regretfully. Mr. Joker, I'm afraid not yet. Why? Joker asked very confused. I don't seem to understand why Jason said that. Snapped. Jason snapped his fingers and dozens of drones flew out of the darkness again. The muzzle of the black hole was pointed at Joker again. Do you understand now? Jason controlled the drone and said condescendingly. Facing Joker, he won't relax. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. Besides, Joker is not a harmless little white rabbit. Naturally, he had to use his full strength. He sent out 100 drones, almost all of Bruce Wayne's inventory. What Joker faced was only a small part. Joker felt a little twitchy when he saw these dense drones. Big dog owner, I scolded this unknown guy hard in my heart. This kind of drone that can carry an automatic rifle and withstand strong recoil is very expensive. A few $1 million at least. How many banks can he rob once? Tens of millions at most. But the drone in front of him is worth at least hundreds of millions. The expression on Joker's face became even more distorted. It seems that you are going to great lengths to deal with me. No, these are just fractions, not much money. Jason said in a relaxed tone. He spent billions just developing artificial intelligence. This is still after mastering the specific technology. Fortunately, his cheap guy is rich. Otherwise, it would be basically impossible for him to develop artificial intelligence. These are really just scraps. Hearing this, Joker's expression became distorted again. These rich people are nothing. What are you doing now, Mr. Joker? Your strong magnetic restraint device probably has no energy. In a poor place like the Underground Kingdom, I don't think you have much usable energy. I wonder what other trump cards you have. If you don't take it out now, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Hearing Jason's words, Joker lowered his head. After a while, his body began to twitch, then burst out into a high-pitched laughter. Ha 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 ha. Jason looked at Joker, who was laughing wildly, confused, in the dark space. The penetrating laughter continued to echo in the small space. Jason's back felt numb. Why are you laughing? Jason asked a little strangely. Surrounded by nearly 100 drones, it is basically impossible for Joker to escape. Jason couldn't figure out what trump card Joker had to escape from here. Joker kept laughing wildly. After a while, it stopped. Even because of his wild laughter, Joker coughed a few times as if he was choking. Wait until Joker looks up. Joker's eyes were already full of blood red, and the expression on his face was abnormally distorted, looking very scary. The Joker grimace on his face appears to be shape-shifting due to distortion. What am I laughing at? I'm laughing that I would be forced to this point by an unknown person. Batman didn't do either. Licking his scarlet lips again, Joker still wanted to say something. However, he was interrupted by Jason. Joker, are these your last words? Last words? No, 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 I don't think you're going to kill me. Joker laughed provocatively. Joker's eyes were full of provocation. It was as if it wasn't him but Jason who was facing the dilemma. Jason looked at Joker on the screen. There was a sigh in my heart. Joker is indeed a Joker and his mental quality is indeed strong. With dozens of guns pointed at his face, he could still talk and laugh like this. And this madman does have arrogance. The reason why madmen are scary. It's because this kind of person doesn't consider the consequences at all and doesn't care about his own life. Joker is the best among lunatics. After living in Gotham City for so long, he has nothing to do, so he certainly has the capital. Mr. Joker, to be honest, I actually admire you a little. As a villain, you have truly achieved the ultimate in villainy. This kind of bottomless madness that doesn't care about other people's lives is really terrifying. When Joker heard this, a bright smile appeared on his face. Thank you for the compliment, can I go now? Joker glanced at the drone provocatively. I'm sorry, Mr. Joker, you can't leave now. I do admire your courage, but I'm afraid you can't leave today. I don't think the preparations you made in Gotham can save your life. Hearing this, Joker raised his head and glanced at Jason with scarlet eyes. Don't you care about the millions of lives lost in Gotham City? There are also people from the Underground Kingdom. Although they are all scum, they are also living beings, aren't they? Joker smiled evilly, his eyes full of mockery. Hey, Mr. Joker, it seems you misunderstood something. I'm not Batman. Jason shook his head. The reason why Joker is so rampant is because of his preparation. He installed over-the-top devices in many places in Gotham City. What's inside is the deadly poison gas he developed. Nitrous oxide. I'm afraid if anything happens to Joker, these devices scattered throughout Gotham City will be opened. Deadly laughing gas will spread throughout Gotham. countless people will die. Especially in the underground kingdom. As long as Joker turns on the device, tens of thousands of criminals here may die directly. If it were Batman here, he would definitely take action. Get out of here obediently. But he's not Batman. Joker misunderstood his strength and his position. He wasn't going to let Joker go just because of the threat. What's more, Joker's stuff can't be written about him. Mr. Joker, I repeat, I am not Batman. You really don't care about these people's lives, Joker said with some surprise. Soon he laughed again. You can't scare me. Even if I die, I will let Gotham City be buried with me. With that said, Joker was so decisive that he took out a detonator from his pocket. He pressed it decisively. After a while, the entire underground kingdom is still silent. Nothing happened. Impossible. Joker's expression also changed drastically. As a highly intelligent criminal genius, he rarely loses his temper like this. But now Joker couldn't help it anymore. His trump card didn't work. Looking at the stunned Joker, Jason said lightly, "Nothing is impossible, Mr. Joker. It seems that your capital is not that useful." As early as when he discovered that Joker was abnormal, Jason had already started working. First, the electromagnetic shielding device on the drone was used to block all electrical signals, unless Joker uses old antique wire transmission technology. Otherwise, no signal can be transmitted from here, plus Skynet search. The three-dimensional map of Gotham City next to it is full of dense red dots. Above is the location of the laughing gas storage device set up by Joker. As long as the drone is dispatched, these devices can be dealt with immediately. Mr. Joker, I'm still more skilled. Jason smiled and pressed the fire button regardless of whether Joker replied or not. Sparks shot out from the gun in the drone. Joker didn't sit still. His body kept shaking, and the pistol in his hand was replaced with a new magazine. Empty in the blink of an eye, more than 24 drones fell directly from the sky. Jason's mouth twitched as he watched this scene. Although the automatic rifle mounted on the drone is less powerful than an ordinary automatic rifle, but it is definitely more powerful than an ordinary pistol. Hit someone, that's just a big hole. A shot to the limbs directly cripples him, and a shot to the main torso will almost certainly kill him. Joker was shot at least 4 or 5 times. The purple suit was dyed blood, coupled with the deadly toxin injection device inserted into the body. Logically speaking, he should just die. But just dragging his body like this, he shot down more than 20 drones, even if there is no sign of life. His body was also leaning against the wall, eyes wide open. It makes Jason feel like he is the villain. Half a day later, Jason said with a sigh, as expected of a Joker, "I'm afraid many people with special abilities don't have this kind of power." Shaking his head, Jason no longer felt sorry for this vicious person. After sending out its own drone, it was determined that Joker had completely lost signs of life. Jason controlled his drone and cremated Joker's body directly. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Joker's body turned into a handful of ashes. A feeling of exhaustion emanates from the heart. Although he did not reach here physically, even through the drone, he could also feel the substantial pressure that Joker brought to him. All I can say is that Joker is a villain, but he is indeed a talent. Shaked his head, let Skynet control the drone to dismantle the laughing gas device. He went directly back to the bedroom to rest. Jason and Joker battle wits and courage. He even directly killed this Gotham City villain. Batman is not idle here either. After learning that Joker planted a bomb in the laboratory, Batman can only let Joker escape, turn around and defuse the bomb. Although Joker's men are all kinds of scum, it can be said that he was full of evil and almost killed people in his hands. But in his eyes, no matter how sinful these people are, we cannot allow others to deprive them of their lives. We can only hand them over to the court for trial. He would save Joker, let alone these people. So he let Joker go and chose to save others. However, after defusing the bomb, he ran into trouble. There really aren't many Joker men who can fight, but Joker's pets are very troublesome. I don't know how Joker was raised. Wolf dog in the laboratory, not only is it large in size, but it also has strong attack power. And extremely flexible. The Czech wolf dog with red eyes is probably no worse than a real wild wolf. Under the attack of these wolf dogs, his stab-proof armor was actually torn and there were a few more holes in his body. He pursues a flexible fighting style. This means that there is no way he can wear a full body plate armor like Iron Man. Although some of his bat armors have high technological content, but Batman doesn't often wear these equipment. The most commonly used armor is ordinary armor, which cannot stop these beasts at all. After roughly treating the wound, Bruce Wayne rushed to the manor in the Batmobile. However, he met an unexpected person on the road. Looking at the motorcycle waiting sideways in front of the Batmobile, Batman's brows furrowed involuntarily. Catwoman, why are you stopping me? I don't want to cause trouble for you now, but if you insist on doing this, I can only send you to jail. Batman looked at the charming woman in front of him and felt a little worried. Catwoman is a character who is both good and evil. Although she often steals things, the amount is huge, absolutely guilty. But this guy also has a kind side and has helped many people. He had nothing to do and didn't want to face this woman who was full of trouble. Batman, you are indeed a heartless man. Have you forgotten what happened before? Catwoman said pitifully. Batman only felt a headache. Even though Catwoman is acting so pitiful now, she really wants to take action. She won't show any mercy. He suffered a lot at the hands of this woman last time. Catwoman, what do you want to do? Bruce Wayne said coldly. At the same time, he put on a defensive posture, ready to take action at any time. Catwoman rolled her eyes at him and said, you really don't understand the mood. I came to tell you information with good intentions, but you want to deal with me. Catwoman looked at Bruce Wayne with a look on her face that said you don't know how to be charming, but Bruce Wayne's heart didn't waver at all. Two words came out of his mouth. Hee. Catwoman gave him an angry look. HMPH, now I think I should ask you for some reward before giving you the things. What exactly do you want to give me? Bruce Wayne frowned. He didn't think Catwoman would find him when she had nothing to do. Batman's identity is not as attractive as Bruce Wayne's. I just want to tell you some news. News about Joker. Bruce Wayne frowned as if considering whether Catwoman's words could be trusted. Explain. After a long time, Bruce Wayne spoke. Now I'm not going to give you this information for free. I want $500,000. Don't worry, this information is definitely worth the price. Bruce Wayne glanced at Catwoman. It changed hands and transferred $500,000 to Catwoman. This little money is just drizzle to him. Even if Catwoman lied to him, the loss would not be big. Now you can say it. Catwoman glanced at her phone, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes. How generous, Batman. Catwoman blew a kiss to Bruce Wayne and became a little impatient to see him. Then he spoke. I came to you to tell you something. You don't have to worry about Joker anymore. He is dead. What? This is impossible. Bruce Wayne said in shock, not even noticing the open wounds on his body. How could Joker die if he is so cunning? I don't know, but he is indeed dead. I still have evidence here. With that said, Catwoman threw over a USB flash drive. Then he blew a kiss to Bruce Wayne and rode away on his motorcycle. Bruce Wayne looked at Catwoman leaving and was not in the mood to cause trouble for Catwoman. He hurriedly entered the Batmobile. Plugging the USB drive into the car computer, Bruce Wayne stared at the screen. After a while, the image of the car appeared on the computer because it is a scene captured by an infrared camera. The video looks a bit washed out, but Bruce Wayne recognized Joker immediately. Then he saw the drone confronting Joker. Immediately his pupils shrank. He could naturally recognize that it was a product of Wayne Group. He also used it more than once. It's just that he doesn't like hiding behind the scenes, so these things were eliminated by him. Then there were these drones that he eliminated. He was actually confronting Joker. And Joker seems to be at a disadvantage. This shocked him. Who is it? How did he control Wayne Group's drones? Is it Alfred? No, Alfred wouldn't do such a thing. Is it Fox? That's not right. It's impossible for Fox to control the drone to this extent. Bruce Wayne thought about it for a long time, but he never thought that anyone could control these drones so naturally. After simply watching the video, he directly dialed Fox's phone number. Mr. Wayne, don't you know that disturbing an old man's rest is extremely excessive? Fox's somewhat annoyed voice came from the phone. Bruce Wayne had no interest in arguing with Fox, so he asked directly, has anyone in the group used the drones? Drones. You mean the ones you eliminated? Fox asked. Yes, those are the ones. Bruce Wayne confirmed directly. Didn't Jason get transferred? Didn't he tell you? Fox asked a little strangely. Jason, this is impossible. Bruce Wayne lost his composure and shouted directly on the phone. It's true that Jason was transferred. What's wrong, Mr. Wayne? What happened? Fox asked. It's okay, Fox, you can rest. With a casual remark, Bruce Wayne hung up the phone. However, the expression on his face was extremely complicated. Bruce Wayne in the Batmobile. At the moment, the Batmobile is traveling quickly through the streets of Gotham City. The indicator is nothing. At the moment, his mind was not on driving at all. Just watch the video and he'll know that was definitely Jason's handiwork. Whether it's the uniform formation of drones or the graceful operation method, none of this is possible for humans. Only artificial intelligence can perform such precise operations. And in Gotham City, the only artificial intelligence is in the hands of his son, but even with the help of artificial intelligence, killing Joker is not that simple. Joker is a very difficult enemy. He battled wits and courage for several months but failed to kill this guy. But it only took one night. This criminal whom he regarded as his lifelong enemy, he died at the hands of his son. This made him feel a little shocked and a little uncomfortable at the same time. There is both the old father's satisfaction in watching his son grow up and his own sadness at being surpassed by his son. Having a genius son is stressful. Think about yourself in Gotham City doing chivalry for many years. I battled wits and courage with Joker every day and even got scars all over my body. The result is not as much as Jason achieved in one night. How does this make him face his son? In the future, when he brags, he will tell his son about his great achievements. The result was not as outstanding as what he did casually. How could this make him feel so embarrassed? When he thought of this, Bruce Wayne felt a little frustrated. But Bruce Wayne soon put these useless emotions out of his mind. Then a smile flashed across his usually serious face. My son is truly a genius. After a silly smile, he accidentally pulled the wound, causing Bruce Wayne's mouth to twitch in pain. Shet. With a curse, Bruce Wayne drove the Batmobile quickly towards Wayne Manor. The next day, early in the morning, after eating breakfast served by the loyal old butler, Jason is ready to experience the corrupt life of capitalists. Although the body is not fully developed yet, it is good to go and see it for eye candy. However, Jason had just finished breakfast. I saw my own advantage. Bruce Wayne. Jason, we need to talk. Bruce Wayne sat across from Jason and said, Bruce, what do you want to talk about? Wiping his mouth, Jason looked at Bruce Wayne and said, taking a deep look at Jason, Bruce Wayne had a bright smile on his face. Jason, you are a genius. You are the greatest genius I have ever seen. Not even Tony Stark has achieved such an achievement at your age. Bruce Wayne wants to say something else, only to be interrupted by Jason. Bruce, I know I'm a genius. Can you say something valuable? I still have to do an experiment. Bruce Wayne felt a lump in his chest when he heard this. This kid is good at everything, but he's so annoying. He took a deep breath and suppressed his urge to spank the child. Jason, remember, since you have such ability, don't let it go. We have extraordinary abilities and we must make good use of them. Don't let power blind you. Bruce Wayne stared into Jason's eyes and said. Jason frowned when he heard Bruce Wayne's words. Do you know what happened last night? That's right. Bruce Wayne nodded. Then you think what I did was wrong? Exactly the opposite. Bruce Wayne said in a relaxed tone, you killed Joker and all of Gotham City should be grateful to you. I just want to say that you must not be blinded by power. Killing Joker is very easy, but it's not easy to be yourself. I never believed that pure killing can bring justice. You have to remember that. Bruce Wayne gave Jason a deep look. Okay, Jason, you can think about these words slowly. Go ahead and enjoy your life. You've been working for months, it's time to take a break. This month, you are not allowed to enter the laboratory again. After saying these words to Jason, Bruce Wayne turned and left. Jason looked at Bruce Wayne's back thoughtfully. After a long time, Jason shook his head. Bruce Wayne thought he was a kid. This can be regarded as concern from Batman. Smiling and shaking his head, Jason turned and left the restaurant. Get ready to experience life. However, as soon as he went out, he was blocked at the door. The person who came was none other than Fox, the chief technical director of Wayne Group. His eyes lit up when he saw Jason. Hey Jason, good boy, come here. Fox strode over and ravaged Jason's little face before speaking. Jason, did you develop Skynet's technology entirely yourself? Definitely. Jason said directly and shamelessly. Doesn't what the system gives him belong to him? Besides, he has mastered all these techniques, but they are not original. He said he developed it himself. Is there any problem? Jason, you're a genius. Tony Stark is an egomaniac who is not as powerful as you at your age. Fox praised with an exaggerated expression. The expression was like a woman seeing a file-sized diamond in a dinosaur egg. When Jason heard this, he felt like laughing. Tony Stark was also unlucky. Two people were comparing him to him today, but Tony Stark is the bald eagle empire's most famous genius. These two people compared him to Tony Stark, which shows that they really think he is a genius. But a moment later, Jason looked at the seemingly innocent smile on Fox's face, and his heart was filled with vigilance. Our ancestors said it well, if you show courtesy for nothing, you will either commit adultery or steal. Fox is a collaborator of the Wayne family, not a slave of the Wayne family. There is absolutely no need to kneel down and lick him, the heir of the Wayne family. Then he now licked him with such grandiosity. Undoubtedly, there is only one reason. The old man had designs on him, therefore the expression on Jason's face became more alert. Fox, just tell me what you want to do. After all, we are all our own people. Jason looked at him a little thoughtfully and said seriously. Hearing this, Fox's face flashed with joy. Yes, we are our own people, so I'll just say it. Jason, do you have any plans to sell your technology? Jason looked at Fox in disbelief when he heard this, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Jason stared at Fox with a look of disbelief on his face. His eyes were full of disbelief. Seeing Jason's expression, Fox felt a little embarrassed and even a little guilty. Jason, although we are our own people, Wayne Group will definitely give you a satisfactory price. We initially estimate that the basic technical information alone can give a price of tens of billions. Fox said this without any confidence. Even if he applies himself to others, Fox himself feels that these words are a bit excessive. If it were him, someone came to him and wanted to acquire the technology that he had spent a lot of effort developing, he would also be in disbelief. And that's even with such a low bid. This is artificial intelligence. If promoted, it can bring about earth-shaking changes to the world and change the technological changes of the entire human race. Not to mention the bionic quantum state service array technology developed by Jason. There are even prototypes of quantum computers. This can drastically change the entire world. Thinking of this, Fox also felt that the price he offered was a bit low. Jason looked at Fox, who looked increasingly guilty, and said hoarsely, "Fox, Skynet is my hard work. I research these technologies day and night without rest or sleep. Skynet is even equivalent to my child." Fox heard Jason say this. His face became even more embarrassed. If it weren't for the protective ability of his skin color, his face would definitely be redder than a monkey's butt right now. But he just wanted to speak, just heard Jason speak. "You have to pay more." "What?" Fox asked in shock. "I said that technology can be sold, but you have to pay more," Jason said with a serious face. Technology is something that is meant to be sold. When science and technology are invented, they inherently carry various meanings, not for fame but for profit. Jason never meant to keep his skills in his hands forever. As long as Fox can provide the money, he dares to sell. However, he doesn't think Fox can afford this value. Existing Wayne Group. Even if you buy his skills, your vitality will be severely damaged. "Not worth it at all," as expected, Fox said with a grimace. "Jason, Wayne Group simply can't generate that much cash flow. We can't afford your technology." When he said this, Fox's face was full of sorrow and anger. "It feels like there is a lively beauty in front of you and you really can't unbutton your belt." That feeling was full of powerlessness. "It's okay, I expected it. We can change the way of cooperation. Besides, I can't sell all the technology." "How do you think we should work together?" Fox was shocked and said, "Wayne Group can exchange some goods in kind and only need some cash." "Definitely, I want something that doesn't belong to our Wayne family." "Fox, you know what I mean." Jason wanted to pat Fox on the shoulder in an old-fashioned way, but unfortunately he found that he was not tall enough. He could only put his hands behind his back calmly. "This is okay too," Fox said happily. As for Jason's last words, he also knew it. Although the Wayne Group is run by the Wayne family, but the Wayne family only held the majority of the shares. There are other shares that are other people's shares. They are all powerful families or companies in Gotham City or even in the entire Bald Eagle Empire. It is this way of cross-holding. These big families have mastered wealth that is difficult for ordinary people to achieve, but they don't look that rich on the surface. Wayne Group also has several other major shareholders. The relationship between these people and the Wayne family is not very good either. It's normal for Jason to think about his family. As for him, he is also a loyal subordinate of the Wayne family faction. Even if Jason doesn't say so, he will do it. Thinking of this, Fox reminded, "Jason, I think it would be better if you just sell some basic knowledge. For example, some basic materials, chip manufacturing, etc. It's best not to let others control things like artificial intelligence. You are still young and there are some things you don't understand." Hearing what Fox said, Jason glanced at the old man with satisfaction. He is indeed a loyal confidant who can build Bruce Wayne's armor. You can say this kind of thing, so it is reliable to leave this matter to him. Thinking of this, Jason's words immediately changed. "Grandpa Fox, you are a friend of our Wayne family. I can rest assured that I can leave this matter to you. You don't have to worry about anything else." When Fox heard this, he glanced at Jason. "I thought to myself, that's not what you said just now. Sure enough, he is Bruce Wayne's son. He can really fool him." After thinking for a long time, Fox, the old Fox, said this. "Jason, don't worry, I won't let you suffer. There are several pieces of equipment in Wayne Group's laboratory that I think you must want. I'll get it for you." "Then thank you, Grandpa Fox," Jason said with a sweet smile. Wayne Group's laboratory has a lot of hard work from the second largest shareholder of Wayne Group. Jason is very satisfied with this reward. The little fox and the old fox looked at each other. Their eyes were full of smiles. A few days later, Wayne Group held a press conference. The technology department of Wayne Group has made huge amounts of breakthroughs in chips and systems. I want to declare war with the two giants Intel and Microsoft in one fell swoop. Suddenly it caused an uproar in the bald eagle empire. Many businesses have heard the news. This naturally includes Stark Technology in New York. At the moment, Tony Stark has not yet experienced the disaster of being captured. He is still the narcissistic playboy that everyone hates. Tony Stark frowned when he saw the news in the newspaper. What the hell is the Wayne Group doing that you dare to post this kind of news? I haven't made a breakthrough in this area yet, so why should they Wayne Group? It's probably just bragging again to deceive investors. Throwing the newspaper on the sofa with disdain, Tony Stark looked at the blonde beauty next to him. Okay, my beauty, let's not worry about that hypocrite Bruce Wayne. Let's cherish this beautiful moment. As he spoke, Tony Stark picked up the blonde beauty and walked towards the bedroom. The newspaper was trampled directly under his feet. At the moment, Jason naturally didn't know that because of him, Wayne Group was defamed by an arrogant genius. He also didn't expect that he would soon have an intersection with this genius who was often mentioned. Jason's life has been very nourishing these past 2 days. Gotham is a sin city, but that's for the poor. While the rich wine and meat smell the road with frozen bone. This is especially evident in Gotham. For wealthy people like Jason, Gotham is paradise. If he wanted something, as long as he had enough money, someone would find it for him. This makes Jason feel quite happy and unwilling to forget about the past. But on this day, Jason's happy life was interrupted by the old butler. "Master Jason, have you seen Master?" Alfred asked Jason while holding an invitation. "I don't know, maybe he went out to do justice again. It's normal that he can't be found." "Oh, it looks like this beautiful invitation is going to the trash can again." Shrugging helplessly, Alfred threw the invitation on the table. "Grandpa Alfred, who gave this invitation?" "Oh, the military is going to issue capstone awards again this year, and we, the Wayne family, are invited to take a look. It's just that Bruce usually doesn't go to this kind of thing." Jason also nodded when he heard this. That's right. Bruce Wayne is an absolute nerd. Even if you are participating in an event, you are participating in an event originally from Gotham City. He will basically not participate in other activities of the Bald Eagle Empire. This also makes the Wayne family, although very powerful, not famous in the Bald Eagle Empire, far less famous than companies like Stark Industries and Osborne Industries. Bruce Wayne is also famously low-key. There is basically no news about him from the outside world. Bruce Wayne would basically not participate in this kind of activity. It was just an invitation. As long as he was a reputable figure in the Bald Eagle Empire, he would send a copy to the Wayne family. But think about it. Jason suddenly felt that the Pinnacle Award sounded familiar, so he asked, "Grandpa Alfred, this year's Apex Award winner won't be Tony Stark, right?" "Yes, how did you know?" Alfred asked a little strangely. Jason smiled when he heard this. He doesn't just know this. He also knew the unfortunate Tony Stark. After receiving the award, he was kidnapped by terrorists in just one night. They were also captured and used exclusively to make weapons. Very pitiful. "Grandpa Alfred, since Bruce doesn't have time, how about we go and participate?" "I'd like to meet Tony Stark too." "Oh, Jason, it seems you want to compete with Tony Stark, right?" Alfred looked at Jason kindly and said with a smile. Jason could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile. After making the decision, Alfred was very efficient. "Get on the Wayne family's private jet." Alfred took Wayne straight to Las Vegas. He was accompanied by a security team of nearly 100 people. Jason is not like the other Wayne family ironheads. He takes his life safety very seriously. When traveling far away, it is natural to bring more bodyguards. Sitting on a plane, time flies by. It just took over an hour of work. He arrived at this legendary gambling city. I don't know what the Bald Eagle military thinks. The Summit Awards ceremony should be held in Las Vegas. Anyway, Jason didn't see anything suitable for awarding awards here. "Master Jason, shall we go to the award ceremony?" Alfred asked, standing next to Jason. "Definitely not, Grandpa Alfred. I'm here to meet Tony Stark. I'm not going to meet those war maniacs and arms dealers in the military." He shook his head and looked down upon the Bald Eagle military personnel. Jason said, holding the phone, "Skynet, investigate. Where is Tony Stark?" "It's the young master." Skynet's voice rang on the phone again. "Master, Tony Stark is in the largest casino in Las Vegas." After hearing Skynet's words, Jason nodded. "Grandpa Alfred, let's go." Although Alfred was very puzzled that Tony Stark did not go to the award ceremony but went to the casino. But he knows the power of artificial intelligence. He nodded without saying anything and took Jason into a Rolls-Royce next to him. Soon, Alfred took Jason to the largest casino in Las Vegas. After entering this luxurious building, the noisy life came from inside. There are people having fun everywhere. Under the protection of a kind of bodyguard, Jason separated from the crowd and walked directly towards Tony Stark. From a distance, he saw Tony Stark shouting among the crowd. I saw Tony Stark hugging him from left to right. Two blonde beauties are pregnant again. There was even more yelling and screaming from the inside. 6 o'clock, yeah, beauty, blow on the dice. After kissing the woman, Tony Stark threw the dice, then he continued yelling. Jason couldn't help but cover his eyes. He shouldn't have come, now Tony Stark in 4 words. It was simply unsightly. Before he was captured by the 10 rings, Tony Stark was a complete B**********. D. Only, come all come. Jason comforted himself in his mind. He walked up to say hello. Tony Stark felt someone telling him to turn around. I saw Jason, who was now only half a man tall. Where did this little guy come from? Can't you find your mother? Ha ha ha. Next thing you know, Tony Stark is laughing. Jason's face suddenly turned ugly. I'm a teenager, isn't it normal to be so tall? Originally, I wanted to give you a hand, but now you go to the desert and sing tears behind bars. Before Jason could speak, it was Alfred who spoke. Mr. Stark, please be respectful. This is Mr. Jason Wayne, Bruce Wayne's son. What? When Tony Stark heard this, he glanced at Jason in surprise. After a long time, he said, smash it, smash it. As expected, he is the hypocrite son of Bruce Wayne. He smells of hypocrisy. Tell me, kid, why did you come to me? For your father's sake, I reluctantly listened to your request. Although Jason scolded Tony Stark tens of thousands of times in his heart, but he said with a very fake smile on his face, Mr. Stark, I heard that you built your own semi-artificial intelligence in your home. It just so happens that I have made some achievements in this area. How about we talk about it? Tony Stark heard this as if he had heard some good joke. Ha 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 ha, little guy, are you serious? You actually want to discuss artificial intelligence with me? Are you the only one? I don't have time to play house with you. How about I buy some milk for you to drink? Tony Stark looked at Jason and said with a loud laugh, looking at the smug Tony Stark. Jason had the urge to slap Tony Stark in the face with his shoe. Grandpa Alfred, let's go. This is a B*******D with a sperm on his brain. It seems that the genius of Tony Stark circulating on the market is all exaggerated. Maybe some people bought the publicity themselves. Jason said to Alfred loudly and deliberately. That voice just passed into the ears of Tony Stark, who was touching the beautiful woman next to him. What did you say? Tony Stark said loudly. Tony Stark is a man with a very strong self-esteem. Jason said that to him in public, which made him feel very uncomfortable. I said, you are just a playboy with a sperm in your head. Jason said with a sneer, I'm just wasting my time coming here. Everything you do proves my point. If you disagree, prove it to me. Jason said with a sneer. The job Tony Stark does is certainly not that bad. In fact, his design has reached the extreme of engineering. The several robots in his basement are a mixture of artificial intelligence and mechanical engineering. Basic responses and self-control have been achieved. It can be said that it is very outstanding technically. However, it is naturally impossible for him to tell the truth. Hearing Jason's words, Tony Stark laughed angrily. Boy, you p******** D me off. Tony Stark was furious when he heard this. He originally didn't want to get to know this little guy, but now this little guy talks so unpleasantly. He was going to teach this little guy a lesson for Bruce Wayne. Come on, let's find a place. Let me show you, kid, what it means to have someone outside the world and a sky outside the world. Tony Stark is also a very childish person. I couldn't bear it immediately after hearing Jason's words. Good. Jason's plot succeeded and he pretended to be indifferent and said something. As the saying goes, rocks from other mountains can attack Jade. Ultron artificial intelligence was originally the joint work of Tony Stark and Bruce Banner. Tony is very capable in this area. Although he has mastered this technology, he might also be able to get some inspiration from Tony Stark's ideas. The two looked at each other and the air became a little anxious. Then walked outside. Soon, the two came to a guest room. Boy, I heard that you know a lot about artificial intelligence. What do you think of the K-means clustering algorithm? K-means clustering algorithm is commonly used to deal with image segmentation problems. Convert images into digital language that can be recognized by artificial intelligence to improve artificial intelligence's learning ability. As the saying goes, they are the eyes of artificial intelligence. It is a very important algorithm. Jason smiled relaxedly when he heard Tony Stark ask this. Let me tell you about the normal aggregation algorithm I use. By clustering the original unlabeled input data, usually images, until data with similar characteristics are reasonably clustered into groups. As soon as Jason opened his mouth, he spoke a few thousand words eloquently. Tony Stark was a little confused. Not only because the technology Jason mentioned is very advanced, but also because he always feels that this algorithm has an inexplicable sense of familiarity. But he was certain that he had never seen this kind of technology before. I can only comfort myself that the kid in front of me may be lucky, but he also put away the contempt in his heart. This guy still has some skills, but he didn't take it to heart. He has seen many geniuses, but he has never seen anyone more talented than him. Not bad, I still have some skills. Tony Stark nodded haughtily. Then what do you think about divergent evolution such as artificial intelligence? Jason glanced at Tony Stark and said, the divergent evolution of artificial intelligence makes it difficult for artificial intelligence to use the same data set to handle problems with similar data set types. For example, the ImageNet dataset is used to deal with a target recognition problem, and the final recognition result is very good. But this does not guarantee that you can still have very good recognition results when dealing with video recognition and facial recognition. Compared to the divergent evolution of artificial intelligence, I agree more with its progress in convergent evolution. Using automatic optimization of artificial intelligence algorithms to perform operations within a deep framework, making artificial intelligence simulate human thinking to some extent. Tony Stark was shocked when he heard Jason Taodao's words. Mikau, so smart, even Tony Stark didn't want to admit it deep down. But he couldn't deny that on a certain level, Jason's ideas seemed to be a little more advanced than his. He was actually inspired after listening to it. Tony Stark would never admit that. Not bad. He nodded pretendingly to hide the shock in his heart. Tony Stark then spoke. No matter how good the theory is, it is nothing more than a theory. The artificial intelligence I created, JARVIS, has reached the stage of strong artificial intelligence. I don't know, your theory is so solid, how about it in practice? As he said that, Tony Stark gave Jason a provocative look. Follow the Turing test. The capabilities of artificial intelligence are divided into several stages. They are weak artificial intelligence, strong artificial intelligence, and Superman artificial intelligence. It is compared with human beings. Reaching the level of strong artificial intelligence means that the level of artificial intelligence can surpass that of ordinary humans. Possess human IQ. Tony Stark's mechanical butler, JARVIS, has evolved over the years, obviously already have self-awareness. Although the final step towards evolution was inseparable from the help of Mind Gem, but it has reached the pinnacle of human artificial intelligence. It's just that compared to the mature technology in his hands, it is still lagging behind. Tony Stark wanted to regain his place in this area, but it was a miscalculation. Sorry, Mr. Stark, the artificial intelligence Skynet in my hand is at least as strong as artificial intelligence, and it should be much stronger than your AI. This is impossible. Tony Stark crossed his arms and sneered. Impossible? How about we make a bet? A smile appeared on Jason's face. What bet? Tony Stark said. I can breach JARVIS's firewall in 2 minutes. This is impossible, Tony Stark said flatly. Compared with human network offensive and defensive warfare, the war between artificial intelligences doesn't have so many bells and whistles. What is compared is the arithmetic ability. Computing ability is closely related to artificial intelligence algorithms. He didn't believe that Jason's algorithm could be better than his. It is impossible to break through JARVIS's firewall within 2 minutes. Jason looked at Tony Stark, who looked confident. I couldn't help but sigh. Comrade Tony is still too young. If it were him, he would never be so sure. You have to leave room for yourself in everything. Definitely, Tony Stark also has the ability to be confident. As one of the most talented people in the Bald Eagle Empire, it's normal to have this kind of confidence after being praised all the time. It's just that Jason is going to teach Tony Stark a lesson today. Mr. Stark, it's useless to say anything. How about we try it out? If I can't succeed, I will give you all my artificial intelligence technology. If I succeed, how about you tell me all your understanding of artificial intelligence? Hearing this, Tony Stark fell into thinking. If he didn't take it seriously before, now he takes it more seriously. He can see it. The boy in front of him is really capable. Even though he is conceited, Tony Stark is not weak in his life, but he still didn't want to give up this opportunity. After a moment of reserve, Tony Stark spoke, though I don't think you can pull it off. But for Bruce Wayne's sake, I'll give you a chance. Jason looked at Tony Stark's expression of reluctance, smirking inwardly. Let me see if you can still be so confident later. Mr. Stark, let's get started. You do whatever you want, I've already prepared it. Tony Stark said with pride. Skynet, start the intrusion process, do not copy the data. Yes, Master. Skynet responded through the phone and began to invade. Tony Stark was still calm, but after a while the expression on his face became weird, nothing else. JARV. IS started frantically warning in his Bluetooth headset. The artificial intelligence he was so proud of was being defeated steadily in virtual battles. Jason looked at the look on Tony Stark's face. I also felt a little happy in my heart. It's surprising that Tony Stark's JARV can stop it. Ultron artificial intelligence was originally Tony Stark's technology. It also incorporates the techniques of fellow genius Bruce Banner. It can be said that Ultron artificial intelligence is definitely the technological crystallization of two geniuses, and it's the crystallization of technology a few years later. Tony Stark's technology may not have developed much in the past few years. This is equivalent to him using someone else's fully developed technology. Go play the technology you just started researching. It's a wonder Tony Stark can stop him, not to mention the system's technology has been enhanced. Even if Tony Stark and Bruce Banner develop Ultron again, they will still be crushed. Tony's ability to hold off for such a long time is already very impressive. Sure enough, Jason did something magical. JARVIS can no longer withstand Skynet's invasion. Tony Stark's face also turned ugly. Seeing Tony Stark's face full of doubts about life, Jason quickly comforted him. Mr. Stark's artificial intelligence is really powerful, and it took a lot of effort for my Skynet to break through JARVIS's defenses. My Skynet only has a slight advantage in computing power. Jason comforted Tony Stark, but Tony Stark's eyes were still blank. Is it really like this? Is it really just a matter of budget ability being a little more than JARVIS? He, who is also good at artificial intelligence, naturally understands. Skynet is already superior to JARVIS in terms of computing capabilities and underlying logic algorithms. This frustrated him a little. What he had studied for so long was lost to a teenager. Take a deep breath, Tony Stark said. You win this time, kid, I'll give you the stuff. As he spoke, Tony Stark sent a large portion of the information to Jason, then he continued. But boy, don't be too confident. I can't surpass you in artificial intelligence, it's just that I haven't been thinking about it recently. I will definitely be able to develop an artificial intelligence that is more advanced than yours in 2 days. Jason chuckled inwardly when he heard this. You can indeed do it, but it certainly won't be something you can do in 2 days. Indeed, Mr. Stark is indeed a genius. Stark has deep knowledge in mechanical engineering and nuclear physics, but I can't. He is only good at artificial intelligence and is not as talented as Mr. Stark. Jason smiled and said, business blows off each other. Who would? We are all adults, so it is normal to be polite. Sure enough, Tony Stark was greatly benefited from this. The expression on his face also became better. If ordinary people said that to him, he would definitely sneer at it. But Jason just surpassed him in artificial intelligence and got his approval. The words he said sounded different to his ears. However, the habits he had developed over the years still prevented him from completely letting go of his face. Boy, you are pretty good in terms of artificial intelligence. And Tony Stark said a lot, want to engage in business exchanges. It's just that Jason's mind is not on this at all. After he obtained Tony Stark's technology, the system in his mind moved again. Get insights into Tony Stark's artificial intelligence technology. Optimization of the underlying architecture of Ultron artificial intelligence. Jason was shocked when he heard the news. Then came great joy. Is there such a good thing? Tony Stark is a good man. Jason felt a little elated, but he didn't know it until a moment later. He was happy too early. The host meets the plot characters head-on. System function activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the technology extraction function. You will have a chance to obtain the technology owned by the character through direct communication or battle with the plot mission. Jason was even more surprised when he heard the news. The system is awesome. Tony Stark is such a good guy. This function is really useful. Unlike Tony Stark, a true genius, he can only be regarded as a genius. All techniques are learned from the system. Although the technology in hand is advanced, it also has its own limitations. That is, technology can only be limited to one discipline. He has artificial intelligence technology and only knows artificial intelligence. But Tony Stark is different. He is an all-rounder. She has profound attainments in mechanical engineering, bioengineering, new materials, nuclear physics, and other fields. This is something Jason can't compare to. It's different now. With the new function of the system, he can also become an all-rounder. So Jason's expression became more pleasing to the eye when he saw Tony Stark. Tony Stark is a good man. We must stay close to each other in the future. Tony Stark leaned over and looked at Jason unkindly. Jason, hey boy, are you listening to me carefully? Tony Stark felt a little angry. He just saw Jason speak so nicely. I am going to talk more about his work in artificial intelligence, but unexpectedly he hasn't started yet. The kid in front of me was actually distracted. This really made him angry. Jason glanced at Tony Stark and smiled quickly. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, your skills are really great. I was fascinated by what I just watched. I'm sorry. Tony Stark looked a little better when he heard Jason say this, glanced at Jason, as if to say, I guess you kid are wise. Jason couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Why does Tony Stark act like a child? Mr. Stark, don't worry, let's go on, let's go on. I completely agree with Mr. Stark's understanding of artificial intelligence infrastructure just now. But I also have a slightly different perspective. I think existing servers can no longer support artificial intelligence-level pre-computing. I think we have to get more advanced server technology. Bionics is a major direction. As we all know, there are billions of neurons in the human brain. The propagation of electrical signals within them forms the complex fabric of our thoughts. If we can simulate the function of the human brain, it doesn't take much, just basic simulation, and the problem of insufficient computing power can be solved. Hearing what Jason said, Tony Stark was also thoughtful. There is essentially no difference between artificial intelligence and ordinary computers, except that algorithms are the core. The hardware foundation is also a very important part. If an ordinary computer is slightly overclocked, the computer will heat up endlessly and the CPU will not be able to withstand it. The same is true for artificial intelligence. Something that can only support ordinary calculations, you make it bear excessive calculations. This is definitely not possible. Therefore, artificial intelligence must require better hardware facilities. For his artificial intelligence butler JARVIS, we directly found a 5- or 6-story building in the Stark building to place the server. But it's still a bit overwhelming. Sometimes when doing experiments, we also need to use the internet for cloud computing. The idea of bionic servers that Jason mentioned also gave him a reminder. Thinking of this, Tony Stark's face became serious. Your method is indeed good, but it's still difficult to achieve with existing technology. First of all, our understanding of the human brain is very rudimentary. It's still very difficult to achieve the functions of the human brain. Secondly, we do not have suitable materials. Existing silicon-based chip materials cannot simulate the functions of the human brain at all. When Tony Stark talks about technology, he immediately seems to be a different person. He completely lost his usual playboy and carefree look. He immediately became a professional. Jason also sighed when he saw the change in Tony Stark. It's no accident that Tony Stark can achieve this level of success. Normally, I usually stay up all night doing experiments, relying entirely on coffee. This is also reflected in the movie. Moreover, Tony Stark also has an amazing professional sense of smell. The essence of the matter can be seen clearly at a glance. It can be seen that materials are an important factor limiting the development of technology. There is such a method in the engineering world. Technical problems are ultimately material problems. Any technical bottleneck can be solved as long as there are materials with sufficient performance. The same is true for the problem of insufficient computing capabilities. Silicon-based chips limit machine computing capabilities, but fortunately, he has solved this problem long ago. In other words, Tony Stark, inspired by the mind gem, has solved it, Jason said with a bright smile on his face. Mr. Stark, I just have some new ideas in this area. Hearing this, Tony Stark suddenly felt an ominous premonition. It was exactly what he expected. Jason then spoke. The human brain is indeed a very complex organ. There is no definitive study of the human brain in the world yet, but we also have other ways. The way the brain thinks is actually not that difficult. Various neurons send out electrical signals coupled with chemical reactions at the synapses. Let us form thoughts in our minds. We cannot accurately simulate the synthesis and delivery of various chemicals in the brain. But we can, to a certain extent, simulate the way electrical signals are transmitted in the brain. Jason glanced up at Tony Stark. Seeing him, my mind was completely attracted by his words. He immediately spoke again. The strength of metals depends on the free electrons in the metal. The conductive ability of different materials is different because of the different energy bands. Some substances have forbidden bands that completely isolate electrons. Nature cannot conduct electricity. Most organisms are very poor conductors of electricity and have high electrical resistance. That's why I developed an eco-friendly metal. It uses quark-level particles smaller than matter atoms, making it more conductive than gold, which is the most conductive of electricity. It can completely achieve the purpose of simulating biological electrical signals. Jason paused and glanced at Tony Stark. Only Tony Stark's face was full of deep thought. It uses lithium, an active element that is commonly used today. Then it goes through a honeycomb fiberization process and a certain amount of other pairs of paramethyl amino acids are added. It can form an active metal similar to biological tissue. When Jason said this, he was a little surprised himself. Biological tissue and metal are two completely different things, but with clever technical processing, the resulting material is fully biologically active and has metallic properties. Its ability to conduct electricity is almost comparable to that of superconductors. Plus, the resistance is very low. There is no need to worry about server heating. It is simply a material that can be used as the core of a server. Compared with the current common silicon-based chips, the performance is not much better. Without any exaggeration, it is not a problem to exchange this technology for tens of billions of dollars. This is a technology that can cause a major earthquake in the entire semiconductor industry. Tony Stark heard this and looked at the information Jason gave him. There were also huge waves in my heart. He had to admit in his heart that he underestimated the young man in front of him. At the same time, Jason also got feedback. Conduct scientific discussions with plot tasks. The extracted target possesses technology. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the steel battle suit technology. Jason looked at the system prompts and was full of surprises. Tony Stark is simply his lucky star, provided him with a new system function. It also provided him with a new technology. It's still his own special skill. What kind of spirit is this? This is the spirit of international selfless dedication. The way Jason looked at Tony Stark became gentler. Mr. Stark, what do you think of this technology? Tony Stark was shocked when he heard this. Just now he had an in-depth understanding of this technology. The more he understood, the more he realized the power of this technology. This isn't just a bionic server thing. It is another big breakthrough in the field of materials. It is simply a new technical research direction that has been opened. He even thought that this technology could win a Nobel Prize. Thinking of this, Tony Stark felt even more uncomfortable. How could that guy Bruce Wayne give birth to such a genius child? Envy, jealousy, and hatred spoke after a long while. Jason, your development direction is really good. It's just that there is still room for improvement in some aspects. For example, in the integration of biologically active factors. That still needs to be improved. When Tony Stark said this, Jason was shocked. As expected of Tony Stark, most people see Tony Stark as Iron Man. It seems like he only has outstanding abilities in mechanical engineering. But in fact, Tony Stark is a true all-rounder. In the movie, after Pepper is captured by the villain, Extremis was injected. It became a dangerous source that could explode at any time. But Tony Stark is seeing Extremis for the first time. It took several months of hard work to turn Chili into a normal person. The villain Killian has spent more than 20 years studying this virus. It's no wonder Killian has such a deep grudge against him, Tony Stark. It can be seen from this that Tony Stark also has very in-depth research in the field of biological sciences. He could see the flaws in this metal and it was very normal. Mr. Stark, you are truly a genius. Jason praised sincerely. Tony Stark's face darkened when he heard Jason say this. Are you mocking me? Are you really mocking me? You, a guy who developed this kind of technology as a teenager, praise me as a genius. Why does this sound so unpleasant? Never mind. I am an adult who has a lot of knowledge and is not as knowledgeable as a child. No matter how talented he is only good at an artificial intelligence, and I'm a jack of all trades. I'm much better than this kid. After comforting himself, Tony Stark felt much better. After preparing his mind, Tony Stark showed a fake smile on his face. Jason, you're not bad either. Your understanding of artificial intelligence is very deep and has reached the top level in the world. Second to me, Jason rolled his eyes at this. Tony Stark is really narcissistic. At this time, I don't forget to boast, it's really good enough. The key thing is that what he said is true. There are really not many scientists on Earth who can compare with him. After all the calculations, there are only 4 or 5. He can now be counted among them. This made Jason suddenly feel a little happy. I've always admired Mr. Stark's truth-telling nature. It's really fascinating. Jason also told lies with his eyes open, completely forgot about an hour or two ago. The scene where he points at Tony Stark's nose and curses him. The two exchanged business blows for a long time. Let's start talking about the technical aspects again. The discussion got to a point where the two even used artificial intelligence to conduct simulations. If conditions didn't allow it, they would all want to experiment with their ideas in the laboratory. The two discussed it for several hours, until night falls. Both of their stomachs growled before they stopped. At the moment, the relationship between the two people is very harmonious. Although Tony Stark is an arrogant man, he is also very arrogant and venomous. But I really have nothing to say to my friends. Just talk about the Avengers, guys. Without the support of Tony Stark, he would have been living on the streets and eating ashes. Where can we live together in a mansion and drink beer every day? Counting on Nick Fury, they would have starved to death. And War Machine is even more so. Whether it was Tony personally accompanying him to recover after being injured or giving away the steel armor that he had never given away, it can all be said that Tony Stark is a person who values his friends very much. He cares very much about the people he recognizes. It's just that on the surface he looks very arrogant, which can easily be misunderstood by others. Jason felt all of this. In this short time, he has obtained a lot of technology from Tony Stark. Some can still be recognized by the system. This is a true friend. Jason sighed and said, "Tony, that's it for today. We can talk about it later when we have time. I won't interrupt your spring night anymore. You little brat doesn't know a thing." Tony Stark said contemptuously, "I am cow." Jason was extremely angry. Although he is still young, he is very talented. Tony Stark, that be ****D, actually said that to him. "I was originally planning to treat you just once so that you would suffer less, but now I'm done with it." Some people have a lot of hair by then, but it doesn't last long, so what's the use? Jason mocked, not wanting to be outdone. "Hey kid, do you know what you're talking about? I'm Tony." Tony Stark immediately jumped up from his chair like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "I'm not interested in learning about these things. I'm still young." Jason said something, and Tony Stark suddenly fell silent. At the moment, he was also a little annoyed. How could he be so easily aroused by this little guy? Tony Stark felt that it must be because this kid was so mature that he didn't look like a child at all. He even sometimes felt that Jason was more mature than him, but soon he threw this unreliable idea out of his mind. "How is this possible?" Shaking his head, Tony Stark said, "Haha, I don't know the same as you. You go back to find your father." Jason didn't take it seriously when he heard this. He had also experienced Tony's mouth, and this tone was completely normal to him. It would be a big headache for Tony Stark to be gentle one day. He shook his head nonchalantly. Jason said goodbye to Tony Stark and left the room. The next day when Jason got up from bed, it was already 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He benefited a lot from his conversation with Tony Stark yesterday. "I did the experiment all night yesterday." Naturally, he got up later, but when we came together, Alfred walked in from outside before eating. "Master, something happened." "What happened? Did something happen to Tony Stark?" Jason said to Alfred while eating his sandwich. "Master, how do you know?" "Does this matter have anything to do with you?" Alfred said in surprise. Jason rolled his eyes and said, "Grandpa Alfred, do you think it's possible?" "Then how did you know?" Alfred asked with a frown. "Grandpa Alfred, don't you even read news on your mobile phone?" Jason said helplessly, not to mention that he already knew something was going to happen to Tony Stark. Just talking about the various news on the phone was enough for him to understand what happened. The news with various shocking headlines can be said to attract enough attention. He even has the demeanor of some editorial offices in his previous life. Alfred also realized that he had made a big joke. Old people like him still like to read newspapers for things like mobile phones. Although he also uses it, he doesn't use it as frequently as young people. Seeing the embarrassment on Alfred's face, Jason smiled and said, "Grandpa Alfred, did you give him the gift I gave Tony Stark?" "Definitely." Alfred said, "That's okay, Tony Stark can't die." Jason said nonchalantly. Originally, he wanted to directly persuade Tony Stark not to participate in the military product promotion. But after thinking about it, he felt that there seemed to be no reason for him to do so. He and Tony Stark were not related to each other, and their friendship was not that deep. Even if he told him, Tony Stark would definitely not believe it. After talking about it, Tony Stark might even suspect that the Wayne family might want to enter the arms industry. "I want to steal his family's business." But Tony Stark gave him so much technology and he couldn't ignore it. He gave Tony Stark a body armor newly developed by Wayne Group. Body armor made of ultrafine carbon fiber. The thickness is only slightly thicker than an ordinary shirt. But it can block automatic rifle fire. Although the huge kinetic energy of firearms cannot be completely eliminated, but wearing this body armor, he would never end up with a big hole in his chest. As for whether Tony Stark will wear it, he wasn't worried at all. He gave Tony Stark a good scare yesterday, described the deserts of oil countries as the home of terrorists. If it weren't for the fact that the design list this time was too big, Tony Stark was almost too scared to go to oil countries to discuss business. In fact, the reality was no different than Jason expected. Tony Stark was frightened when he heard Jason's exaggerated statement, So much so that after he got off the private plane, he even exchanged body armor with a soldier regardless of his demeanor. "Tony, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid of heat stroke?" Tony Stark's Colonel Roddy said helplessly. "Oh, Roddy, I'm protecting myself." Tony Stark said something. "Happy you should wear one too, this place is too dangerous." "Tony, hey Tony." Colonel Roddy really couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed Tony and said, "Tony, this is the Bald Eagle military base. There is no danger at all. Don't be afraid." "Rhodey, who can say for sure? I heard that terrorists here like to use suicide bombs and nuclear weapons," Tony Stark said without hesitation. Colonel Roddy rolled his eyes helplessly. "There is such a thing as a suicide bomb, but nuclear weapons, which be ****D is talking nonsense. If the petrostates had nuclear weapons, how could they, the Bald Eagles, dare to come in and grab oil as they pleased?" After some hard work, Roddy persuaded Tony Stark to return the military body armor that was taken from the soldier. But Tony put on the light body armor that Jason gave him. Only then did he feel much safer. He comforted himself and calmed down his emotions. Tony Stark began to introduce his Jericho missile to the military. After seeing this kind of cluster bomb that can automatically lock on the target, the military decisively placed an order worth billions. After Tony opened the red wine, he also moved the territory with the soldiers. Along the way, I joked with a few fan soldiers. Tony Stark's nervousness also eased a lot, but before he could be happy for too long, he heard a loud bang. The military jeep in front of it suddenly erupted into a huge amount of sparks. "What's going on? What happened?" Tony Stark suddenly became very panicked. "Shet, enemy attack. Shet, fire. Stay in the car." On sight there was an attack. The soldiers in the car had absolutely no time to protect Tony Stark and just let him stay in the car. He quickly ran outside the car and fired back with a firearm. However, these attackers were obviously well prepared. They were naturally prepared to attack the Bald Eagle Empire, the most elite force in the world. After a while, the few soldiers who resisted were all killed. As soon as Tony Stark saw this situation, he ignored the warnings of several soldiers and ran out directly. Braving the gunfire, he ran behind a rock with dangerous risks. Tony Stark pulled out his cell phone as if to call for backup. As a top rich man and the smartest scientist in the world, he naturally has ways to save his life. But before he could make a call, he saw an additional missile in front of him. The name Stark Industries is clearly visible above. Shet. Tony Stark turned around and wanted to run, but before he could move, the bomb in front of him exploded. Then Tony Stark fly out a few meters away. Tony Stark felt pain all over his body when he landed. It was like being crushed by a steamroller. But when he touched his body, he discovered that there were no wounds on his body. Look down. The suit on his chest was in pieces. Some tiny metal fragments were embedded in it. Tony Stark was terrified. If he hadn't been wearing the bulletproof vest that Jason gave him, he would have been disabled at the moment. "Ha ha ha, Jason, you are a genius." With an excited shout, Tony Stark turned around and got up and wanted to run. However, he hasn't taken a few steps yet. I felt a sharp pain in the back of my neck, then my eyes went black and I fell to the ground. Before falling into coma, Tony Stark only had time to have one thought. Oil country is so G dangerous. Of course, Jason didn't know what happened to Tony Stark in the oil country. He just knows. A man of luck like Tony Stark would definitely not die so easily. There was nothing else to do, and his old man went out to do chivalry again. He could only return to the laboratory again. After all, he just got lucky and learned the technology of steel battle suit from Tony Stark. This made him very impatient. Who doesn't want a steel battle suit of their own? It's just a person who has this kind of dream. Now that he can realize it, he will naturally realize it. Skynet, create a file codenamed Mark V. File creation has been completed. Please enter the content. The main body is divided into two parts, the energy part and the armor part. After feeling the vast amount of information in his mind, Jason thought for a moment and said, "I have to say, Tony Stark is really a genius. With a mortal body, he can stand up to the gods. This is not just talk." In the steel armor, many things are black technologies across the ages. Take the defensive ability of steel armor as an example. This is something very incredible. In real life, physical defense also has limits. For example, authentic military body armor is very heavy. On top of the body armor, there are various protective ceramic plates and protective steel plates. The purpose is to offset the powerful kinetic energy of the bullet. Even if an ordinary bulletproof vest blocks a bullet, the powerful kinetic energy of the bullet will also cause a great impact on the human body. The same goes for steel armor. To block an attack, consider the impact. A layer of alloy armor with a thickness of only a few centimeters may be able to block frontal bombardment from a tank's main gun. But how to mitigate the impact of artillery shells is a very big problem. If it is not handled well, the person inside the steel armor will be directly beaten into a puddle of flesh by the impact. And this is an insignificant part of the black technology of steel armor. Other black technologies include acceleration buffering, energy weapons, cold nuclear fusion, mediumless propulsion engines, global non-segment real-time communications, and so on. Even Jason's technology comes from direct infusion of the system. It also took a long time to sort out these technologies. Wait until he inputs the technical skills into Skynet by category and creates a file. Jason said after all preparations were completed. Open Archive Energy System Cold Fusion Arc Reactor. Jason said carefully, what technology is the most black technology in Tony Stark's steel armor? There is no doubt that it is an arc reactor, which belongs to the category of controllable miniature cold fusion. How awesome is this thing? For example, a reactor the size of a fist file can instantly generate as much energy as a quarter of an arc reactor. This is a very scary concept. Mastering this technology means that only a few dozen arc reactors are needed across the country to meet the country's electricity needs. What an amazing technology. It is no exaggeration to say that based on the technological level of his previous life, the arc reactor would have been at least 1,000 years ahead of the world. Not to mention, this invincible miniature energy can also be used in aircraft carriers, nuclear submarines, spaceships, weapons, etc. In Jason's opinion, the value of the steel armor is not as high as the value of the arc reactor. Therefore, his first project was the arc reactor. However, this reaction is very difficult to create. Don't look at it. Tony Stark made this thing in a cave with ease. But there is a scientist in the movie who said it well. That's Tony Stark, someone who can rely on his own technology to fight against alien warlords with a population of tens of billions and control of hundreds of planets. Sometimes Jason even had doubts that Tony Stark was the man who cheated. Fortunately, it was actually him who cheated. Shaking his head to get rid of the envy in his mind, Jason spoke. Skynet, order a few tons of palladium metal. Yes, master. Jason nodded with satisfaction after hearing the reply. Although palladium is a precious metal, it can be used in many fields such as aerospace, energy, and automobiles. But the price is not high, cheaper than gold. For him, who was born into the Wayne family, it was incredibly cheap. Naturally, he ordered more. As for the new elements used in future generations of steel battle suits, Jason feels it is completely unnecessary. That unlucky guy Tony Stark was poisoned by palladium metal only because he had the arc reactor in his body. He has no such worries. War Machine uses steel armor every day and still has no problems. The high level of energy used by the first generation and mass-produced version, which was quickly eliminated, was too wasteful. Palladium metal is cheap, isn't it delicious? Unlike Tony Stark, who likes to show off. Jason prefers to work behind the scenes. That custom-made steel battle suit like Tony Stark's would be a bit inappropriate. With Skynet, like Ultron, building an army of mechas is his best choice. In the end, he only built himself a nano armor, which was enough. Wait until he has accumulated his armor for a few years. He is not afraid even if Thanos comes. Wouldn't he be happy if he could just overwhelm Thanos with a massive army of steel armors? Thinking of this, Jason chuckled. Establishing a controllable miniature cold fusion reactor production line. Secretly buying a piece of land in Africa to build a factory. Archive this file as top secret and prohibit others from reading it. Open the laboratory and prepare for the initial manufacturing of a controllable miniature cold fusion reactor. Order a 5-axis simultaneous processing machine tool from the Wayne Group Machine Tool Department. The laboratory has divided a special area to establish the Tokmak Strong Magnetic Confinement Device. A series of commands were issued from Jason's mouth. Under the efficient arrangements of Skynet, it was quickly implemented. For a scientist, having an artificial intelligence like Skynet is very worry-free. After a pause, Jason continued. Load technical template. Design diagram of projecting controllable miniature cold fusion. Jason gave an order and a huge amount of projection appeared in the laboratory. Just like when Tony Stark developed new elements, Jason wants to make an arc reactor. Artificial intelligence must also be used to conduct advanced simulations. This can eliminate many completely unnecessary experimental procedures. While manipulating the virtual projection in front of him, Jason realized the technology in his mind. Sometimes even a few parameters are entered into the system to adjust the structure of some arc reactors. The technology provided by the system is enhanced technology based on Tony Stark's second-generation arc reactor. The energy output efficiency is higher and more stable. It is not that easy to achieve this using existing technology. A technology never develops alone. The development of technology relies on the entire scientific system. Those technologies that can surpass the existing system in a single aspect and can be realized are called black technologies. Tony Stark's steel armor is undoubtedly a piece of black technology. What is even more technologically advanced about the iron armor is the arc reactor, the core of the iron armor. The arc reactor is essentially a controllable miniature cold fusion technology. It is a type of nuclear fusion. Why is it so difficult to achieve nuclear fusion? This starts with nuclear fusion. All human electrical energy systems originate from a great scientist, Faraday. It was Faraday, the master who left his name in physics, who discovered the connection between electromagnetism. Human beings invented magnetic power generation. All existing power generation devices are inseparable from magnetic power generation. Even Daxia's nuclear reactors use this device. The clever point of a nuclear power plant is that it is actually a device that uses nuclear energy to heat water and then uses steam to drive a generator. And here lies the difficulty. The only nuclear fusion method currently available to humans is the hydrogen bomb. Atomic bombs are used to ignite the fusion reaction of atoms, allowing atoms to undergo nuclear fusion and emit huge amounts of energy. If you want to use nuclear fusion, you must be able to restrain the explosion of a hydrogen bomb. You can imagine how painful this is. Although the fusion reaction raw materials used in the nuclear fusion device used in the laboratory are definitely not as much as those used in hydrogen bombs, but it was also a high temperature of hundreds of millions, even worse than the core temperature of the sun. So nuclear fusion is also called artificial sun. However, this is only the technology required for controllable nuclear fusion. The technology required for miniature cold fusion is even more amazing. Among them, cotton bolls have several difficulties. First, how to produce nuclear fusion reaction at room temperature. Second, how miniature controllable fusion converts fusion energy into electrical energy. Third, what materials can be used to withstand this energy change. These are all things that need to be considered. So Tony Stark built a small arc reactor in a cave, which is simply not something humans can do. Fortunately, the conditions Jason has are not so harsh. With the support of Wayne Group, he has enough black technology materials. Skynet, building a model of the magnetic field inside the Tokmak device. Simulating magnetic field motion in a small, controllable nuclear fusion device. Nuclear fusion is essentially the integration process of atomic nuclei. Two light cores integrate to form a heavy core and an extremely light core. During this process, part of the nuclear material is converted into photons. That is energy. Generally speaking, this energy is completely uncontrollable. After integrating, it will be completely emitted. The core of controllable nuclear fusion is how to control this part of photons. The arc-shaped arc reactor uses magnetic confinement to restrain this energy. Skynet records the experimental principles. Photons produced by nuclear fusion have extremely high energy. According to the essence of electromagnetic force, it is the exchange of photons. We can interfere with the photons produced by nuclear fusion to a certain extent, and then let them spontaneously form an electromagnetic field. Confining photons produced by nuclear fusion using spontaneously formed electromagnetic fields. Jason coughed and stopped recording. The most genius thing about Tony Stark. It uses the photon energy generated by nuclear fusion itself for magnetic confinement, saves a lot of space. This also paved the way for the miniaturization of nuclear fusion reactors. It may be difficult for him to reach such heights. With a sigh, Jason continued. Skynet continues recording, establishing a magnetic field cutting device on the periphery of a small nuclear fusion reactor. Intrinsic power generation using originally electromagnetic fields. How powerful is the ability produced by nuclear fusion? The electromagnetic field it generates has very strong binding force. Otherwise, the huge energy of nuclear fusion cannot be restrained. The amount of electricity generated depends on the amount of cutting magnetic induction. The file size of the magnetic induction quantity depends on the file size of the magnetic field. As for large magnetic fields, arc reactors are not lacking at all. In this way, there is no problem with huge power generation. The biggest problem facing Jason now is how to solve the interference of the magnetic field on the outside world and how to achieve nuclear fusion under normal temperature conditions. After thinking for a while, Jason continued to speak. Using iron oxide high-purity silicon diamagnetic confinement materials to neutralize the magnetic field generated by the reactor. At the same time, it has a protective effect on the reactor. The hardest part of the steel armor is actually not the original of the armor. It's the reactor in the center of the armor. In the movie, none of Loki's scepters penetrated Iron Man's reactor defenses. What is used is an electromagnetic principle. When the external diamagnetic material eliminates the magnetic field, it is also affected by the magnetic field. Its internal structure is getting tighter and tighter. The result is some kind of molecularly strong force material. Its intensity can even be increased infinitely, naturally extremely hard. Jason glanced at his notes inside Skynet and nodded with satisfaction. Then he continued to speak. Cold fusion is based on the principle of entropy silence, converting photons produced by nuclear fusion into high-energy particles that are much harder to find. Avoid generating high temperatures and endangering human beings themselves, Jason said and smiled. The reaction temperature of nuclear fusion can easily reach hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. The surface temperature of the Sun is only 5,500 degrees Celsius, and the internal temperature is only over 20 million degrees Celsius. The plasma produced by nuclear fusion is 5 times hotter than the Sun's core. Large nuclear fusion reactors are equipped with various cooling devices on the outside. Concrete has the function of preventing both nuclear leakage and temperature leakage. Otherwise, if this high-temperature plasma leaks out, even reinforced concrete will vaporize instantly. What if Tony Stark's arc reactor wasn't cold fusion? His entire body will be instantly vaporized within 2 milliseconds, even forming a huge amount of high-temperature heat source within the Earth. It can instantly set off a strong wind of level 12 in the core. It's a mobile hydrogen bomb. Fortunately, Tony Stark is not the kind of person who likes to seek death. He solved this problem in an ingenious way. The process of nuclear fusion does not even have time to produce high-temperature plasma. It is directly converted from photons into some kind of light particles. In terms of appearance, it can only emit a weak blue light. It is simply impossible to generate enough high temperature to spread to the outside world. This is a very remarkable invention in both the theoretical and engineering fields. After running a few thoughts in his mind, the arc reactor model in front of Jason was basically completed. Looking at the arc reactor emitting true blue light in front of him, Jason smiled sincerely on his face. With this, he'll never have to worry about energy again. But after creating a controllable miniature cold fusion reactor, Jason started the manufacturing process, but before creating miniature product prototypes, Jason planned to build himself a big one first. Tony Stark built a huge amount of reactor right underneath the Stark building. He calls it the arc reactor. This reactor powers his entire Stark building. The energy can even radiate to several surrounding blocks, which is very scary. Jason would naturally want to get some of these good things for himself. He had long been displeased with the several large cables several meters thick in Wayne Manor. Not only is it ugly, but the energy is also in the hands of others. Although there is no one in Gotham who dares to go against the Wayne family, but what if the Court of Owls really turns its back? Wayne Group and Wayne Manor can lose power in an instant. Then Batman can only go into battle naked. His bat suit is all in the underground garage, and it takes a lot of energy to get the battle suit out. So under the orders of the young master of the Wayne family, major construction began next door to Wayne Manor. It only took 2 days of work. He transformed what was originally a small manor into a very solid nuclear fusion reactor center. In the middle, a prototype of a large arc reactor with a diameter of more than 10 meters has been established. As long as Jason gives the order, this behemoth can run. It can even function for the entire Gotham City with ease, but Jason is not so kind. It is also impossible to leak this technology. Stark Industries developed the arc reactor several years ago. Tony Stark has also always wanted to enter the new energy industry. This is originally a good thing that benefits the country and the people, but Tony Stark ultimately had no choice but to enter the arms industry. What is this for? Naturally, it's because the Bald Eagle Empire has the largest oil company in the world. New energy sources are completely unacceptable to them. Tony Stark would be better off if not for his relationship with Shield. He might have been dumped into the wilderness long ago. It's not like his father never died. So Jason, a person who values life so hard, would naturally not do such a stupid thing. So after completing the manufacturing of the Ark's reactivity, Jason once again plunged into the newly built industrial laboratory. The prototype of the steel armor has been manufactured. It also requires maintenance from him. However, while he was still in the laboratory, a man came directly to the door. Oh my God, what is this? As soon as Jason heard this exaggerated voice, he knew it was the old man from Fox. At the moment he was lying in front of the arc reactor and marveling. The look in arc reactor's eyes was extremely obsessed, as if he was seeing a beautiful woman without any clothes on. Jason, this is going to be. Fox looked at Jason and felt a little embarrassed when he spoke. Yes, this is the arc reactor. Jason said extremely calmly. How do you know this technology? Isn't this Tony Stark's core technology? When did you build this whole great thing? How did you do your research? Fox's mouth was like a barrage of fire. He kept asking questions. Jason's scalp went numb when he heard it and he waved his hand quickly. Fox, how do I answer your many questions? Let me answer your first question first. This is truly Tony Stark's technology. Then how did you obtain it? This is a very powerful technology. I think at the beginning I spent I spent a while but couldn't replicate this technology. It's just too difficult. Fox said in a very sad tone. Jason sighed when he heard this and nodded in agreement. It's really difficult. It took me 3 days to fully recover him. The expression on Jason's face was very heavy. It looked as if it had taken him not 3 days but 30 years. But Fox next to him was immediately dumbfounded. He felt that the worldview he had spent decades building was once again under attack. He's not a fool. He is the technical director of Wayne Group, a multinational group. All technical staff in the entire Wayne Group are nominally his subordinates. He also personally made Batman's suit and various equipment. The Batmobile, Bat Windbreaker, Bat Suit, and all kinds of powerful equipment for dealing with various villains are all made by him. He is also the military technology advisor of the Bald Eagle Empire, a teacher at SHIELD Academy, etc. It can be said that he is the absolute technological master of the Bald Eagle Empire, but he studied controllable micro-cold fusion reactors for 3 years. I also observed the Stark Group at close range many times and even communicated with Tony Stark originally. Then, he found nothing. No results were achieved. Jason's arc reactor only took 3 days. Thinking of this, Fox felt 2 lines of tears in his heart. For the first time, he knew that there was such a huge gap between geniuses and mortals. Seeing Fox's whole body stiffen, Jason said sorry. The cheating life is so boring and boring. After being satisfied with himself for a long time, Jason finally asked, Fox, what are you doing here this time? I'm here for artificial intelligence technology. Fox looked at the artificial intelligence basic chip technology contract in his hand. After looking at the arc reactor in front of me, suddenly he felt that the skills in his hands were no longer good, somewhat boring. It's not that the technology is bad. But there are delicacies from the mountains and seas in front of you, and the boiled water in your hand is just steamed buns. How can you still eat them? Thinking of this, Fox asked with some anticipation. Jason, see if we can. Cannot. Jason decisively rejected Fox. As soon as this old man sticks his asterisk out, he knows what he's going to do. This bad old man must have paid attention to his arc reactor. How could he agree to this? Fox, don't forget what happened to Stark Industries in the past few years. When Fox heard this, he suddenly woke up. Tony Stark also entered the new energy industry with confidence in the past few years. As a result, it was attacked by the entire old energy giant. The group's business was almost cut in half and its stock price dropped like diabetes. In the end, if the military hadn't protected him, the entire Stark industry would have been killed by those energy giants. Wayne Group was also involved back then. He naturally knows how powerful those old energy companies are. Fox instantly dismissed the inappropriate idea. Then Jason, you can build one for Wayne Group. Fox asked directly. Jason said something, but before Fox was happy enough, he added again. Wait for more money. Fox thinks Jason is a really talented guy, however there is a very humiliating shortcoming. That is a great love for money. Although Wayne Group is his family's own business, he still does not give any discount to Wayne Group. No matter how close the brothers are, they have to settle their accounts clearly. This seems very strange to Fox. He could only blame it on the quirks of genius. Jason, this matter cannot be decided until a board meeting. We'll discuss it some other time. Fox took a breath and said, oh sure. Jason nodded. Grandpa Alfred will discuss it with you then. Alfred is the personal butler of the Wayne family and he can negotiate this kind of business cooperation. What are you still doing here? Jason frowned and looked at Fox in front of him. This old man has finished the business deal, why is he still here? Fox also looked at the brat in front of him speechlessly. He serves as the chief technology officer of Wayne Group, the central henchman of the Wayne family. Even Bruce Wayne was always polite to him. The boy in front of me was simply arrogant. However, I thought about their abilities. Fox decided to endure it. Fox forced a bright smile on his face and said, Jason, can I take a look at your research here? Jason looked at Fox and thought for a moment. Fox is the chief technology officer of Wayne Group and a devoted man of the Wayne family. He made Bruce Wayne's batsuit. I think it's very reliable. It's not impossible to let him take a look at his research. Okay, don't touch things. When Fox heard Jason's words, he couldn't help but think of what he said to him when he was still a student. He seemed to be a poor and helpless graduate student again. Just look at the arc reactor next to it and think about it. It only took Jason 3 days to develop this technology. Fox was suddenly speechless. He could only nod his head obediently. Seeing Fox's performance, Jason was very satisfied and turned around to start his own research. The modeling of the steel armor has actually been completed, and the processing of Zero Plus has been completed. Now only the assembly is left, and his laboratory was built for this purpose. Among them are fully automatic industrial robots. Similar to the robots Tony Stark used to build the Iron Suit, it is a completely automatic device operated automatically by Skynet. After looking at the drawings in front of him and seeing that there were no mistakes or omissions, Jason spoke directly. Skynet, start assembly. Assembly process starts. Skynet's voice rang in front of him. Then several large industrial robots rose from the ground. Tens of thousands of small parts were assembled into a white and black armor under the operation of industrial robots, plus the bells and whistles Jason modified on it. This armor doesn't look like a steel armor but like an armored warrior. What is this? Fox couldn't help but speak loudly again. As a developer of the Bat armor, Fox could naturally tell at a glance that it was some kind of wearable armor. Compared to the Bat armor, which can only be used purely as a defensive armor, this armor is obviously much more complete. First of all, the armor in front of you is a full-body armor, so there is no need to worry about being harmed by external forces. Moreover, he can install thin metal devices inside the armor, which should be used as a buffer. Compared with the ordinary Bat armor, the combatability of this armor is obviously much stronger. However, the weight of a battle armor like this must be so staggering that it cannot be moved by human power. Jason, what drives this armor? It shouldn't be driven by manpower alone, right? Jason glanced at Fox in surprise. I didn't expect that this old man was quite knowledgeable. It looks like there are 2 brushes. This armor uses tens of thousands of micro-servo motors to provide power for the armor. Its power can even reach about 10 tons. Jason explained with a smile. This thing is not like the carbon fiber armor on Batman, but it is very heavy. Even with lightweight gold titanium alloys, weight is a big issue. At least it's not something a playboy with a weak kidney like Tony Stark can afford. This shows how smart Tony Stark is. Inside the armor, there are tens of thousands of tiny electrodes that can provide sufficient kinetic energy to the armor. And because of the existence of the arc reactor on the chest, there is no need to worry about energy issues at all. It's completely a perpetual motion machine. However, Fox didn't know this. Tens of thousands of servo motors, how is that possible? Ordinary batteries cannot support this kind of consumption, and there is no space inside the armor to store batteries. Fox asked in surprise. Look at the chest of the armor. Following the direction of Jason's finger, Fox saw a 5-pointed star pattern emitting light blue light. What is this? Fox asked a little strangely. Controllable miniature cold fusion reactor. Jason asked succinctly. This is impossible, Fox said with disbelief. It is enough to believe that Jason developed the arc reactor, but it can also be miniaturized. This is incredible. After large-scale equipment is miniaturized, the required technical content increases exponentially. Fox simply doesn't think anyone can implement this technology right now. Fox, nothing is impossible in this world. Jason smiled and said, this is a high-risk world like Marvel and DC. How is it impossible? There are even gods who can destroy the universe and change the timeline at will. How is this impossible? Fox still knows too little. This is unscientific. Small fusion reactors should never exist. Existing materials simply cannot support the miniaturization of nuclear reactors. And cold fusion is generally considered a false theory and is simply impossible to achieve. Fox said with some confusion. Scientific researchers are much more stubborn than the average person. The confidence of interpretation makes it difficult for them to believe that such technology exists in the world. Fox, on the contrary, this is real science. The essence of our scientific research is to make the impossible possible. You should not be constrained by your inherent scientific biases. Existing materials can still do this. Besides, let's be practical. Jason said to Fox, Skynet, turn on full power output mode. As soon as Jason finished speaking, the arc reactor in front of him glowed brightly. The surrounding instruments began to operate crazily. Jason's new laboratory is filled with piercing sirens, under the full output of the arc reactor. The values on the energy testing device are off the charts. Fox was stunned when he saw it. How is this possible? How could something so small emit such a huge amount of energy? It's impossible for his material structure to withstand this level of energy output. Fox looked at the steel armor in front of him and said in a very excited tone. According to his scientific understanding, this is not scientific at all. Jason looked at Fox in a daze and chuckled inwardly. Fox's seriousness about science is indeed very profound. However, the arc reactor was completely technology that was ahead of its time. It is completely out of touch with existing technology. Fox looked naturally confused. Fox, the material of the arc reactor is much more powerful than you think. When the atomic structure is compact to a certain extent, the strength is naturally very amazing. Jason shook his head and explained. In general materials, there are actually gaps inside the molecules. The force between the electrons in the atomic nucleus makes the molecules and atoms of the material not so closely connected at all, and when a strong enough force acts on the material, squeeze nuclei and electrons together directly, the strength of this material is amazing. Otherwise, what else could he say? The arc reactor is the strongest part of the steel armor. Looking at Fox, his face was still a little dull. Jason said with a smile. Don't worry, I will show you the technology and then you can study it yourself. What do you think of the armor I studied? How does it compare to the armor you developed? Jason asked very sincerely. Fox is also a master of armor. Almost all of Batman's armors come from this old man who looks very ordinary, including the armor that can fight Superman. In terms of armor, Fox is still very accomplished. Hear Jason's words. A flash of excitement flashed in Fox's eyes. Then he shook his head and said, "This is not easy to compare at all. I have not studied this kind of full-body armor. The armor Bruce uses is completely different. I think your armor is not for people who are proficient in combat." Jason nodded, indeed. Iron Man's armor was originally prepared by Tony Stark for himself. Tony Stark's fighting ability. In the beginning, it was just a little better than a fight between gangsters on the street. Later, although I found someone to train me, that was it. Fox, who is proficient in armor design, can naturally tell it at a glance. Yes, it is. This is originally a armor that focuses on protection. It is not designed for close combat at all. The attack relies entirely on the energy weapon system of the armor. Completely different from the armor that Bruce uses almost exclusively for close combat. Jason said in agreement. Batman's armor is completely different from the iron armor. As long as someone puts on the steel battle suit and trains for a few days, he can have the fighting power of Iron Man. But Batman is different. Batman was originally a fighting master, and his fighting ability was very strong among ordinary people. It can be said that the original purposes of the two armor designs are completely different. It's just that Fox doesn't have to worry about this at all. Instead, he asked curiously, "Energy weapons. You mean after installing the buffer system, this armor can actually have space to install energy weapons?" Fox's face was very shocked. Things like battle armor are very large at the beginning. This is because the weapon system occupies a very large volume. Take energy weapons for example. The existing energy weapon system is basically laser weapons by default. Rely on high-energy laser to produce high-energy rays to attack enemies. Some of the smallest laser weapons that can be used by the military require a file size of several cubic meters at least. This kind of thing simply cannot be loaded on a single-player armor. This is why Fox was so shocked when Jason said there was an energy weapon system on this armor, because according to existing science and technology, this is impossible. Jason smiled when he heard Fox's question. Indeed, this is the soul of this armor. Building such an advanced weapon system is not easy. Jason said with some emotion. The Mark series of steel armors have many and complex weapons. The plasma beam pulse weapon in the palm of the hand is also the main weapon of the armor. The power of the weapon can be determined based on the energy output file size. The Javelin 2 anti-armor missile on the arm has a range of 1,000 meters and can penetrate 1150-1400 of homogeneous steel. The laser cutter on the finger is mainly used for cutting. When necessary, it consumes a lot of energy and can be used as a weapon. The short-range multi-target missile launch nest on the shoulder can launch a large number of missiles in a short period of time to kill the effective forces when being attacked at close range. It can be installed optionally. The shoulder armor has two built-in 6-unit anti-infantry launchers, which can lock and attack 12 infantry units at the same time. There are 20 additional guided bombs on the left and right sides of the crotch, which are normally stored. The front of the thigh stores 6 high-hardness warhead launchers, one on the left and one on the left, which can shoot in the 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock directions at the same time. The holographic operating system switches between civilian and military states and is taken over assisted by the artificial intelligence JARVIS. The voice recognition system uses Tony Stark's original voice recognition. The sensor recognition is Tony Stark DNA biometric recognition. The hand recognition is fingerprint recognition, and the head recognition is pupil recognition. The wearing method is guided by infrared sensors, and the unused state is a streamlined box storage state. The combat mode is all-weather mode, and the combat time depends on the output of the reactor. It can be said that it is these rich weapons and various auxiliary systems on the steel armor that make Iron Man so powerful. And I want to put these things together on a wearable armor that is only as tall as a person. The difficulty can be imagined, especially the main weapon of the steel armor, the plasma beam pulse weapon. Not only is it difficult to load, but it is also very difficult to design. If Fox were to come in, he would certainly not be able to design such a transcendent weapon. It's normal for Fox to be very surprised. You can probably design the other weapons on Fox's armor, but the plasma pulse beam weapon on the arm, you probably haven't seen this before. Jason smiled and said, "It's true, it's incredible to use plasma as a weapon. How do you control high-energy plasma?" Fox asked, very confused. His mind is full of questions now. I hope Jason can answer his questions. Plasma weapons are very powerful weapons. The temperature of high-energy plasma can even approach the temperature inside the sun. In some cases, it can even vaporize steel. But weaponizing plasma is also fraught with difficulties. High-temperature plasma is not as easy to control as bullets. A bad plasma can easily cause an explosion. Not to mention, the plasma of the plasma pulse beam weapon is actually generated within seconds or even milliseconds. It is more difficult to control. Fox even has very deep attainments in engineering. It is impossible to develop such a weapon. Plasma beam pulse weapons are naturally not that simple. Although it fires high-temperature plasma, it is actually a powerful kinetic energy weapon. Not only does it have heat damage, but it can also produce huge amounts of impact. That's where the pulse comes from. Jason smiled and said, "When ordinary plasma is emitted, the damage caused is actually similar to acid. After the plasma comes into contact with the object, it produces a high-temperature melting effect, more similar to the corrosion of strong acid. But the weapons on the steel armor are different. Plasma is not only destructive at high temperatures, but also has explosive properties. It's more like physical ammunition than a ball of high-temperature plasma. Let me demonstrate it to you first to see the characteristics of this weapon." Jason smiled and said to Fox, "Skynet turns on shooting mode and aims at the target." Jason just finished speaking. The armor that had been assembled was raised with its right hand. Several beams of light were launched and hit the concrete target. A small pit with its edges melted appeared on the reinforced concrete. The shape looked like a meteorite hitting the ground. There are traces of crystallization all around. Fox ran forward and carefully observed the marks on the target. I was amazed when I came back. It's incredible. Plasma can actually achieve effects similar to physical projectiles. How on earth is this done? Jason smiled when he heard Fox's question. The plasma emitted by ordinary plasma weapons is actually similar to an air cannon. Although it has impact and lethality, it cannot cause an explosion-like effect. Fox's question is really a normal question. The biggest problem with plasma beam pulse weapons is plasma confinement. High-temperature plasma will naturally escape in the air, but the plasma in weapons can be in the state of light pillars. This uses a 4-pole strong magnetic confinement device to produce a control effect and accelerating magnetic field, making the plasma maintain its state before emission under inertial conditions. Jason smiled and explained to Fox. Quadrupole magnetic confinement device, is this the paper Tony Stark published in Science a year ago? Fox asked excitedly. As early as a year ago, Tony Stark published a paper in Science magazine. It is an article about the quadrupole magnetic Hall propulsion unit. However, no one took it seriously at the time, because there are few existing materials that can withstand the high temperatures of plasma. The highest temperature that humans can currently control is only a few thousand degrees Celsius. The temperature of the plasma must be at least tens of thousands of degrees, much higher than the surface temperature of the sun. How can ordinary people think that someone can really realize the practical application of plasma weapons? However, Jason was shocked when he heard Fox's words. This guy Tony Stark can do it. He has already studied the theoretical basis. No wonder they can create steel armor. That's true, but this thing is actually derived from the Hall thruster. It was originally a propulsion device. The ionized working medium is ejected through the nozzle, providing a sufficiently powerful thrust. Even now that it's weaponized, it still has the function of a thruster. Jason explained with a smile. Tony Stark actually created this weapon by accident. He originally wanted to use this thing as a simple propulsion device. This kind of thing is generally used on rockets. The initial version of the iron armor studied by Tony Stark was a simple propulsion unit. There are no other functions. The firepower can only be applied to the flame burner strapped to the armor. It was still when I was upgrading the second-generation armor, he discovered the thruster's weapon function accidentally. Later, after constant strengthening, only then did the now mature plasma beam pulse weapons form. It can be said that this weapon is essentially a small Hall propulsion unit. Fox's eyes lit up when he heard Jason's explanation. What an exquisite design! The plasma generated by the Hall thruster is ejected as a weapon. The weapon has multiple functions. It's a genius design. Haha, it's just an idea. The key is that the working medium consumption is very small and it can fully support long-term operations. Jason explained with a smile, plasma weapons actually also require a working medium. Matter in the world is conserved, and matter is never created out of thin air. In order to generate reaction force, there must be sufficient propulsion medium. So the fire that appears to be ejected from the steel armor is actually some kind of special particle medium. It is no different from the tail flame of a chemical rocket. It is actually very difficult to convert this part of the working medium into weapons. What a genius! He can launch such a powerful attack and only consume so much medium. Are plasma weapons really that powerful? Fox said with a sigh. Actually, it's not that exaggerated. Plasma weapons also have their own shortcomings. For example, the accuracy is relatively low, the penetration is relatively weak, etc. Jason smiled and explained. In fact, the shortcomings of plasma weapons can also be seen in the original movie. When Tony was dealing with highly armored things like tanks, it uses armor-piercing projectiles in its arms instead of plasma weapons. Because unless this weapon is charged for a long time, it will be difficult to penetrate armor as thick as a tank. The rifle was also used when rescuing hostages. If plasma weapons are used, I'm afraid even the hostage original can be killed. There is no perfect weapon in the world. However, this kind of weapon is not suitable for steel armor. It has many additional functions and can also be used as a powerful weapon. It can fully meet the requirements for the use of steel armor. So he has no need to change at all. The technology used in the steel armor is very advanced. I have told Fox about it, and the old man seems to be addicted. Jason wasted a long time before sending the old man away. It also provides a lot of technical information. Jason looked at Fox leaving and sighed. Never mind, just think of cultivating talents for Wayne Group. Sooner or later, Wayne Group will be his. Rounding it all off, he is just training people. After thinking about all this, Jason felt much better. After feeling better, Jason once again turned his attention to the steel armor assembly factory in front of him. A new steel armor is being assembled here. The first steel armor was just a test product and did not fit his figure at all. The one developed now is the complete version. And compared to Tony Stark, he is much richer. Although Wayne Group may be worth about the same as Stark Industries. But the Wayne family is very rich. It's not just cross-holdings of many companies, and it has a lot of private mines. It's not like Tony Stark, who has to order everything he needs from other companies. If he wants to buy something, he only needs his own company. The cost of the steel battle suit naturally saves a lot, so he just produced a lot of sets. A few sets for himself, a few sets for his cheap old man, and a few sets for Alfred. It can be said that the production capacity of his laboratory has been completely slowed down recently. However, when he was about to put on the steel armor and test it out, Alfred came to the door. Master, Tony Stark has been missing for 4 days. Should we help them search? Alfred reminded Jason as he looked at him. When Jason gave Tony Stark a body armor, a positioning device was implanted in the body armor. The purpose is that if something goes wrong, he will find someone to come out personally. Otherwise, the desert in the oil country is so big, who knows where Tony Stark was kidnapped by the World Gang. 4 days, Jason asked in surprise. The military and Stark Industries haven't found Tony Stark yet. Yes, Master, Stark Industries' stock has plummeted in the past few days. People in the military are going crazy too. Alfred shook his head and said. Jason was a little dumbfounded when he heard this. Tony Stark was really popular before he decided to shut down the weapons division of Stark Industries. As the most popular arms dealer in the Bald Eagle Empire, Stark Industries does have deep connections in the military, if it weren't for Tony Stark's naive attempt to die. The Congress of the Bald Eagle Empire simply didn't dare question Tony Stark. However, Tony Stark is too naive. I really feel that if he closes the weapons department, the Bald Eagle Empire will stop causing trouble in the world. This also offended a group of senior military officials. But this is also very admirable. After all, not everyone has the courage to give up tens of billions of profits every year. In this regard, Tony Stark does live up to the name Iron Man. After thinking for a while, Jason frowned. He really didn't know how long Tony Stark had been held captive by the terrorists. It's just that if this guy really doesn't build the thing in time, this group of inhumane terrorists may not leave Tony Stark alive at all. Jason felt that he should really prepare for a rainy day, so he looked up and said, "Grandpa Alfred, go to Stark Industries to buy at the bottom and acquire the shares of several small shareholders. As for Tony Stark, let's wait 2 days." "Master, even so, the stock price of Stark Industries is at its lowest point right now. Do we really want to buy it?" Alfred spoke. "Don't worry, Tony Stark will definitely come back. The stock price of Stark Industries will definitely rise by then, and we will not lose money. It's the young master." Alfred said something and left the laboratory directly. Jason shook his head and continued experimenting. At the moment, Tony Stark, who was worried about Jason, was in a very bad situation. Although his condition is much better because of the body armor Jason gave him, but he still didn't avoid a big hole in his chest. After all, Jason didn't think about things that comprehensively. The body armor provided cannot protect the limbs. Tony Stark was shot twice in the upper thigh. Fortunately, the shrapnel was very small and the wound was not serious, but I still put an electromagnet on my chest. "Mr. Stark, how are you feeling?" Jason asked, looking at Tony Stark with concern. "Oh, Ethan, it would be better if you didn't tell me. I feel more pain in my body now." Tony Stark held the pliers in front of him tightly. "Keep the pouring mold in front of you from shaking." "Then hold on, I'll start." Ethan reminded him. "Be careful, Ethan, we only have one chance." Tony Stark reminded, the palladium metal they used was not easy for him to remove from the missile. "If the casting fails, they have no chance." "Don't worry, Mr. Stark, I have a steady hand." Ethan was joking as he poured the silver liquid into the mold. Soon, a blue reactor was installed on Tony Stark's chest. "Okay, Ethan, this is just the beginning. If we want to escape, we have to do something else." Tony Stark glanced at the mirror and said, "It seems you have a plan, Mr. Stark." Ethan smiled and said, "That's definitely it. Okay, let's get to work." Tony Stark smiled and said, in the next few days, the two worked hard. The first-generation iron armor was produced based on Tony Stark's technology. However, the leader of 10 Rings is not a fool. On the day his steel armor was finished, the leader immediately realized something was wrong. Countless terrorists poured in from outside. After looking at the scene outside, Tony Stark said hurriedly, "Ethan, open the program, upload the control package, and let me know when the progress bar is full." Because Mai had the help of JARVIS. He could only use that old computer to compile the program. It's easy to control this behemoth weighing several hundred kilograms. However, this outdated computer has long been out of date. Loading speed is very slow. "Mr. Stark, I'm going out to buy you some time." Ethan said a few words, picked up the gun, and rushed outside. "Hey, Ethan, follow the plan," Tony Stark shouted loudly. It's a pity that Ethan has already run away. Inside the dark cave, gunshots constantly came from outside. Tony Stark was in the cave, but he was worried. Originally, according to his plan, he was in the front and killed the terrorists. Then let Ethan leave after him, just didn't expect it. The cultural level of terrorists is too low. The computer I found was last century. Its computing capabilities simply cannot meet his requirements. The program loads much slower and takes a lot of time. Ethan could only go out and buy him time. However, Tony was very anxious. Although Ethan was born in a chaotic place like an oil country, he originally had a certain fighting ability. But there are so many terrorists out there, it was impossible for Ethan to buy much time. After a long wait, the armor program was finally loaded. Tony Stark is finally ready for action. At this time, terrorists finally came outside the cave. Soon, they entered the cave to search. Tony Stark has been preparing for a long time in the dark. Seeing the terrorist in front of him, Tony Stark directly used huge amounts of mechanical arms to capture the non-terrorist. With the huge roar of the electric engine inside the body, the mechanical arm emits huge power. The terrorist's neck was broken directly. The remaining terrorists also began to fire wildly. It's just that the bullets of the AK-47 pose no threat at all in the face of special steel that is nearly 2 centimeters thick. The bullet bounced off the metal when it hit the metal, posing no threat to Tony Stark at all. Tony Stark directly used the suit to punch the terrorists against the wall one by one, driven by a powerful electric motor. Tony Stark's punches are powerful enough to punch through concrete walls. If it hits someone, at least the ribs will be broken. Several terrorists leaned into the corner as if they had been hit by a car, seeing it is already impossible to survive. Tony Stark didn't have any intention of lingering and walked out without a fight. Dozens of terrorists along the way. Even the huge iron door built in the cave was directly demolished by Tony Stark. When the terrorists saw this terrifying metal monster, they had no courage to fight. Just turn around and run away. Only the terrorist boss, who was very courageous, faced Tony Stark directly with a grenade launcher. Tony Stark. After shouting a few words, the terrorist leader directly pulled the trigger. However, it seems that he was used to being pampered and the grenades he fired were very inaccurate. Didn't meet Tony Stark at all. Instead, it brushed against his shoulder and flew over his head. Behind Tony, Ethan was running out of the cave with the rifle. The broken stone hit Ethan directly. Ethan, with a loud shout, Tony opened fire, blast the terrorists to the ground. Ethan, how are you? I'll take you out. Don't you want to see your family? Tony Stark said anxiously. No need, Mr. Stark. I'm going to see my family soon. They're long dead. When it comes to you, you must live well. A genius like you should not die here. After saying that, Ethan lost his voice, but there was still a smile on his face. Tony Stark gave Ethan a deep look and walked directly outside. Along the way, killing several terrorists, Tony Stark walked directly to the door. Dozens of terrorists were already surrounding outside and they opened fire directly around Tony Stark. Countless bullets hit Tony Stark's body. It makes a crackling sound. Tony Stark directly opened the flamethrowers on both arms. Dozens of meters of flames shot out directly from the mecha's arms, and dozens of terrorists were burned until they cried for their fathers. Tony Stark looked around at the weapons. He took a deep breath and began to burn the weapons around him. However, there was no time for him to do more. A heavy machine gun halfway up the mountain pointed directly at him. Under the blows of the 12mm heavy machine gun, Tony Stark was also beaten back one after another. Even worse. This steel armor is just the elementary level version, and the transmission structure is still outside the armor. These were interrupted directly by heavy machine guns. Suddenly lost the ability to move. At this time, the surrounding terrorists became even more crazy, shooting at Tony Stark crazily. This makes Tony Stark's situation even worse. Shit, are these people crazy? I'm afraid the weapons depot will be destroyed directly. Tony Stark's expression changed. He has no interest in dying with these brainwashed terrorists. So he touched his back directly, preparing to activate the escape button and leave directly. He had considered this situation from the beginning. 2 missile jets were installed on his back. As long as he presses the button, he can go to heaven and escape from here. His expression changed, and Tony Stark pressed the button directly. But to his expectation, the imaginary pushing sensation on his back did not come. The thruster for which he had high hopes did not start. In an instant, Tony Stark's expression changed drastically. Chemical thrusters have their own unique advantages. That is, the thrust is large and stable, and it is difficult to cause danger. But there is also a disadvantage, that is, it must be stable when burning. Tony Stark's heart sank. The worst he imagined happened. The combustion chamber is damaged and the chemical fuel cannot be ignited to provide sufficient thrust. Look at the terrorists around and the burning bombs. The expression on Tony Stark's face was very sad. Could it be that the bald eagle empire is the #1 genius? Are you going to die here today? Thinking of this, even Tony Stark's face flashed with a hint of despair. Just when he was desperate, Tony Stark heard a cry of surprise. Then I saw a dark shadow flash in front of me. There was a black and white figure in front of him. The figure was half kneeling on the ground with traces of impact beneath his feet. Shit, what is this? Tony Stark was stunned. Looks like I'm not too late, Mr. Stark. As the white figure turned around, a voice also sounded from Tony Stark's ears. Jason Wayne, I'm glad you can still hear my voice. Okay, let's deal with these guys first and we'll talk about old times later. With that said, Jason controlled the mecha and started attacking directly. The hand cannon in his hand kept firing, wiping out all the surrounding terrorists. Tony Stark looked at the performance of the white armor in front of him. His face was full of shock and disbelief. In the endless desert, the two figures are particularly conspicuous. These two people are naturally Jason and Tony Stark, who escaped from the Ten Rings base. After dealing with the Ten Rings people, Jason doesn't want to die with these terrorists. Tony Stark was pulled directly and flew into a large desert next to him. Give Tony Stark water for a lifetime. Jason smiled and said, Tony, you didn't expect me to save you. You guys, Stark Industries, are not good at it. You were so ineffective in searching for you when you disappeared. Jason said a few words secretly. The world of Stark Industries is not as bad as he said. But with that old guy Obadiah who wants Tony Stark's life around, how can Stark Industries really look for Tony Stark? Tony Stark didn't even care about the words in Jason's tone. After taking a sip of water, he looked repeatedly at Jason, who was wearing the armor in front of him. Those fiery eyes made Jason feel uncomfortable. If it weren't for Tony Stark being a famous playboy in the circle, he even thought Tony Stark had some special quirks. What does your look mean? Jason couldn't help but speak. Nothing. What is this on you? Tony Stark looked at it for a long time and couldn't help but ask, although he also developed steel armor. But the difference between the Tihanhin he made and the steel armor Jason is wearing now is huge. That is simply the difference between a phoenix and a sparrow. Naturally, he would not associate the two things together. However, Jason looked a little embarrassed. Show off the steel armor in front of the developer of this armor. Even with his thick skin, he still felt a little embarrassed. Steel armor. Jason coughed slightly and said. Tony Stark took another look at Jason's close-fitting black and white armor. He spoke slowly. It's really impressive. This should be due to the use of the Mills reaction force buffer system. The lifting system should use a new type of hall thruster. It's just that the reactor on your chest looks a bit familiar. Tony Stark looked at the five-pointed star on Jason's chest. Looking at the glowing reactor on his chest, I always feel that this thing looks very familiar. This is the small-scale cold fusion technology I developed. How is it? Isn't it great? Jason directly interrupted Tony Stark's reverie and spoke first. It's really amazing. I've just reached the threshold of cold nuclear fusion. I didn't expect that you actually figured out this technique. It's pretty good. Tony Stark nodded reluctantly. It's a good comment to be able to say it in his mouth. It's actually pretty good, even Dr. Bruce Banner did not receive this kind of evaluation in Tony Stark's mouth. Bruce Banner is as powerful as Einstein with 8 doctorates. Tony Stark himself only has 2 PhDs. This is enough to show that Tony Stark recognizes Jason. Jason smiled awkwardly when he heard this. You're not bad either. After all, Jason is still a person with a sense of shame, and he cannot yet feel comfortable taking the fruits of other people's work as his own. But before he could be humble, Tony Stark spoke first. It's just that your ideas are more advanced than mine. It can be seen that the output power of the cold fusion reactor on your chest should be higher than ours. In terms of the design of the steel armor, your ideas are more mature than ours. I originally designed the armor, but you just saw it. It doesn't seem that useful. Tony Stark laughed at himself and said. Hearing this, Jason could only laugh. Can something made in a prison be the same as something made in a top laboratory? The gap between the two is huge. Don't worry, Tony, you can definitely make a more powerful armor than the one I have on me. I believe this day will not be too far away. Seeing Tony Stark's face looking slightly sad, Jason comforted him. Tony Stark also nodded. Yes, I will surpass you soon. I feel like this armor I'm wearing will soon become obsolete. Tony Stark said very confidently. Jason sighed inwardly when he heard this. Tony, you are simply too young. It's not easy to surpass my skills. However, he won't remind Tony Stark of this iron-headed boy. He spoke directly. Okay, it's time for me to leave. The people who came to pick you up are already nearby. I'll leave first. By the way, don't tell others that I rescued you. After saying that, without waiting for Tony Stark to refute, he flew into the sky. He's not as swagger as Tony Stark. This thing is very eye-catching. Although the Wayne family is not afraid of trouble, but I don't want to cause trouble myself. He couldn't do something as stupid as Tony Stark. The remaining aircraft of the Bald Eagle army were nearby. He would be discovered if he didn't leave. Fortunately, his armor is very advanced. It is equipped with the most advanced radar stealth coding, and the military radar cannot detect him at all. Otherwise, he would not come to the desert to save Tony Stark himself. It would be bad if it was hit by 2 Tomahawk missiles. Jason drove the suit away directly, but Tony Stark had no way to leave. Looking at the white figure going away, he shouted, "Thank you," loudly. He sat directly on the ground. There is no image at all. Moreover, the expression on Tony's face was unusually solemn, without his usual cynical expression at all. Until the sound of a helicopter came from nearby. Tony Stark stood up directly as if he had just woken up from a dream. Colonel Roddy on the helicopter was extremely surprised to see Tony. "Hey Tony, are you okay? Do you think I'm fine? I need a cheeseburger right now and you better get me a glass of chilled wine. Otherwise, I will go crazy soon." Tony Stark shouted loudly. Roddy said with a smile when he saw that Tony Stark didn't look affected. "Haha, let yourself leave with the convoy. Next time just follow me and leave." After speaking, Roddy patted Tony Stark on the shoulder and helped him get on the plane. They didn't see it on a helicopter near them. A soldier was watching them. He was talking about something while pressing the headset. New York City in an extraordinary laboratory. A middle-aged white man with blonde hair and a good-looking appearance was on the phone. What? Tony Stark escaped. You bunch of losers, the blonde man shouted loudly. Killian, our relationship is just a cooperative relationship. Don't push yourself too far. When Killian heard this, he was furious and hung up the phone. A red light flashed in his hand. The phone turned into a pool of black liquid, flowing on the ground and solidifying quickly. Killian was very angry at the moment. He regards Tony Stark as his lifelong enemy, always looking for an opportunity to kill Tony Stark directly. This time he finally found a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Tony Stark's uncle, Obadiah Stane, had a falling out with Stark for some unknown reason. 10 Rings of Petroleum was contacted directly. For some reason, he was connected to the 10 Rings people. How could Killian let go of such a good opportunity? Contact the people at 10 Rings directly and ask them to kill Tony Stark. A sum of money was also specially provided for them to purchase new weapons and equipment, but he didn't expect it. The 10 Rings bunch of losers actually captured Tony Stark and let him run away. What a bunch of rubbish. The more he thought about it, the angrier Killian became. In the end, the entire upper body of the person was a little red and his clothes were even burned. The surrounding air was a little hot and the walls next to it even showed signs of crystallization. Killian, if you don't want to die, you'd better control your emotions. A clear female voice came from behind Killian. Hearing this voice, Killian finally controlled himself. The high temperature in the body also disappeared directly. Sorry, Maya, I remembered something bad. Killian had an elegant smile on his face. Looks like a standard foreign gentleman. If you can't control your own programming, no one can save you. After saying something coldly, Maya turned and left. Watching Maya leave, Killian's eyes were full of gloom. Half a day later, Killian changed his clothes again and got a new mobile phone. I want to know how Tony Stark escaped. The person on the other side pondered for a moment before an old voice spoke. Someone saved him. Who? Killian asked through gritted teeth. To save Tony Stark is to fight against him. He must make this man pay the price. After a moment, the old voice sounded again. Bruce Wayne's illegitimate son, Jason Wayne. You'd better not underestimate this kid. There is something extraordinary about him. But Killian hung up the phone before he could finish listening to the voice. Wayne family. A suppressed sound like a beast's roar was squeezed out from between his teeth. Jason didn't know that he had made an enemy out of nowhere. After saving Tony Stark, he returned to Gotham directly in the suit. Have to say. The feeling of flying freely while driving the steel armor is really great, even if Skynet comes to help him operate it. That kind of feeling is very special and very wonderful. Jason was quite intoxicated. It took more than half an hour. Jason returned to Gotham City from the other side of the world. After a perfect whereabouts, Jason entered his laboratory. As soon as he took off his armor, he saw his advantage. Bruce Wayne. Jason, is this the armor you developed? Bruce glanced excitedly at the very handsome armor in front of him. Yes, this is the armor I developed. Jason nodded. What's wrong, you want one too? Hearing what Jason said, the expression on Bruce Wayne's face was a little twisted. Is that okay? Jason looked at Bruce Wayne, who was pretending in front of him, and rolled his eyes. If you want it, just say so, still pretending to be like this. However, considering that Bruce provided him with funds, he generously made do with it. It has been prepared for you a long time ago. Do you want to come and take a look? Let's go take a look. Bruce Wayne nodded reservedly, but judging from the expression in his eyes, he should be quite expecting it. Follow me. Jason rolled his eyes and led Bruce towards the armor showroom. Skynet, call out the armor showroom. Jason gave the order and the wall in front of him fell down. A transparent warehouse was born. Dozens of steel armors are displayed among them. Among these, there are 3 armors that look very much like bats, very similar to Bruce Wayne's suit. Call out armor no, B-132. Jason said, and a bat armor moved out of the display cabinet. Try it on and try it. Skynet has an auxiliary mode, so it shouldn't be difficult. The operation of the steel armor is very simple, especially someone like Bruce Wayne who has very strong mixed martial arts abilities. He has very good control over his body. Wearing armor is no longer a problem. Not to mention, Skynet also has a dedicated auxiliary mode. As expected, it took a short time to adapt. Bruce Wayne has adapted to the operation of the steel suit. The operation started. If you want to experiment with weapons, go to the shooting range. Don't experiment here. Jason said something. Bruce Wayne nodded and walked into the shooting range. Not a moment. The sound of dense explosions came out from the shooting range. 10 minutes later. Bruce Wayne walked out of the shooting range. How do you feel? Jason asked directly. Feel good. The weapon system and identification system of the armor are very advanced. But this armor also has shortcomings. It's just too inflexible. Bruce Wayne took off his armor and moved his hands and feet very uncomfortably. Jason looked at Bruce Wayne and nodded. Bruce Wayne and Tony Stark are still different. Tony Stark is a playboy, and Bruce Wayne is an elite trained by ninjas. Both in terms of will and fighting ability, he is the best among humans. When fighting, he naturally trusts his own hands and feet more. Instead of being completely hidden in the suit like Tony Stark and relying on the suit to fight. Iron Man's body is a suit, while Batman's body is Bruce Wayne. It's no wonder that Bruce Wayne doesn't feel uncomfortable wearing a steel armor that can't move flexibly at all. In the past few days, Jason has been in the laboratory. Bruce Wayne places a lot of demands on his suit. These make his modification very troublesome. It is not an easy task to convert plate armor into ordinary armor while ensuring defense. Many systems in the Warframe require extensive modifications. Many weapons need to be remade. These are very troublesome. Although Jason doesn't think he is a good person, but he still knows how to repay kindness. Bruce Wayne was really nice to him. He really took on the responsibility of being a father. Bruce Wayne never refused what he wanted. This favor is too big to be owed. Now Bruce Wayne finally has a way to go. Naturally, he wanted to satisfy him. But in fact, he really felt that giving this armor to Batman was of no use before forming the Justice League. Batman really hasn't met many characters with high combat capabilities in Gotham City. Most of Gotham's villains, they are all characters with high intelligence. The original's fighting ability is good, but its superiority and destructive power are high. More often than not, even the opponents are gangsters and gang members in the city. Using this kind of armor is simply bullying. Wearing a battle armor that can fight Thanos and bullying street gangsters, what is this but hooliganism? Jason observed a few minutes of silence for Gotham City's big and small villains. Continue to modify the armor in front of you. Luckily, he didn't work long hours. Alfred walked in with a heavy look on his face. Master, something happened. Jason looked at Alfred with a look of surprise on his face. Mr. Alfred is a very calm old man. He has served in MI6. It is completely possible to do things without being surprised. But now his expression is very ugly and his eyes are flashing with anxiety. Jason put down the device in his hand and asked, Grandpa Alfred, what happened? Don't be anxious, speak slowly. The headquarters of Wayne Group was blown up. Alfred took a deep breath and said, What? Jason suddenly stood up from his seat. The headquarters of Wayne Group is a landmark building in Gotham, thanks to the foresight of Bruce Wayne's parents. Wayne Tower has become the most famous building in Gotham City. It is also the face of the entire Gotham City. In addition, this is just the office space of Wayne Group. In addition to employees, there are various documents inside. Being dumber has nothing of value. So since the Wayne Tower was built, no one in Gotham City has caused trouble here. Even the supervillains are the same. It's no good, and it will also lead to crazy revenge from the Wayne Group. Who is going to cause damage here? So Jason found it hard to believe that someone actually dared to do this despite the disdain of the world. Randomly, a surge of anger rose from the bottom of my heart. This is his family's property. Someone in Gotham City blew up the door of his house. The expression on Jason's face suddenly darkened. What are the casualties? 3 employees died. Fortunately, Wayne Tower is big enough, otherwise the casualties would be more serious. Alfred said with a solemn expression, take good care of their families. Jason said, Master is already doing it. Alfred spoke, have you found out who did it? Jason then asked. No clue at all. Alfred shook his head and said, the camera was destroyed before the explosion. As soon as the security personnel noticed something was wrong, the explosion occurred. And even the experts within the group have not discovered what kind of explosives the other party used. People within the group can't be found out? Jason couldn't believe it. Let's just say it's the trash from the Gotham Police Department. If they can't investigate it, that's normal operation. It's not something that should be investigated. But if Wayne Group's own scientists can't study it, then it shouldn't be done. Wayne Group also has its own arms company in the research of explosives, although it is not the first in the world, but it is also at the forefront of the world. It is difficult to say that there is any new type of explosive in the world that even the Wayne Group's laboratories are not aware of. Yes, young master, even the Wayne Group people can't investigate it. So the master asked me to ask you. See if you can help investigate. Alfred said with a sigh. Hearing this, Jason nodded. Then don't waste time, Grandpa Alfred, let's go. Jason said something, picked up a toolbox and followed Alfred out. Soon the two arrived at Wayne Tower. Jason saw The first floor of the building seemed to have experienced a dragon spring wind. It was a complete mess. The surrounding area was also frequently blocked. Jason frowned and said directly, "Grandpa Alfred, let these people come out. I'll go in and investigate personally. It's the young master." Alfred answered and went directly outside the car. Soon the building was emptied. The surrounding area was cordoned off by the police. Alfred went in carrying the box. "Go inside the building." Jason looked at the darkened walls around him and opened the box. Dozens of small drones flew out from inside. Skynet, conduct isotope spectrum analysis, C14 positioning spectrum analysis, and establish a three-dimensional model of the site. Scanning. Skynet's voice rang from the phone. Dozens of small drones are like little bees. Under the control of Skynet, the interior of the building is constantly being scanned. Countless amounts of data were collected. The three-dimensional model is being created. Restore the explosion scene. Jason took a look at the data and said, "The explosion scene is being restored." Soon in Skynet's simulation, a virtual scene was simulated. Only, the source of the explosion was indeed a golden light group and its true identity could not be seen clearly. Skynet, analyze the surrounding elemental components. Can you find any abnormalities? Analyzing, no stupid compounds found. Skynet's voice rang. Jason raised his eyebrows and fell into thought. Almost all high-power explosives today are products of phenyl and potassium nitrate. The more famous explosives such as C4 and TNT are made from phenyl compounds. But in the environment, he could not detect any traces of these two substances. Not even the remains of other explosives were found. As if the explosion happened out of thin air, did I offend someone who is proficient in magic? Jason couldn't help but think to himself. Since no explosives were found, he could only think about super ability. But he didn't have any grudge against anyone. Jason frowned, lost in thought. I spent a long time investigating inside Wayne Tower. Jason didn't find any clues. Who would come to blow up such a building that is almost useless? Apart from causing some property damage to Wayne Group, there will be no loss at all. Even if you want to kill people, this is not a good place. Wayne Group executives are not here at all. We only come to Wayne Tower when there is a shareholder meeting. But they also took a helicopter directly into the building from the top floor. You can enter from below. Even if terrorists wreak havoc, it will be of no use. And according to Alfred, surveillance is broken. This is not something a terrorist can do. After much deliberation, he decided to ask the old housekeeper in charge of the family. "Grandpa Alfred, has our Wayne Group provoked anyone recently?" "No, master. You also know that our Wayne Group is the largest philanthropic enterprise in Gotham. 60% of the public facilities in Gotham City were built by our Wayne Group. How could we have any enemies? Even if there is business competition, it is impossible to resort to such methods." Alfred shook his head and said, "Although shopping malls are like battlefields, but no matter how fierce the fight is in the mall, you still abide by the rules. Otherwise, if you blow up my building today and I blow up your building tomorrow, who can still open a company? That's really weird." How could someone attack Wayne Group? Jason was a little puzzled. Suddenly, Jason had an idea. "Grandpa Alfred, why do you think these people want to conduct surveillance?" Before Alfred could answer, Jason naturally said to himself, "Unless there are any clues in the surveillance video that can reveal their identity." Jason's eyes lit up when he thought of this. It must be like this. If there were no clues in the surveillance, there would be no need for these people to go to such great lengths to destroy the surveillance footage. All it takes is an explosion. "Grandpa Alfred, can I still watch the surveillance?" "Master, the surveillance was destroyed before the explosion occurred, and the hard drive is damaged and there's no way to recover it." Alfred shook his head and said, "Not always." Jason licked his lips. Surveillance within Wayne Group was compromised. What about other places? Although Gotham is a shabby city, the transition between old and new is very obvious. But where Wayne Tower is located is the bustling place in Gotham City. The surrounding surveillance video density is very high. Even if the mastermind behind the scenes destroyed a large number of surveillance cameras, he would definitely be able to find the fish that slipped through the net. Skynet, control all surveillance in the 2 blocks surrounding Wayne Tower. Find the outsiders who entered Wayne Group today. Analyzing. Soon, Skynet's search yielded results. 104 outsiders entered Wayne Tower today and 103 people are still alive. There is only one man whose traces remain undiscovered. As he said that, a screen appeared in front of Jason. An ordinary-looking man appeared on the screen. At the same time, a very blurry video started playing. Jason could only manage to imagine that the man on the screen entered Wayne Tower. Dodge Marco, a former Bald Eagle Imperial Army soldier, retired 4 years ago due to a broken arm. Seeing this, Jason's eyes shrank. The Dodger in the video is obviously a guy with all four limbs. Jason's mind was spinning, a thread was connected, able to reborn broken limbs and capable of suicide explosions. There seems to be only one thing in this world that can do that. Jason's eyes flashed. Skynet, investigate the origin of this person. Look at his schedule and where it comes from. Soon, this Dodger's information was displayed on the screen. This Dodger is a sailor on an oil tanker and just took a plane to Gotham City today. Then came directly to the Wayne Group. HMPH, disabled people are hired on oil tankers, and there are philanthropists among the bald eagle oil giants. Jason can be sure that there is definitely something fishy about this tanker. Skynet, investigate the owner of this tanker. This cruise ship belongs to a petroleum company named Elk. Part of this company's shares are secretly held by a Texas-based pharmaceutical company. The chairman of this company is Aldridge Killian. Jason's eyes lit up when he heard the name. As expected, it was Killian who was the deadbeat. The name Killian may not be famous, but Extremis is definitely famous. This virus is derived from recombinant human DNA. It can bring many incredible abilities to people. Almost unlimited self-healing, powerful strength, super reaction speed, and faster thinking. But this virus also has its own shortcomings. That's very uncontrolled. When people's emotions fluctuate, violent explosions may occur. As it was no less powerful, the most advanced explosives were added. Now Jason figured out why no explosive residue was detected. The human body is originally a bomb. How could he be able to detect the remains of explosives? Killian, you are such a loser. How dare you provoke me? Jason gritted his teeth and said bitterly. He didn't bother to go to Killian first, but this guy actually came to his door first. Needless to say, it must have been him who saved Tony, except for this. He couldn't figure out where to start his feud with Killian. This guy is already a mentally disturbed person. Long-term physical deformity has made this guy mentally sensitive and extreme. After being let go by Tony Stark at a conference in Bern, Switzerland more than 20 years ago, it was even more extreme in my heart, thinking about revenge against Tony Stark all the time. If Pepper Potts wasn't stronger than Tony Stark, maybe he actually succeeded. He saved Tony Stark. Naturally, Killian, the street boy, hated him. Regardless of how Killian got the news, things couldn't be better between the two of them. It just so happens that I am very optimistic about your Extremis. You actually delivered it to your door yourself. Jason sneered, his eyes flashing coldly. Skynet, activate the violent force plan. Convert all reserved resources into combat effectiveness within 5 days. And immediately locate Killian's position for me. Go directly to this B*******D to settle the score in 2 days. Jason gritted his teeth and said directly, "It's young master, the plan has been started." Skynet's voice rang on the phone, but within it there was some solemnity. The production capacity of modern assembly line production is very terrifying, especially under the control of artificial intelligence, a brain that surpasses humans. The efficiency of the machine has reached the highest level, as long as the raw materials are sufficient. The issue of shutdown will not be considered at all. It was just the next day. The assembly factory Jason built underground has built more than 2,000 pieces of steel armor. This is despite the fact that all parts cannot be supplied. Although this is only the most basic first-generation armor, but taking it out is enough to conquer a small country. Not to mention, Jason was just taking out a private enterprise leader. Skynet, detect Killian's whereabouts. Target mission has entered the tanker. The tanker has set off from New York Harbor and is heading to the oil country. According to the speed, it will enter the high seas within 1 day. It will reach the predetermined position. Skynet preached in a serious tone. Jason nodded after hearing the report. I don't know if it's to avoid the limelight or something. Killian jumped on the street and ran directly onto the tanker after launching a terrorist attack. Want to drive directly to the oil country. A 10,000-ton oil tanker is very large, no different than a moving fortress. Many people will build their nests on large oil tankers and roam the high seas. I don't know what ulterior motives to do. So does Killian. Extremis is a shameful thing after all, although human testing is already the norm among large companies in Bald Eagle. But there are still some taboos. In addition, the participants in Killian's experiment were all retired and disabled soldiers. This group of people is very united. If something goes wrong, Killian might not be able to escape in the Bald Eagle's homeland. Therefore, it is very normal for Killian to place his base on an ocean tanker. This also happens to be convenient for Jason. He was also afraid that if he took action in Bald Eagle's homeland, his strength would be discovered by others. Skynet, monitor the traces of this oil tanker in real time. Remind me after entering the high seas, we will act immediately. After saying something to Skynet, Jason turned around and left. Then Jason went to see Alfred, the old butler. "Grandpa Alfred, I want to secure Gotham Port tonight." "No problem, Master. The general facilities in Gotham Port were invested and built by our Wayne Group. It's no problem borrowing it for a day." Alfred didn't ask Jason what he wanted from the port. As an old butler, he only needs to do his job well. If Jason were an ordinary child, he would have to educate him a lot. But Jason is a genius. His IQ is no less than that of an ordinary adult, and there is absolutely no need for him to interfere with Jason's behavior. "That's great. Grandpa Alfred is helping me secretly contact a transport convoy," Jason said with a smile. He wanted to take action on the high seas, but the biggest problem he faced was how to send all these steel armors to the high seas. Of course, the radar stealth technology on the armor is very advanced. But there are more than 2,000 pieces of armor that can be clearly seen with the naked eye without using radar. By then, I'm afraid the entire bald eagle community will be in an uproar, define him as a terrorist. Jason didn't want to get into trouble. After thinking about it, I decided to dive into the sea. Steel armor doesn't have to worry about seabed pressure at all. Moreover, it cannot be detected by sonar, coupled with the cover of night. He would soon be able to reach the high seas without anyone noticing. When the time comes, he will definitely be able to give Killian a surprise. Killian, who was sailing on the sea, didn't know that because of some of his actions, he was being targeted by Jason. At the moment, he was very angry and roared at his men. "Tell me what's going on. Why did he explode suddenly? This is something that shouldn't be done." The expression on Killian's face was very angry. Dodge is one of the few people on his staff who can integrate Extremis relatively well. She is usually his right-hand man. He didn't send out the Dodgers for any surprise attack, but to directly assassinate the guy who caused trouble for him. Follow Dodge's fighting prowess. Assassinating a little kid is no problem at all. Even if the regular army wants to kill him, it will cost a lot. Let alone a company's security team. What he didn't expect was, the assassination has not yet begun and he has high hopes for his men. He actually blew himself up directly at Wayne Group. This made him furious with his group of scientists. "Can't you accomplish anything without that woman? If it weren't for my lack of time, why would I give this kind of task to you wastes? I'm giving you 2 days to solve this problem, otherwise you will know what will happen." Killian yelled angrily. Several of his scientists looked at each other and left quickly. Looking at several scientists leaving, Killian's eyes were filled with haze. Unlike Tony Stark, who was born to be a rich man, he was born in a poor family, and he was born disabled. He spent most of his life working hard to get into a top university and learn knowledge, just to heal myself. But he found that the reality was too cruel. Although he finally cured himself, he had no time to study it himself. He needs to raise the funds needed for research by himself, and the investors have various requirements. He has to work hard to deal with it. And Tony Stark just needs to have fun and do research every day. How could he not hate Tony Stark? Extremis is the way for him to realize his dream. This thing is not stable yet, so he is naturally anxious. As early as a few years ago, the group of people who found him made a series of detailed plans for him. Even he didn't know some of the contents of the plan. All he knows is that light is part of his responsibility. It has already involved the president and vice president of the Bald Eagle Empire. Just this year, the vice president's poor daughter was in a car accident. The leg was directly amputated. This poor child may have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Extremis is a drug that can reborn a broken limb. Naturally, the vice president's first choice. His purpose through Extremis is to control the vice president. After all, it's for the child's father. Nothing is impossible. He just needs to keep Extremis safe. You can complete your task, by the way, complete your revenge. He wants to make those who once looked down on him pay a sufficient price. When I think of this. Killian's pretty face was full of ferociousness. High seas, 10,000 meters in the air. Jason is looking at the tanker below through the imaging device in his helmet. At this height in the air, the originally huge oil tanker seemed unusually small. The view above can only be seen through the helmet. Skynet are the steel armor troops in place. The armored army has been deployed. Clean the nearby waters and don't let other ships come over. Expand outage plan, Jason said coldly in midair. A cleanup plan has been implemented. The shutdown plan has begun. All network ports are blocked. Radio silence on. Satellite contact lost. The tanker engine is shutting down. Listen to Tianwang's methodical report. A sneer appeared on Jason's lips. He will make this oil tanker disappear silently on the sea today. No news can be leaked out. Jason could see through the helmet in front of him. The people on the tanker had begun to panic. Apparently, the sudden shutdown of the tanker alarmed them. However, this was all within Jason's expectation. Modern tankers, for convenience, most are equipped with electric control systems. All activities of the ship are controlled by the central system. Under the invasion of Skynet, all this is in vain, even if they want to activate manual controls. They will also find that the tanker's propeller can no longer be controlled. This oil tanker has become an isolated island in the sea. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and Jason flew towards the sea quickly. At the moment, the tanker was already in chaos. "Who can tell me what happened?" Killian shouted loudly when he saw the mess on the boat. "Doctor, our main engine has shut down for unknown reasons. Now we are in the process of restarting. Our external communications have also been cut off. Whether it's the internet, radio, or satellite phone, it doesn't work right now." Killian was stunned when he heard what this subordinate said. He just took a rest. Why did he look like this when he got up? Have they entered the Bermuda Triangle? Not enough, Killian asked, calming down quickly. "Find out the reason, tell me why this happened." After giving the order, Killian walked onto the deck to see if there was any problem outside. Soon, he spotted a flash of fire in the sky. After undergoing the strengthening of Extremis, Killian's vision, hearing, and thinking ability have all been greatly enhanced. Soon he discovered that the fire in the distance seemed to be getting closer. "Come here, prepare for a firefight." Soon, a team of well-trained personnel wearing black combat uniforms came onto the deck. The rifle in his hand was pointed at the sky, waiting for things in the sky to fly down. Soon, the fire in the sky flew over the ship. These people also saw clearly what this thing looked like. This is a white and black armor. It doesn't look like a product of the present at all, but it looks like it came from the future. However, Killian recognized this armor at a glance. He squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "Jason Wayne." Jason was a little surprised when Killian called out his name all of a sudden. "Hey, since you've heard of me, that's interesting." He had only worn the armor once before. That was the time to save Tony Stark. He knew that Killian was a die-hard. Maybe it was because of this grudge that he fell in love with him. Now it seems that it is indeed the case. Moreover, I am afraid that his identity has been leaked for some reason. Otherwise, Killian wouldn't have recognized him at a glance. "Tell me how you got the news about me, and I can consider keeping your body intact." Jason looked down condescendingly. The sound came from the steel armor. Hearing this, Killian laughed angrily. "Heh, it seems you've got us. Don't think that you are invincible just because of this armor. Young people, you must know how to be respectful. Fire and shoot him down." Killian waved his hand, and several well-trained guys around him opened fire. Jason suddenly felt heart palpitations. The rapid heightening caused all these bullets to miss. Skynet analyzed the situation. Skynet directly targeted the people below and the equipment they were wearing through Jason's helmet. After analysis, the firearms in the hands of these people were ordinary firearms, but the bullets fired were special bullets. Hitting the target produces a strong ionization pulse, can cause fatal damage to electronic equipment. The probability of the armor being damaged reaches 90%. Hearing this, Jason felt palpitated. Fortunately, he suddenly reacted and ran fast. Otherwise, it might really capsize in the gutter. He just saw these people changing magazines for no apparent reason and felt something was wrong. He didn't expect that these guys could really have black technology that threatened him. He remembered it from the movie. The men controlled by Killian can even control steel armor. As expected, we cannot underestimate the world's heroes. "Killian, I didn't expect you to be quite prepared to deal with me. As for those of you who can self-destruct, call them out too. Otherwise, you may really have no chance." Jason shouted below. While stalling for time, he began to call for his Iron Legion. He decided to hurry up and kill this guy, to avoid long nights and many dreams. He always felt that Killian, the street boy, was mysterious. He studies biotechnology. How could there be such a thing that could deal with steel armor? This small, ionizing pulse weapon. The manufacturing difficulty is very high. He didn't believe that Killian, a guy like him, didn't even have the money to conduct his own experiments 20 years ago. You can research this technology yourself. There must be someone behind him, so Jason decided. In order to avoid long nights and endless dreams, it's better to kill this guy directly. As for the person behind him, we can slowly trace it. In this world, no one can escape Skynet's pursuit. Killian below looked at Jason flying hundreds of meters in the air with a confused expression on his face. "As for that, flying so high you are too cowardly. At this distance, even a rocket launcher can't hit anyone. The effective range of an ordinary rifle is 400 meters. The special bullets they use have a shorter range. It was simply impossible to hit Jason from this distance. Go, get the sniper rifle and shoot him down." Killian almost spat out these words through his teeth. He couldn't understand what Jason wanted to do. Was it just to play a trick on him by putting so much effort into interfering with communications and ships? Killian's idea is right. In the hands of a professional sniper, the maximum range of a sniper rifle can even reach 2,000 meters. But the armor that was fighting was not flying in the sky. Under Jason's high-speed maneuvers, the snipers on the tanker had nothing to do with him. Jason Wayne, what on earth do you mean? Are you just here to take a stroll and don't even dare to fight? Killian said through gritted teeth. Sorry, I'm still a kid and can't fight. I just like floating in the sky, what can you do? Jason said from the sky, controlling the loudspeaker on the tanker through Skynet. His armored army is still under the sea. It would take a while to come up, so he would naturally have to delay. When Killian heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Child. I believe you, whose rich kid goes to the battlefield, kill dozens of terrorists without blinking your eyes, Killian thought bitterly in his mind, said directly to his men. Go get the stinger. Hearing this, the two black-clad team members walked directly to overtime. Jason, who was eavesdropping in the sky, almost fell from the sky when he heard this. After he stabilized his body, he started to curse. Bald Eagle's arms dealer is a F******G piece of shit. As long as you have money, you can really take out anything. Stinger short-range guided missile, but it is used to fly helicopters. The range is several kilometers. Moreover, the missile has an automatic locking system and is not afraid of various maneuvers at all. This thing is used by the military. I didn't expect Killian to be able to get something like this. These arms dealers are really nothing. Thinking of this, Jason didn't stop here. Directly down to Monza, suddenly plunged into the sea. Now unless Killian buys a torpedo, there is nothing he can do against him. After waiting for a few minutes for his armored army to arrive, Jason came out of the water. Killian, you are so stubborn, I'm out again. What can you do to me? Jason flew directly into Killian's face very arrogantly. But Killian didn't mean to answer him at all and just waved his hand. The two missiles flew directly towards Jason with tail flames. Kissin just floated in midair without moving, just when the two missiles were about to hit Jason. Two figures appeared in front of Jason and blocked the missile. After the flames dissipated, Jason was still floating in the air. There is not even a trace of the S******Y white armor on his body. There are two more armors similar to the God of Door beside him. Killian laughed loudly below. Is this what you're good at? Jason Wayne, you really underestimate me. You want to kill me just because of these two scraps of metal. As he spoke, fire started to appear on Killian's body. A dazzling orange light constantly wandered under his skin, as if there was something alive. The suit on his body also appeared with the fire and was burned directly. As he finished speaking, several more firemen walked out of the cabin. I was a little red from being stepped on by them after working overtime. You see, Jason Wayne, the human body is humanity's greatest treasure. The scraps and scraps of metal on your body are just rubbish. Jason heard Killian's confident words. He curled his lips, said lightly. Can you fly? When Killian heard this, it was as if his hat had turned green. He was so angry that he simply lost his mind. Kill him for me. Where are your missiles? Fire them. Killian gave an order and the two missiles flew towards Jason again, but on the way he was directly killed. Why bother, Aldrich Killian? You can't do anything to me, so you might as well surrender. Maybe I can spare your life. Killian ignored Jason's words and kept ordering his men to open fire. I really won't give up until I reach the Yellow River. Jason pouted, a wave of his hand. The water around the tanker looked like flowers. Countless steel armors flew out from the bottom of the sea and floated in the air. In a short time, 2,000 steel armors surrounded the entire tanker. The cold steel mask looked at Killian below. The air suddenly became quiet. Looking at the densely packed battle armor around him, Killian held back what he was about to say. The entire deck was filled with the sound of swallowing saliva. How about it, can you surrender now? You'd better speak up as soon as possible while I'm still interested in your information. Otherwise, I'm afraid your end will not be very good. Kissin said calmly in midair, unless Killian suddenly took out the infinity gauntlet from his crotch and snapped his fingers. Otherwise, God can't save this guy. Hearing Jason say this, the expression on Killian's face showed some hesitation. By cooperating with others, he also once knew the company behind him. However, the conclusion reached is indeed unfathomable. He had no idea how many people were from that organization. This made him very hesitation. I don't know if I should say it. It seems Aldrich Killian is not going to cherish this opportunity. Fire, Jason said in an indifferent voice. Wait, before Killian could finish his words, he was buried in blue light. 2,000 pieces of steel armor. Even if a piece of armor fires just once, it can shatter more than half of the hill. This time the salvo fired. The entire upper part of the tanker was engulfed in flames. Looking at the sea of fire below, Jason said, Skynet scanned for life signals. There are still 4 life signals on the upper deck. Skynet's cold voice sounded from inside the helmet. Jason pouted. Apart from anything else, Killian, a street kid, is really tenacious in his vitality. Extremis, if it didn't have the side effect of exploding at any time, it would really be a good thing. At least his vitality is really the same as that of Ziokyang. Extinguishing. Jason said something, and white crystal blocks began to spray from the arms of the 2,000 armors. This is dry ice. Jason specially installed it to deal with these flames. I didn't expect it to be useful now, after the dry ice is projected. The fire on the ship quickly died down. Jason could finally see the scene on the deck. There are potholes everywhere, and there are even some silver-white metal leaking out. Jason frowned. Killian is a guy who can really make a living. It appears that the tanker has been reinforced. Otherwise, this round of salvo would have left the tanker almost half disabled. Soon, Skynet found Killian lying on the deck, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. At the moment, he was covered in magma color. Half red and half black, it looks extremely weird. Jason has always been a very cautious person. Even though Killian and several of his extremis-injected men were half dead, Jason was still very cautious and let a few special armors lock them up. Several armored robots, like huge amounts of iron locks. I think half of it is fixed in the steel plate of the tanker, locked up all the bodies of several special warriors. Only one head is left outside. Then Jason began to wait for Killian to recover. Extremis is indeed an incredible thing. Killian's head was half gone. But there is still no intention of death. Instead, it is slowly repairing under the influence of red light. Looking at this vitality, Jason was a little envious. This is simply Ziokyang than Ziokyang. I am afraid that without the firepower of a tank main gun, this guy cannot be killed. Soon, Killian's body was repaired. Killian returned to consciousness directly, and it looked as if he was uninjured with no scars on his face. However, the spirit seems a little depressed. As soon as he opened his eyes, Killian saw Jason. Aldrich, Killian, I think you should calm down now. How about we talk about it? Jason spoke and glanced at Killian. Killian said nothing, just looked at Jason carefully. Aldrich, Killian, we don't have any big grudges. Why do you need to fight for life and death like this? The people you sent to cause destruction only killed a few ordinary employees. It's nothing, isn't it? There was no animosity between us. As long as you can tell me who is behind you. Maybe I can spare your life, how about that? Jason looked at Killian very sincerely as if what he said was true. Killian is not important. Jason knows his details clearly. As for the person behind Killian, he wanted to find out. He remembered that in the movie, Killian kidnapped the president, and he wants to control the vice president's rise to power. Jason didn't believe Killian could do this. The vice president doesn't get to the position just because he wants to. Partisan disputes are not just talk. Besides, when Killian first met Tony Stark at the Swiss conference, he was a poor man who supports his research on extremis, who supported him in contacting the military and finding so many disabled people. If anything, Killian did all of this himself. Jason didn't believe it. If he has the ability, he wouldn't have been so miserable back then. So Jason can be sure that there must be someone behind Killian, or there must be a force supporting him. He must have become enemies with them now. Naturally, he wanted to know more. If you strike first, you will be stronger, but if you strike later, you will suffer disaster. Thinking about it, Jason looked at Killian very seriously. There's no one behind me. Aldrich, Killian, this isn't interesting. This cruise ship Boston belongs to Ike Mobile Energy Group. And the price of a 200,000-ton oil tanker is about us $100 million. Aldrich, Killian, you're not going to tell me that you paid for the $100 million, right? And the cost of the modification. The cost of building these military naval vessels alone is tens of millions of dollars. The total value of this tanker is at least us $200 million. Aldrich, Killian has so much money, what else is he a scientist? Jason said with a smile. 200 million US dollars is 4 billion soft sister coins. This is quite a lot of money. If Killian was so rich, how could he be so poor in the first place? Killian's words are just a lie to a fool. Killian was also choked when he heard this. Then I was deeply hurt by Jason's look at the poor guy. What do you mean, look down on people? Why can't I afford $200 million? Well, he really can't afford it. Thinking of this, Killian became even more angry. The skin on my body is also getting redder and redder. Jason frowned. Aldrich, Killian, I think you'd better control your emotions. I heard that the medicine on you seems to be easy to explode. Hearing this, Killian had a crazy smile on his face. Indeed, it is very easy to explode. Jason saw his smile and immediately planned to retreat. However, he didn't have time yet. There was an explosion of huge amounts of noise right next to it. The restricted armor was blown to pieces. Jason was hit by the blast and staggered. Then he was grabbed by an arm glowing with red light. Jason took a look. It was Killian who was glowing red. However, Killian doesn't look very good at the moment. The other arm disappeared. The entire upper body seems to be exposed like the Terminator's bones. Jason Wayne, you are such a conceited person, never understand our noble ideals. Feel the pain now. Jason curled his lips when he heard this. Feel your mother. Eat the thunder from my palm. As he spoke, Jason hit Killian on the arm with a hand cannon. Under the bombardment of 2 plasma beam pulse cannons, Killian's remaining arm was directly broken. But the armor on Jason also left a red handprint. The armor around the handprint turned into molten steel. Jason could even feel huge amounts of heat. If it weren't for the powerful performance of the steel armor, he might have been roasted right now. Even so, looking at the marks on his calf, Jason still had some lingering fears. Killian is really ruthless in his fight to the death. He actually blew his own arm, thus breaking free from the control of the armor. He is a ruthless person. Jason's mind suddenly changed. Killian had already bumped into him. Fortunately, Skynet controlled the armor and stood directly in front of Jason, avoided being warmly embraced by Killian. Skynet, kill him. Jason said something and backed away quickly. Jason ordered. Several special-looking mechas flew over. The 2 arms turned into nozzles similar to fire extinguishers, and white gas shot out directly from them. The white gas disappeared immediately when it came into contact with Killian's body, and Killian's body also turned black. Jason also gasped. This extremis is really fierce. This is liquid nitrogen at more than 200 degrees below zero, something that can even crack metal. Killian is actually still alive and kicking. He did underestimate Killian at first. Skynet, spray with all your strength, kill him. Jason was afraid of having a long night and having too many dreams, so he spoke decisively. Jason gave an order and the liquid nitrogen spray speed doubled, on top of the huge oil tanker. White smoke almost filled the entire deck. Jason still underestimated extremis. This kind of virus can generate huge heat in the human body simply by reorganizing human original DNA. In Jason's eyes, it does not comply with the law of conservation of energy at all. He didn't understand why the human body could emit so much heat. It took nearly hundreds of kilograms of liquid nitrogen to freeze it. Even the Hulk should be frozen together with this liquid nitrogen. Fortunately, in addition to liquid nitrogen, the countless seawater around him can also be used by him. 2 water jets 1 meter thick sprayed straight at Killian. Only then did he suppress the fire on his body. It took nearly 10 minutes for the fire on Killian's body to seem a little weak. The whole person turned into a black piece. Seeing this, Jason was still worried. Let the armor continue to spray liquid nitrogen. It wasn't until a thin layer of ice formed on Killian's body that he felt relieved, looking at the human-shaped black lump in front of him that exudes cold air. Jason breathed a sigh of relief. This guy is definitely the toughest enemy he has ever encountered. Although the combat effectiveness is not high, but the vitality is amazingly tenacious. He even suspected that this guy was more resistant to being beaten than the Hulk. At least the ability of Broken Limb Reborn is completely inferior to the Hulk, more fierce than Ziokyang, sighed. Jason wanted to avoid long nights and dreams so that he could survive. Just hit Killian with a hand cannon and smash him into pieces. It turned into black debris on the ground. Thinking about it like this, he probably wouldn't survive. Get exposed to plot missions and extract new technologies. Acquire extremis biomodification technology. Jason was stunned when he heard this system prompt. He looked at Killian, who was already in pieces. Jason didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is this considered contact with plot characters? Killian probably didn't like this kind of contact. Shaking his head, Jason was not in a hurry to see the newly acquired technology but instead looked at the oil tanker. Skynet, scan this tanker. Scan completed. The total length is 400 meters, the width is 58. 6 meters, the depth is 32 meters, the total height is 72 meters, and the total load capacity is 198,000 tons. Jason nodded with satisfaction after hearing these data. This is simply a behemoth. The length is at least equivalent to 2 playgrounds, and the height is equivalent to 24 stories high. It's no different from a small island, and these things now belong to him, but now there are still some troubles to deal with. There are many people on this tanker, and he wants to see how to deal with them. Skynet, count the number of people on this ship. Inquiry into the details of these individuals to determine whether they have committed any illegal activity. Let the Iron Legion take over this tanker. Jason issued orders one after another. This tanker is very large. Coupled with the modifications of Killian, the street boy, they didn't even have the upper deck in their battle just now. The people below had no intention of coming out. Jason had to hurry up and take them all over. Master, these people want to blow up the ship. Skynet's reminder sounded from inside the helmet. At the same time, a video appeared in front of him. There are some people wearing black special warfare uniforms who are installing bombs in various places on the tanker. The letters AIM are printed on their black combat uniforms. It was those guys who had weapons that could target him. Jason was furious when he saw they were trying to blow up the ship. You actually want to blow up my ship? Skynet, turn off the tanker's power system and prepare to break in by force. Block all signal communication bands and make sure they can only activate the bomb manually. Prepare the bomb-disposable armor and prepare to force your way in. Jason ordered again. However, this time Skynet once again brought him bad news. Master, these people are killing the crew and internal scientific researchers. As he spoke, another video was projected on his helmet. Dozens of black combatants gathered among the crew and scientific researchers. The crazy massacre began, although these people also want to resist. But flesh and blood is too weak in the face of automatic rifles. Jason's face turned livid when he saw this scene. Stop them immediately and cut through the deck directly. Jason originally didn't want to damage the hull, but now he doesn't care so much. But watching the video, Jason still felt a chill in his heart. What is the organization behind this, Killian? To avoid exposure. The massacre unfolded without any hesitation. I'm afraid this is not some second-rate small organization. With a gloomy face, he watched the steel armor using lasers to break the deck and began to think about moving forward inside the tanker. However, this tanker has been modified. The deck was not normally thick and they were very laborious to cut. Skynet, access the tanker database. Investigate what kind of organization this AIM is. Jason said with a gloomy face. Organizations in the Marvel Universe fall into the stars. There are countless secret organizations of various sizes, large and small. Don't tell me that this is a hodgepodge world. There are so many organizations inside. Jason also remembered what kind of organization this was. However, under Skynet's investigation, they could not hide it all. When the time came to find out the details of this organization, he directly told Nick Fury, the one-eyed man, let him investigate. After all, this is a terrorist organization that supports Killian to replace the president. That's exactly what SHIELD should be responsible for. While guessing who was behind Killian, Jason waited for Skynet to check for information about this organization. After waiting for several minutes, Jason didn't hear Skynet's report on the news, and he couldn't help but frown. It didn't take more than a few minutes for Skynet to check the intelligence of any organization. Why did it take so long this time? Skynet, what did you find out? Master, I only found out that this AIM is a weapons research and development company held by several large groups. It develops various high-tech weapons internally, and Extremis is only part of their research. Including the weapons you encounter that can destroy the armor, they are all produced by this organization. Jason frowned when he heard this. Who are these shareholders? Multiple international consortiums, branches of the big family. The ownership structure is very complicated, and even Wayne Group has a stake in it. There is simply no way to determine who owns a controlling stake in this organization. Jason frowned even more when he heard this. This is normal operation for large companies. In order to ensure that interests are combined with each other, many large companies have cross-shareholdings. Even some individual shareholders have various holdings. The ownership structure of some companies may not even be clear to the company CEO himself. An inventory must be carried out by a professional accountant. This suddenly made things complicated. Although high-energy cutting laser consumes very serious energy, but it's extremely powerful. The special military ship steel used to strengthen the hull and deck was quickly opened up by the steel armor. More than 1,000 steel armors continued to pour into the hull. However, in Jason's opinion, it was actually very late. Almost all the crew and scientific researchers inside had been slaughtered. These AIM combat troops are very well equipped. Not only does it have special battles, but it also has night vision goggles on its head. Jason turning off the lights didn't bother the group at all, not as much of a threat as cutting off communications. Try to capture these people alive. If you can't capture them alive, kill them all. See if any of these people are still alive. Jason said to Skynet with a gloomy face. Although these people carry special elixirs, but something like this can threaten steel armor. They are all rare goods. These people don't have much equipment. Soon they were trapped by the steel armor. However, Jason's wish to capture him alive did not come true. Cyanide. Jason looked at the corpse in front of him with an ugly expression. Already 7 holes are bleeding hope. Cyanide is one of the most toxic chemicals in the world. The fatality rate is high and it takes effect very quickly, widely used by various dead soldiers. It only takes a few milligrams to kill an adult. It was obvious that these combatants, seeing they were captured alive, simply committed suicide by taking poison. This made Jason even more afraid of this aim. It is not easy to train dead soldiers, especially in this day and age. Unless you are a brainwashed diehard, it is not easy to have someone sacrifice your life. But this aim directly took out more than 100 dead soldiers, suicide without hesitation. This gave Jason a new understanding of the strength of this organization. They couldn't do this just by relying on the things that Tianfin found out. These guys definitely have a physically isolated database. Even a paper database. Jason said with certainty, with the development of network technology, now more and more major forces have established their own physical isolation systems. There is no external network access at all. Some organizations with deep pockets have even established paper databases. It is to prevent the intrusion of various hackers. Jason can be sure that this aim must have these things in his hands. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cultivate so many dead soldiers just relying on the power he showed on the surface. A country as powerful as Lao Maozi back then, if you want to cultivate dead soldiers, you must use repeated brainwashing. If you look at the Winter Soldier, you will know how much it costs to train a dead soldier. More than 100 people appeared here at once. Skynet divide into small sub-bodies and store them in accessible devices. Jason opened his mouth and gave instructions. There is no unbreakable wall in the world. Even if this group of people sets up a physically isolated database, it is impossible to prevent intrusions 100%. They always exchange data. At that time, Skynet's sub-body virus will be able to invade their isolation network and obtain the data he needs. Unless these people really set up a paper database. After thinking about it for a while, Jason put this matter to the bottom of his heart. He shouldn't be able to deal with this organization for the time being. Wait until we find out some information. Skynet, are there any signs of life here? Looking at the corpses in front of him, Jason's face was as dark as water. A large cruise ship has a crew of at least several hundred people. That's still a ship transporting crude oil. A secret base like Killian has nearly 2,000 crew members, scientific researchers, service personnel, etc. in total. And these people were almost all killed by these people. It was pure carnage. In many cabins, blood and water can even reach calf height. If it weren't for the support of the steel armor, Jason felt that he might have knelt on the ground. The population of a heavy town in the Bald Eagle Empire is not that large. If this matter were to be revealed, I'm afraid it would cause an uproar. If no signs of life are found, the body will be identified and buried. At the same time, investigate the identities of these executioners for me. I don't believe it, there's no trace of cobweb horses at all. Jason looked at it for a while and couldn't help it. He left the cabin directly. Skynet, start the investigation from the beginning. I want information from their birth to the present. As long as these people don't jump out of the cracks in the rocks, I will find their traces. And send this stuff to Nick Fury at SHIELD, as well as Ames information, send it to him. Jason came out to take a breath of air and said in a deep voice, although he thinks he is not a good person, but seeing so many people die in front of him, he simply couldn't remain indifferent. He didn't expect that these people would be so insane. Send a message to Tony Stark and ask him if he's interested in getting involved. I want all branches of AIM to be annihilated into ashes. Jason said through gritted teeth. Originally, he wanted to take a look at it slowly. Slowly investigate the details of this organization before taking action. It seems completely unnecessary now. This kind of crazy organization should not exist in this world. He can't be a superhero. Some people can do it. He believes that several super agents of SHIELD, as well as Tony Stark, must be interested in dealing with this organization. After thinking about it, Jason looked into the distance coldly. At the same time, at the Delta Wing SHIELD base in New York, Nick Fury, who was engaged in some conspiracy, received an anonymous email. When he saw this email, Nick Fury was a little surprised. This mailbox that accepts mail is a secret mailbox. Not many people know this email address. They are all people he trusts very much. Now that an anonymous email suddenly appeared, he was naturally very surprised. However, half a day later, he saw this email. But after watching it for a few minutes, Nick Fury became a little angry. His face immediately turned a bit darker. Although he is somewhat unscrupulous in order to protect mankind, many of the methods may even seem unethical. But his original intention is still good. That's to protect humanity. How could he not be angry now that he saw the evidence that Jason sent him that confirmed human massacres? However, his many years as an agent still make him very cautious. He'll go covertly investigate an organization called AIM and Killian Biopharmaceutical Company. With help, don't let anyone know. After giving a few instructions into the earphones, Nick Fury began to think deeply again. The blackface was uncertain. He was wondering if this was a conspiracy. Is someone plotting against SHIELD and how this changed email was leaked? Tony Stark is a narcissist, arrogant, and playboy. He has shortcomings like this. But deep down, he is actually a very sensitive and emotional person, and he is very kind. After listening to Jason introduce what happened, he actually agreed with Jason's plan to cause trouble from the bottom of his heart. However, on the surface, he still has to be arrogant. Even so, this kind of matter should actually be left to the police. I'm just an ordinary rich man. Jason could see right through his heart. Zio directly despised. I don't believe you didn't secretly study the armor at home. Besides, you may have stolen a lot from me. Hear Jason say that. Tony Stark was a little ashamed at first, then became angry. Hey kid, what do you mean? What does it mean to steal a teacher? My armor was obviously developed by myself. Tony Stark said plausibly, so you admit that you study armor? Jason said in a very noisy tone. Tony Stark choked up and wanted to hang up the phone directly. He did borrow a bit from Jason's death path in his armor. But the above technologies were all developed by him. Moreover, when it comes to scientists, can that be called stealing? How could this little kid taint someone's innocence out of thin air? Honestly, how far has your armor research gone? Jason asked curiously. In the original world, there is no such thing as him. Tony actually took a lot of detours when researching the armor. He also made himself covered with scars, but after seeing Jason's finished product, he definitely improved. No comment, Tony Stark said angrily. Oh, then I won't ask. I just want to remind you that you remember to consider the issue of freezing of the armor. If the armor has to be very high, the whole thing will freeze. Jason said in a very relaxed tone. Tony Stark rolled his eyes. You didn't tell me earlier. He almost killed himself once a long time ago. It also messed up the traffic in New York and caused a car accident. Fortunately, there were no casualties. However, what surprised him was that no one had been searched for this so far. Are you involved in that matter or not? They have deep connections with the group of terrorists who captured you. I'm afraid that all of your Stark Industries weapons were paid for by this organization. Jason was afraid that Tony Stark wouldn't join him as a troublemaker. He spoke directly. With 2,000 armors alone, he can indeed kill this organization. But I'm afraid that the next day, he might be invited to tea by Nick Fury. Governments around the world may also put pressure on him. It is not a good thing to have this kind of force and expose it now. Therefore, he urgently needs someone to help him fight the Thunder. Tony Stark was an obvious choice. This guy's father is one of the founders of SHIELD. I have a very good relationship with Nick Fury. There is no way Nick Fury would be suspicious of him, and this guy always likes to be in the limelight and he just likes to see this kind of thing. Jason, I think this needs to be considered. According to the information you provided, the strength of this organization is relatively small. A lot of their labs are in downtown areas. If we take action, we may cause civilian casualties. Tony Stark pondered for a moment and said, although he is careless, he is not stupid. It's clear what the consequences would be if he actually took action. Do you think you and I are that stupid? We are definitely not making a fuss. The targets of our attack are several secret bases. According to the information I have obtained, these bases are secretly conducting human experiments. We just need to take out these few bases. Others will naturally handle the rest. Jason opened his mouth to explain. Moreover, we can make one vote and run away without revealing our identity at all. I'm afraid there aren't many innocent people in these bases. We just carry out humane destruction. If you don't believe it, I'll give you the darknet addresses of these bases and you can investigate on your own. Seeing that Tony Stark was unmoved, Jason spoke again. Okay, I will investigate it myself. Tony Stark still agreed without coming up. Instead, he spoke. Although Jason is the eldest son of Wayne Group, he also saved one of his people. Tony Stark wouldn't just believe him. After experiencing being kidnapped, there are only a few people he absolutely trusts. Jason was even on his radar. Otherwise, why could Jason find his location so easily and save him? However, he would never say this. Jason didn't know Tony Stark was suspicious of him. Seeing that Tony Stark still disagreed, Jason spoke again. I'm afraid it won't work if you don't agree with this matter. Actually, this matter has something to do with you. What's the meaning? Tony Stark asked. See for yourself. Jason sent a document to Tony Stark. While Tony Stark was reading the information, Jason explained. At the 1999 Bern conference in Switzerland, did you let someone else's dove go? Which person? Tony said without raising his head. Jason spurted out blood. You don't know how to let go of someone else's love. If you weren't a pig's trotter, you would have been beaten to death. Let me introduce it to you and see if you can remember it. That night, you made an appointment with Aldrich Killian to meet on the rooftop. Then he turned around and slept with a female doctor named Maya Hansen. Leave Aldrich Killian on the roof to dry overnight. Are you impressed? When you say that, it seems to make an impression. Tony Stark said with some embarrassment on his face, although he feels that being a playboy is very glorious. But it was a bit embarrassing for a teenager to say it. But what does this have to do with this matter, and what does it have to do with me? Tony Stark said quickly. Killian is a leader of this organization and doctor. Maya Hansen is one of the main researchers. Besides, Killian has been investigating your situation. Do you think he wants to have a friendly exchange with you? Also, because the matter of saving you was leaked. Our Wayne Tower was bombed by Killian within a few days. Do you think this matter has anything to do with you? Jason asked in a faint tone. Jason's questions were very sharp. This made Tony Stark, who was always known for his sharp tongue, somewhat unable to answer. As a genius, naturally, he didn't think that these people were investigating the situation at his home just to have friendly exchanges with him. Even the structure of his luxurious villa has been carefully investigated. He didn't believe that these people were any good people, but he still argued. Maybe they really came here to be friends. Well, maybe they will fly an armed helicopter to find you and make friends. Jason said in a faint tone. In the movie, Killian's men drove a helicopter gunship directly to blow up Tony Stark's villa. In order to protect his wife, Tony Stark almost died in the villa. To know, there is a no-fly zone near Tony Stark's luxurious villa. All aircraft passing there require approval, although bald eagle routes are easier to approve. But such a glaring armed helicopter almost killed Tony Stark. One can imagine how amazing the energy of this organization is. At least Tony Stark and the others don't take him seriously. Jason didn't think it was a wise decision to face these people alone. Let comrade Tony Stark go out and show off. Regardless of Tony Stark's harsh words, Jason spoke directly. I'll wait for you in the oil country in 3 days. Remember to have ionization protection ready. They have weapons against the armor. After saying that, Jason didn't care about Tony Stark and hung up the phone. Tony Stark cursed a few times, then he fell into deep thought. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jason arrived at the appointed place early to wait for Tony Stark. Underground, there are dozens of steel armors that he has prepared. Petroleum country is not an empty high seas. It was impossible for him to use thousands of armors to invade other people's bases in broad daylight. And in this underground base, dozens of steel armors are enough. While looking at the structural diagram of the base from inside the helmet, Jason waited for Tony Stark to arrive. Not long after, a white dot was found on the special radar of the armor. Cruised through the sky at very fast speeds. Tony Stark soon spotted Jason on the ground. He landed on the ground in a very handsome landing posture. Opening his mask, Tony Stark glanced at Jason. Seeing that Jason's armor is even more showy than his, he curled his lips. Boy, let's go. The fight will be over soon and I still have to attend the party. If you say this, you have to head towards the base. Jason grabbed him. Are you going to go directly like that? Not even an investigation. Do you know how many people are in this base? How many weapons are there? Are there any self-destruct devices? Have you figured this out? Jason asked a few questions in succession. The question made Tony Stark's scalp tingle. Looking at his confused look, Jason sighed. Avengers gang. None have intelligence. 2 guys with relatively high IQs are both reckless. Tony is better, the Hulk is even more reckless than him. There was no plan at all. Even low-key, a guy with insufficient IQ can scheme around the Avengers. It really makes people speechless. Jason even doubted it. If these people weren't pig trotters, they might all be killed. Looking at Tony Stark, who looked confused, Jason could only sigh and said, "This base is used by AIM to conduct human experiments. Except for the supply guys who come in every few days. It's full of well-trained members of the organization. There is also a tactical team of 20 people guarding the only entrance. There is a self-destruction device under the base. I have turned it off, but there is still a possibility that they can turn it on manually. So we don't want to fight, let's fight quickly. Also, you'd better understand that there are no good people in this base." Jason looked at Tony Stark squarely, then he added, "Even women are not exempted." "Hey boy, what do you mean?" Tony Stark said angrily. "You know it yourself. I think there are a few pretty good-looking researchers here. You better hold on. This group of people seems to be quite short of human body material." After saying that, Jason ignored Tony and spoke directly. Skynet sent out a team of steel armors to break through the entrance of the base. Then, leave no one behind, a trace of cruelty flashed across Jason's face. The experiments done in this base are based on Killian's extremis research. They work on taking out the side effects of extremis. A harmless human body strengthening agent was developed, create super soldiers, and this experiment has a very high chance of failure. The human test materials here are replaced almost every day. And in order to ensure the universality of the experiment, their test subjects were all civilians caught nearby. Old people, women, children, all. That's why Jason said there is no innocent person here. With a sigh, Jason looked at the dozens of armors coming out of the underground. Wait for them to break through the base's defenses. Behind him, Tony Stark looked at these different models of armor, eyes straightened. Have you developed a new armor? Looking at Tony Stark, who was staring straight at him, Jason said nonchalantly. Now that we have the main body, wouldn't it be easy to improve it? It's not a big deal. Tony Stark looked at Jason's casual look, feeling sour. Technical improvement is secondary. He could see that these armors were just researched for special functions. The technical difficulty is not high. What makes him sad is that there are dozens of armors. The cost of a single armor is $200 million. These dozens of armors cost just $101 to throw away. You know, at their peak, Stark Industries' annual profit margin was only this number. For a billion-dollar order, he would go out and negotiate it in person. He also went all the way to the oil country to demonstrate weapons in person. One can imagine how much money $10 billion is. As for Jason's armors, they threw away a year's profit of Stark Industries. They threw away a year's profits of Stark Industries. Even he, a famous prodigal, felt a little sad. Are your Wayne family so rich? Oh, are these expensive? Jason turned around and asked. I use materials from home, but I don't know the exact value. Hearing this, Tony Stark almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Tony Stark never imagined it in his life. There will come a day when he is shown off his wealth by others. His father, Howard Stark, established Stark Industries and began selling arms since World War II. He even participated in the development of the atomic bomb. After so many years of accumulation, the Stark family has accumulated considerable wealth. On the surface, he only has assets of more than $10 billion, but the wealth he actually controls is much more than that. But he met the wrong person, the Wayne family. The Wayne family took root in Gotham City when the Bald Eagle Empire was founded. After so many years of development, it is no exaggeration to say that the Wayne family is as rich as any country. Gotham is a city only slightly smaller than New York. In such a city, 60% of the industry is in the hands of the Wayne family. The financial resources of the Wayne family can be imagined. He really couldn't argue with Jason and him showing off his wealth. Looking at the teenage heir to the Wayne family in front of him, Tony Stark admitted that he was really sour. Okay, we can go in, Jason suddenly said. Tony Stark was distracted, but he had been detecting the close combat of the Iron Troopers through Skynet. After he strengthened the ionization protection function of the steel armor, these steel armors are simply overwhelming. Under the operation of Skynet, these armors do not need to consider internal personnel damage at all, and their performance is maximized, although this secret base is very tightly guarded. It was still broken through layer by the steel armor. After all, this is a battle armor that can compete with alien gods. The weapons of the Earth pose no direct threat to the surface of the armor. It doesn't take a while. These dozens of armors have broken through to the interior of the base. Tony Stark was very surprised by this progress. So fast? Well, what do you think? I have sent dozens of armors. I'm afraid it won't be a problem to conquer a small country. Just attacking a base. Jason rolled his eyes and said, not only is the battle armor's combat effectiveness amazing, Skynet also played a big role in this. The central system of the base is controlled. 50% of the underground base's defense is unusable. Basically, manual operation is required. This progress is not surprising. Ignoring Tony Stark's surprise, Jason spoke directly. Here's the plan. The steel battle suit is responsible for everything else. The two of us are directly responsible for the core laboratory. Kill everyone you meet on the road. We need to investigate the details of this organization. Having said this, Jason was a little helpless. I don't know the origin of this organization. The protection inside a secret base is so tight. The core laboratories at the lowest level are actually physically isolated. Skynet has no control over this place. In desperation, he had no choice but to do it himself. Tony Stark doesn't care. Coming from a playboy background, he had no idea what the plan was, just one word. As soon as Jason finished speaking, he rushed out directly. Jason was so angry that he stamped his feet. These superheroes are simply unorganized and undisciplined. In desperation, Jason could only follow. The two were very fast and entered the base in a short time, under the ravages of dozens of steel armors. The passage to the secret base is actually in a mess. There were flashes of lightning and traces of explosions everywhere. Jason soon found Tony Stark, who was moving forward. He was in a laboratory and didn't know what he was looking at. These people are really beasts. Tony Stark shouted angrily. Jason saw what was in front of him. This is an experiment video from this laboratory. It shows that the scientific researchers in this laboratory are studying the formation mechanism of extremis. Extremis was injected into the bodies of various men, women, and children. Some people cannot handle this virus. Exploded directly. These people are still good. Those who did not die were even more miserable. After being injected with a drug that inhibits the activity of extremis, directly being dissected alive. The purpose is to obtain the most realistic and intuitive experimental data. Jason feels that he has always been a very cold-blooded person. But seeing these scenes, a feeling of anger spontaneously arose in my heart. Tony Stark was even more angry. One shot shattered the Petri dish next to it. Boy, don't leave me alive. Full of anger, Tony Stark said something to Jason and rushed out. Jason glanced at the laboratory and followed. Along the way, the two kept killing, even if someone begs for mercy. They also killed all these people without hesitation. Soon they entered the entrance to the final laboratory. This is also a small laboratory and there is only one experimenter inside. He's inside a console somewhere. Crazy is operating without knowing what it is doing. I saw two steel men suddenly barging in. The guy in the white coat shivered immediately. Jason raised his arm when he saw it. He knelt directly on the ground. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I know the password to Lab Zero. I am of use, please don't kill me. I was forced. This guy was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing, begging Jason to spare his life. Jason and Tony Stark looked at each other, then stopped holding the light cannon in their hands, asked, "What's in this lab?" Inside is where the experimental subjects are located, directly controlled by Dr. Seruo, the person in charge of the base. I don't know about the rest. This scientific researcher in a white coat is obviously not a character with integrity. As soon as Jason opened his mouth, he directly revealed all the base's background. How on earth do you get into this laboratory? Jason glanced at the guy. Although we know from the structural diagram of the base there is a final laboratory here, but in their current view there is no trace of this laboratory. There was only a metal wall of huge amounts in front of them. It fits perfectly without any trace. If someone is not a housekeeper, he will enter from inside. Jason even felt that there really was no laboratory here. The door of this laboratory is made of heat-resistant aerospace alloy 2 meters back, can only be opened with a password. I know the password, don't kill me, don't kill me. The man in the white coat directly begged for mercy. I'm going to try to see if what this guy said is true. Tony Stark stepped forward, the red laser on his finger glowing. To be honest, Jason didn't believe what the young man kneeling in front of him said. High-temperature and heat-resistant aviation alloy is a unique material of Bald Eagle Aerospace Administration. Even if there is a small outflow, the quantity will not be too much, and there has always been a price but no market, and the price is very high. It is understandable that it is used in various high-tech equipment. To build a gate, Tony Stark, a loser, doesn't have such luxury. However, he just thought about it. Tony Stark came back with a gloomy face. It's a high-temperature heat-resistant alloy. My laser can't cut it. Jason was also shocked when he heard this. What a prodigal organization this is. Can this alloy be used to build doors? Are you crazy? When Tony Stark saw Jason, he had no choice but to say in a deep voice, "Open the door, don't play any tricks." Thanks, the guy in the white coat said with great gratitude. Etc. Seeing this guy walking towards the console, Jason stopped him. "Sir, what's the matter?" The guy in the white coat forced an ugly smile on his face. The folds on his face were almost bunched together. He looks like a poor, lonely old man. "Nothing, I'll give you some insurance." Smiling, Jason took a collar from the steel battle suit behind him. It was put directly on this guy's head. Drip sounds softly throughout life. The electronic collar was worn tightly around this guy's neck. What is this? The researcher in a white coat asked with a smile that was uglier than crying. "Nothing, just an explosive collar. This collar contains special explosives. As long as I have a thought. This cute decoration will explode with a power equivalent to 10 kilograms of TNT. A kind smile appeared on Jason's face, then he continued. "I think you should understand the effect of this thing exploding. So, I wonder if there is anything you haven't added yet." A bright smile appeared on Jason's face, but this smile looked like a devil to the researchers opposite him. The scientific researcher in a white coat forced an ugly smile on his face and said, "I did forget something just now. There are 3 high-energy laser emission tubes in the passage of this laboratory. If you enter it the wrong way, it will start. But don't worry, these things can be turned off outside. Then what are you waiting for? Why don't you lock him up?" A gentle smile appeared on Jason's face. Looking at the scientific researchers opposite, I shivered. Right away, right away. The scientific researchers in white coats stumbled up to the console and began to operate. After seeing him pass by, Jason looked towards the door of the laboratory. Tony Stark looked at Jason with a strange expression. After a long time, he said, "What did Bruce Wayne teach you? Why do you look like an old fox? Mr. Stark, if you grew up living in the slums of Gotham, you wouldn't ask this question." Jason smiled and said no more. Leave it to Tony Stark to experience it himself. Gotham is the busiest street, and it is also full of thieves. What a slum looks like is beyond the imagination of a young man like Tony. He had spent a long time in that kind of place. Tony Stark looked at the expression on Jason's face. Didn't ask any more questions. "I just made up my mind to visit the slums of Gotham in the future." While the two were chatting, the unlucky guy they caught had already opened the door. "All right," the unfortunate guy said something. The door in front of them slowly opened. The originally tight metal was opened amidst a series of mechanical noises. A long passage leaked out. Jason looked at the metal door and twitched the corner of his mouth. He said, "Why, Skynet has no role here. This gate turned out to be completely mechanical. Presumably the only electronic component is on the console directly connected to it. If Skynet can be opened, there will be ghosts." After glancing at the door, Jason turned his attention again to the unlucky guy they had caught. "Hey, are you sure there's nothing wrong? Never fail to speak up if you have a problem. Because you may be the first person to walk through this passage later, and the coil bomb around your neck is specially made. You need to stay connected to the external network at all times. Otherwise, there's going to be a bang. You must be sure you have nothing to say." Hearing Jason's words, the prisoner in the white coat almost cried. "Also, there is still a little problem. The hand cannon in Tony Stark's hand was raised directly. Tony, stay calm." Jason stopped Tony Stark. "Just snap his fingers." Then the prisoner they captured in front of them started to tremble as if he had been electrocuted. It took half a minute to listen, then he knelt directly on the ground. "This is your punishment for lying to us. You have to think clearly. If anything happens to us on the way down, we may not die, but you will definitely die, so don't do anything unwise." Upon hearing this, the scientific researcher in a white coat pursed his lips. Then he spoke, "No more, no more." Jason looked at his condition and nodded with satisfaction. "That's okay, just lead the way." Jason pointed with his chin, and the scientific researchers in white coats walked towards the passage. With this guy walking in front, Jason and Tony Stark followed suit. Soon, they entered the final laboratory. The laboratory space is very large, about the size of a football field. As soon as he entered the door, Jason saw 5 or 6 large culture tanks. Inside were naked human beings. They looked no different from ordinary people. "What is this?" Tony Stark said after scanning the week. "This is the ultimate laboratory body for the laboratory. Biological weapons developed at the research base. Extremis Warrior," the scientific researcher in the white coat said in a faint tone. "Oh, Extremis Warrior, you sound awesome. I don't know how effective it is in combat." Jason looked at the experimental subjects in the Petri dish with interest. "You'll be able to see it soon. Once the laboratory is open, the experimental subjects inside will wake up. Kill any enemy in front of you." The scientific researchers in white coats had arrived behind the Petri dish at some point. He said in a faint tone, "You really have a problem. You are the person in charge of this laboratory, right?" Jason looked at the scientific researcher who had removed the collar from his neck at some point and said with a smile, "How did you know?" The scientific researcher in a white coat frowned and said, "Nonsense, this kind of place. How can there be low-level personnel? Even if you're not the person in charge of the base, you're definitely a big fish and you'll definitely be right to catch it." Jason said in a very relaxed tone. He didn't bother to care who the leader of this base was, just kill everyone in the base. Then there is no need to worry about anyone escaping. The guy in the white coat almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard this. He thought there was something wrong with his acting. "Unexpectedly, I met a reckless man. It gave him the feeling of hitting cotton with a fist. I feel very uncomfortable in my heart. Aren't you afraid of accidentally hurting innocent people?" "What? Are there any innocent people here?" Jason said with surprise on his face. Hearing this, Daco vomited blood again. There certainly seemed to be no innocent people in his laboratory. "Forget it, I won't talk nonsense to dying people. The white coat saw that he couldn't defeat Jason. He sneered and didn't talk to Jason. "It's as if you can talk nonsense better than me," Jason retorted. Jason wanted to say a few more words but was stopped by Tony Stark. Follow Tony Stark's gaze. The 5 experimental subjects in the Petri dish didn't know when they had opened their eyes. He was staring at the 2 of them with emotionless eyes. "What are you looking at, fire?" Jason screamed strangely and raised his arms. The javelin armor-piercing bullet in his arm was fired without saying a word. The armor-piercing bullet directly penetrated the thick culture glass. An explosion occurred directly inside. There was a flash of fire. Countless amounts of culture fluid were blown into the air, suddenly blocking the sight of 2 people. Wait until the culture medium that blocks the view falls to the ground. Only then did the 2 of them see the scene behind them. All 5 experimental subjects woke up. The armor-piercing bomb directly ripped open the skin and flesh. However, although the flesh on his body was exploded, but recovering quickly, Jason could even see the growing buds on his muscles. And Jason noticed, when these experimental subjects are repairing their bodies, there was no fire flashing from his body. It's like the side effects are completely fixed. You should feel honored. You are the first and only ones to see the centipede warriors. You should be lucky to be able to find my base. You should be lucky to die in my hands. The white coat said a few words frantically. The emotion in his eyes was very passionate. He is completely different from the cowardly guy just now, who doesn't know how to brag. You have the ability to let these soldiers beat my brother. If I can beat him, I lose. Jason sneered directly. "Hey kid." Tony Stark trembled when he heard Jason's betrayal of his teammates. These 5 seem to be difficult to deal with, and he may not be able to defeat them. "Brother, hold on for a while, I'll call for reinforcements." Jason turned around and ran away without saying a word. He didn't know what was going on with these 5 experimental subjects, so he didn't want to fight with these guys whose combat capabilities were unknown. He has 50 steel armors, wouldn't he call them over to fight in a group? I don't know what happened to this white coat. In this laboratory, he couldn't contact Skynet at all. You can only go out and find someone. However, he had just set off. The door you came in from just now was closed silently. I just want to leave now, don't you think it's too late? The white coat laughed wildly and said, "Cow." Jason saw the door closed and didn't say much. He immediately turned back and shouted, "Tony, let me help you, Shet." Tony Stark was also shocked by Jason's shamelessness. If Jason hadn't turned around and ran away. He really thought Jason was a good person. But now is not the time to push each other away. The experimental subjects have already come forward. Tony cursed fiercely and drove his armor directly towards him. It's just that it just flew up. He was kicked to the wall by the experimental subject. "Be careful, they are very powerful," Tony Stark said angrily. Jason glanced at Tony Stark. "Just know what's going on. Even though the jet propulsion device on the steel armor is inconspicuous, but the thrust provided is very powerful. It can even propel small rockets." But Tony Stark was kicked back. Of course, there are reasons for him to underestimate the enemy, but this also shows that the strength of these warriors cannot be underestimated. Jason understood. The ones who decided not to come into direct contact with these experimental subjects were those who wanted to fight these experimental subjects through the maneuvers I told them. However, these experimental subjects are much smarter than Jason imagined. In other words, his combat intuition is very strong. The 2 experimental subjects came directly to intercept Jason with Jason's hand cannon. The laboratory looks quite small though, but in front of these guys whose physical fitness is not ordinary, it doesn't seem like the area is that big. Jason was quickly cornered by several experimental subjects. Correspondingly, these experimental subjects were also beaten to pieces by Jason's weapons. Looking at these experimental warriors rushing toward him, Jason's eyes shrank. One of the subjects was hit the hardest by his weapon. The bones in the body have been exposed. Only. His bones are not the white color of ordinary people. It is metallic silver white with some yellow in the middle. Jason took a deep breath. 2 rocket nests sprouted directly from the shoulders. A dozen small rockets were launched directly from his shoulders. Then they were all concentrated on that experimental subject. After the fire, almost all the skin and flesh on the experimental subject was blown away, leaking out the bones beneath the skin. Seeing these skeletons, Jason gasped. The internal skeleton of these experimental subjects has been completely replaced. All replaced with metal structures. The silver-white metal is dotted with yellow crystals that are constantly flashing. It looks like centipede limbs, and there seems to be yellow light constantly flashing inside those yellow crystals, as these yellow crystals continue to flash. The test subject's muscles also began to heal rapidly. It was completely healed in a short time, even worse than Killian's healing ability. Jason secretly thought something was wrong, although the attack power is not very strong, but the recovery ability of these experimental warriors is really terrifying. In case the armor's energy is exhausted, they became lambs to be slaughtered. Compared to Jason, who can barely hold on, Tony Stark on the other side is even worse. He was forced into a corner by two experimental soldiers and beaten violently. If the armor hadn't been very strong, Tony Stark would have gone to hell by now. Seeing how dangerous the situation was, Jason gritted his teeth. The fingertips flashed red. 10 laser beams shot out directly from his fingers. The energy of the armor also decreased rapidly, reaching half of it. After all this energy was expended, the effect was astonishing. The three experimental warriors surrounding him were cut in half. One of Tony's experimental subjects was being beaten up over there, and his head was split in half. Jason flashed with joy. I want to take advantage of the victory and pursue it. But unexpectedly, the three experimental warriors in front of him seemed not to be affected at all. The wound on his waist healed quickly and he continued to attack Jason. Jason's expression changed drastically. Tony, do you have any ideas? If this continues, we will be killed. Jason yelled at Tony Stark. If I had my way, do you think I would still be beaten here? Thanks to Jason for your help, one of the test subjects besieging Tony Stark dies. He finally had a chance to fight back. The fight with that experimental subject was back and forth. It's just that Tony Stark is a playboy, so he is no match for this kind of war machine. It was said to be a sparring, but it was just relying on the strength of the armor to hold on. The hand cannon in his hand kept firing to buy himself some time. Tony Stark, you idiot, how can you not defeat anyone? Jason shouted very, very corruptly. Tony Stark was filled with indignation when he heard this. But what they told was the truth, and he really couldn't refute it. He could only fire at the experimental subject in front of him depressedly, venting his anger. The experimental subject in front of him retreated. The body even trembled a little. Jason's eyes lit up when he saw this. He kept dodging. The plasma light in hand is not much used as the pulse cannon. He didn't expect that this weapon would be effective on these experimental subjects. Jason took a deep breath. An emergency stop in flight. The arc reactor on the chest emits a strong light. A beam of light as thick as a sea bowl shot out directly. The experimental subject in front of him had been shot in the front. The skin on my chest has almost disappeared. The silver-white metal creation inside leaked out. Moreover, the whole person seemed to be shaken, trembling constantly. The experimental soldier next to him quickly blocked the stopped experimental body, blocked Jason's follow-up attack. It doesn't take a while. The experimental subject began to continue repairing. Jason's eyes lit up when he saw this. Effective, the metal equipment inside these experimental bodies will be affected by the pulse. However, the medium pulse is not strong enough. It is simply impossible to kill these experimental warriors at once. Jason's mind was spinning rapidly. Next to him, Tony Stark was being beaten crazily. Jason's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Tony Stark being beaten and being pinned to the ground, unable to move. Tony, plasma beam pulse weapon, full power output. Come for me, you're crazy. Although Tony Stark was beaten violently again, still shouting lively. Don't ask so many questions, trust me, Jason shouted while avoiding the attacks of these experimental warriors. What a madman, Tony Stark muttered something. The plasma beam pulse weapon in his hand emitted a blazing light. Jason's eyes lit up when he saw this. It fell directly to the ground. 18 mechanical claws emerged from the armor beneath his feet. It was nailed directly into the alloy plate under your feet. Raise your hand. The same beam was launched and met the beam in Tony Stark's hand. As a result, the experimental subject's combat intuition was very sensitive. Seeing that the situation was not good, he attacked Jason crazily. Only, after losing that extraordinary high-energy heat. The attacks of these experimental subjects pose no threat to Jason at all. After dozens of seconds, where the two blue beams touch, a huge amount of blue light ball appeared, then blue light filled the entire laboratory. The dazzling electric current raged throughout the laboratory. There were traces of burnt black marks left on the silver-white laboratory. Wait until the blue electric current disappears. Jason just saw the scene in the laboratory. The entire laboratory became a mess. The large and smashed equipment in the laboratory was directly reduced to black fragments. Several experimental subjects were also lying on the ground. I don't know life or death. Boy, you are such a madman. Tony Stark moved his armor, each other. Jason also coughed and smiled. He complained in his heart, you invented this trick yourself. It is not certain who is the madman. With a groan, Jason scanned the laboratory for a week. Where did that white coat go? Tony Stark also raised his head and looked at the tempered glass over there. The white coat that was there just now has long since disappeared. He was still there just now, he must have sneaked away. Tony Stark said in a deep voice. Let's go out and take a look, he can't escape. Jason said in a deep voice. The structure diagram of the base didn't say anything about it. There is a secret passage behind this laboratory that can be left secretly. This guy should have built it himself. A guy who is so afraid of death should not be a dead soldier of AIM. As long as you catch him, you might be able to find some secrets of this organization. After hearing Jason's words, Tony Stark nodded in agreement. The two worked together to break the tempered glass of the control room, open the door to the laboratory. As soon as the door opens, several pieces of steel armor flew in. Jason quickly went up and changed into a suit of armor for himself, then walked out of the laboratory. Tony Stark looked at his armor, which had little energy left. Let's take a look at the armor Jason changed. My heart felt sour again. Jason didn't know what Tony Stark was thinking. Skynet requisitioned the Bald Eagle military satellites in this area. Look where this guy went. This area is almost a desert. It's not easy to hide traces in a place like this. He believed that Skynet would soon be able to search for this escaped guy. The young master dropped off a jeep 10 kilometers south. Hear the news, Jason's eyes flashed slightly. He activated his armor directly and flew outside. Tony Stark yelled loudly as he fell behind him. Wait for me, wait for me. As he said that, he also wanted to catch up. It's just that I took a few steps. The armor doesn't have much energy left. He had no choice but to stay where he was, cursing at Jason constantly. The top speed of the steel armor can even reach Mach 5. Under Jason's full attack, 10 kilometers is just a blink of an eye. Soon, Jason locked the jeep in his combat system. Jason accelerated. Flying directly in front of the jeep, the white coat saw Jason falling from the sky. A dragon swung its tail, just walked around in the desert, randomly looked at Jason fiercely. You really are haunted, the ghost lingers, this statement is not accurate. Don't you know what you did? I feel like I'm doing justice to God at best. Jason said with a sneer. Ridiculous. Do you know what research I'm doing? If my research is successful, there will no longer be people with disabilities in the world. The average human lifespan could also be improved. The white coat said in a feverish tone. Jason curled his lips when he heard this. The most annoying thing is this kind of villain who thinks he is doing good things. He didn't see any signs of longevity from those experimental subjects. Instead, after suffering a pulse blast, the electronic equipment inside their bodies even exploded. The corpses were burned to ashes by the extremis flowing out of the mechanical skeletons. This is not something you could use to make a medical device. Is this your excuse for killing so many people? Then can you tell me why those experimental subjects were directly transformed into biological weapons? If I'm not wrong, they should only have a few months to live. Jason said with a sneer. Skynet has already analyzed these experimental subjects. In this world, there is no energy that can appear out of thin air. The cost of these experimental subjects gaining super resilience and combat effectiveness. It's about burning life force. When they emerge from the petri dish, they only have a few months to live. After a fierce battle, lifespan is even shorter. It is not impossible to turn a lifespan into a few weeks or a few days. This white coat is just an excuse for what he did. Sure enough, I heard Jason's words. The white coat's face was full of anger. You don't understand at all. This is just a necessary sacrifice on the road to success. Their sacrifice of life is valuable. Then why don't you sacrifice yourself? Jason smiled. If this guy goes up first himself. Jason looked up at him. But he only experiments on others and lives well by himself. Only if you can believe what he says is there a ghost. The white coat gave Jason an angry look, then quickly calmed down. I don't have to argue with you, you're going to die anyway. Death. Are you kidding me? Jason glanced at this guy in surprise. He had already used the combat system in the armor to detect it. This guy shows no signs of being reformed at all. Only then did he dare to chase him out alone. Otherwise, he would have brought dozens of younger brothers over to start a group fight. Haha, do you think I was kidding you just now? Look at your feet. A wild smile appeared on the white coat's face. Jason was shocked when he heard what he said. Just lower your head and look down. A layer of white frost had condensed on the armor under his feet at some unknown time, and it is spreading rapidly upwards. Jason's pupils shrank suddenly. This is a desert. Daytime temperatures can even reach 50 or 60 degrees. In this weather, white frost actually condensed on his armor. How can this be? Jason felt something was wrong. Just kill the white coat if you want. But he found out. The hoarfrost has already spread to my chest. The armor cannot move at all, even inside the armor. He could feel a little bit of chill. How can it be? Jason exclaimed. The steel armor is not only very strong in resistance to attack, temperature isolation is also achieved to the extreme. Liquid nitrogen was sprayed directly on the armor and he couldn't feel it inside. Now he felt a bit cold and biting. One can imagine how cold the temperature is with the thin layer of frost and snow outside. Skynet detects outside temperature. Master, according to the sensor detection, the temperature outside is even close to absolute zero. This is simply impossible. Skynet said, very surprised. Jason thought it was impossible when he heard this. Absolute zero is a concept that is simply impossible to achieve in physics. Reaching absolute zero, even the movement of electrons inside molecules stops. The heat will all disappear. Low temperatures close to absolute zero are not scientific at all. While Jason was still shocked, the white coat spoke again. You can't even imagine the power of the Supreme Lord of the Rings. Go to hell. With that said, the white coat drove the military jeep directly towards Jason. Jason was knocked straight out. Warning, warning, the armor is 80% damaged. The armor is 80% damaged. Jason's face turned green when he heard this report. The experimental subjects were helpless and he almost overturned the car in front of an ordinary person. Fortunately, the steel armor strengthens its survival ability. Only in this way could his life be saved. However, he doesn't have any fighting ability now. Skynet, control the mechanical armor to stop him. Jason shouted through gritted teeth. It's the young master. Skynet fell silent and the armor went to chase the person. Jason was thinking about what the white coat said about the Supreme Lord of the Rings. Is there still a collaboration between Marvel and Lord of the Rings? But the Lord of the Rings doesn't have this kind of ability, thinking of the frost that silently freezes the armor. Jason shuddered immediately. Fortunately, he put on the steel armor. If it was his body just now, he will be frozen into a popsicle immediately. Thinking of this, Jason became even more angry at this guy. I don't know where this guy came from. There are so many weird things about me. With gritted teeth, the new armor has arrived. Jason once again put on a new suit of armor. Skynet tried to capture that guy alive. Master, we failed to capture him alive. Skynet said helplessly. What's the situation? Jason asked with a frown. Go and see for yourself. Skynet said again. Jason frowned and flew into the sky. The jeep in the white coat didn't drive very far. It's only a few hundred meters away. Soon Jason found him. Only, the white coat at the moment has turned into an ice sculpture. Even his jeep was frozen together. There is desert all around. But in this clearing, an ice sculpture appeared out of thin air, still exuding cold air. Even Jason couldn't help but shudder when he saw this scene. Looking at the ice sculpture in front of me, Jason's face dropped. This is obviously the person behind it who is trying to kill people and silence them. On the desolate desert, a huge black plane was parked in the middle of the desert, next to the plane. Jason was operating several instruments to examine the ice sculpture in front of him in detail. Next to him, Tony Stark was also amazed. What the hell is this? It's incredible. Tony Stark looked at the data on the machine. His eyes were full of surprise. Temperature is a very interesting concept. Its existence is actually just a relative concept defined by humans because the temperature of a substance is not static. There are countless heat exchanges between objects. Radiation, conduction, contact, these three modes of heat conduction. The temperature of an object with abnormal temperature eventually tends to the average temperature of the environment, but the ice sculpture in front of me is different, while heat exchange is taking place. But the process is extremely slow. It's been several hours and it's still frozen. And there was no sign of melting. This simply does not conform to modern concepts of thermodynamics. Who knows what this is? It may or may not be magic. After some initial surprise, Jason quickly accepted the fact there's nothing surprising about this. The Ancient One gang can open wormholes, create subspaces, change timelines, and use energy to produce the effects of physical weapons at will. Now an ice cube that won't melt. There doesn't seem to be anything strange about it. He is not scientific about magic. Tony Stark frowned when he heard Jason say this. Where is the magic in the world? This must be a technology we don't understand. Just say yes. Jason said helplessly, what is the difference between overly advanced technology and magic, a new Imperial fighter defense network? The network formed using energy can even destroy Ronan's physical battleship, create artificial intelligence. It can even interfere with reality to some extent, has mind control ability similar to mutant. In their opinion, this technology is no different from magic. It's simply not something they can get their hands on now. You have studied the infrared spectrum and electron tunneling spectrum of this thing. Have you found anything? Jason yawned and lay down on the sun lounger he had obtained, and took a sip of the iced drink. He spoke a little carelessly. Nothing to discover, it's just plain ice. But the structure is extremely stable and the heat doesn't even escape, it's incredible. I have to continue researching to determine what this is. Tony Stark said while looking at the data together without looking back. Jason could only curl his lips helplessly when he saw this. This may be the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. You can study this kind of thing, perhaps countermeasures can be developed. Tony Stark has done this kind of thing more than once. He even developed anti-Thor armor specifically against Thor. This is a tough guy. Jason admitted that he couldn't afford it. While Jason was in a daze, Tony Stark suddenly screamed strangely. Not good. The energy structure inside the crystal undergoes a chain collapse. When Jason heard this, he jumped up from the sun lounger. Has any external interference been detected? Jason asked in a deep voice. In his opinion, this was obviously caused by the people behind the scenes extracting the energy from the ice. No fluctuations were detected. Electromagnetic waves, molecular spectroscopy, and infrared spectroscopy have not been discovered. The expression on Tony Stark's face was very ugly. The ice in front of them was melting rapidly. It takes dozens of seconds, the ice crystals on the surface have melted, the white coat turned directly into a piece of minced meat. The Jeep remains unchanged though, but Jason knew. This means that the metal structure inside the car has been damaged. With just a little outside courage, this Jeep could turn into a piece of junk. Tony Stark couldn't care less about nausea and mysophobia. He walked up directly with the machine. Wanted to take a chance and see if I could detect anything. Jason originally wanted to go up too. He just took 2 steps and then stopped. Congratulations to the host for getting in touch with the plot characters. Extract single-dimensional energy manipulator manufacturing technology. Congratulations to the host, homologous data has been detected. Extremis body modification technology enhanced. A new branch of centipede endoskeleton modification technology has been added. You hear a system beep. Jason was delighted. The eyes looking at the white coat became surprised. I thought it was a bit part character without a name. I didn't expect there to be a surprise. 2 technologies can be extracted from his body. Isn't this the kind of treatment only a destined son like Iron Man gets? After being delighted for a long time, Jason began to check out the system's technology. Centipede endoskeleton modification technology. It should be the technology used on the experimental subjects. Just this kind of thing. Jason himself will definitely not use it. He still prefers the original stuff inside his body. The other single-dimensional energy manipulator should be the kind of technology that can produce super low temperatures. Kissen looked at it carefully. After reading the information for a long time, Jason suddenly spoke. Try using an atomic absorption photometer. Tony Stark was startled when he heard this. Then react quickly. Do you want to measure the absorption of characteristic radiation here to analyze what external energy is here? You are such a genius, Tony Stark said something. Using a mass spectrometer to do spectral analysis, I think we should be able to find something by combining the 2. Jason added, you compare atomic absorption spectra and find anomalies in them. Tony Stark asked, yes, we can't see anything on the surface. But it's not necessarily possible to separate out the particles. Such freezing must have some effect on the interior of the molecule. By comparing the normal structure of matter, we might be able to find something that plays a role in it, Jason said. How did you come up with that? Tony Stark asked strangely. Jason chuckled inwardly. I definitely know the answer after reading it. He knows how to make all the instruments. Don't you know how to detect the energy in it? But of course he couldn't say that, explained. That's how I suddenly thought of it. I said this might be caused by magic, so I wanted to detect the energy inside. Of course we have to find domestic testing methods. That's okay too. What a piece of shit luck. Tony Stark said a few words helplessly. Continue to check. Jason looked at Tony Stark, who was working peacefully. He smiled and lay down on the sun lounger again. The genetic system is a very complex system. The expression of genes cannot be accomplished solely by relying on the DNA in the human body. Rather, there are many complex ingredients. The translation of a string of deoxyribonucleotides into a small piece of protein biomolecule in a small cell requires a very sophisticated and complex auxiliary and regulatory system, such as various mRNAs, tRNAs, various RNAs, various primers, various templates, various enzymes, various transport proteins, and various molecular chaperones. The file size subunit of the ribosome, free radicals that interfere with translation, and unwinding enzymes can be found everywhere. These are the products of human gene duplication. To understand genes, understanding these is still not enough. Enzymes and templates that check whether the bases are correct, enzymes that cut out wrong bases, enzymes that move the correct bases to the right positions, and countless other details. These details determine whether a gene is copied accurately, and any change will paralyze the entire process. Moreover, these enzymes, mRNAs, transporters, and chaperones all come from their own production combinatorial systems, and changing them requires changing these systems. Therefore, genetic modification is a very complex thing. It's so complicated that if humans want to master it, the time and experience it takes is probably unbearable for most people. The transformation of the body by extremis is a transformation process based on the reorganization of human DNA. Use changes in DNA to control the transcription of enzymes in the human body to achieve the purpose of rapidly dividing cells and repairing injuries. High temperatures that damage the human body. It's just a byproduct of the process. Although it is powerful, it has no effect at all. If extremis really gets developed right, it really may become a new medical technology. Repair the human body and enhance human lifespan. After system strengthening, extremis has become much more perfect. The side effects of extremis are virtually eliminated. It cannot be said to be eliminated. Instead, this side effect is reduced to a level that the human body can tolerate. By prolonging the repair time, the side effects of explosion can be reduced. The more you read this technical information, Jason felt more and more unfathomable. This virus originates from plant cells. It is simply unbelievable that he has been transformed by the system to this point. Skynet will build a biological laboratory for me. At the same time, we started cultivating the first-generation strain of extremis. Be prepared to do research, Jason ordered to Skynet. A virus is a living thing after all. It is not like a machine that can be manufactured by assembling parts. Virus modification is a very complex process. It takes a long time to induce evolution to obtain the performance humans want. It's the same food we eat now. Many years ago, these plants may have been poisonous. It is under the training of generations of human beings. Only then did they become usable by humans. Viruses are like this too. In order to prevent them from destroying the original structure inside the human body, extremis requires long-term cultivation. Only virus samples that can be used are selected and implanted into the human body to produce corresponding effects. Actually, extremis is more like a parasite, parasitizes and reproduces inside the human body. By reorganizing certain DNA within the human body, it heals the human body, enhances vitality, and increases lifespan in disguise. If not used properly, it will cause harm to the human body. Take Killian, for example. Although he gained otherworldly powers, but his lifespan will also be greatly affected. Excessive burning of substances in the body produces high-energy heat. It is easy to cause subtle damage to the interior of cells. White coats are much smarter. He was smart enough to spot the damage. This damage is then passed on to the machinery, even more ingeniously. Substances in the machinery can also be used to control the activity of extremis. Let them exert corresponding power without destroying the human body. Even Jason had to sigh. In terms of biomodification technology, this guy is indeed a genius. Centipede endoskeleton modification technology is indeed very practical. It's a pity that I can't use this technology. A trace of pity flashed in Jason's eyes. He will not reform himself, nor would he risk the disapproval of the world to modify other people's bodies. It seems that this technology can only be used at the bottom of the box. Master, why don't you combine this technology with steel armor? Skynet, who had been silent all this time, spoke. Skynet is very intelligent, but he doesn't like to talk. Most of the time, I am surfing the internet. This time Skynet suddenly spoke, which surprised Jason. However, he soon began to think about whether this technology was feasible. Soon, he felt that this was an excellent combination. Centipede endoskeleton transformation combined with steel armor. Although the extraordinary recovery ability of extremis is not used, the increase in strength and the high heat generated are very useful. No matter how bad it is, it can still be used to perish together. After thinking about it for a while, Jason felt that it was indeed feasible. But there are still some problems that need to be solved. First, there is no corresponding muscle tissue and DNA structure inside the armor, so how can the transformation technology be effective? The second is how to control this high heat to prevent it from causing damage to the original armor. After thinking for a long time, Jason spoke. Skynet, establish a new research sequence. Codename Biological Battle Armor Technology. Using artificial muscles to replace human muscle tissue, high-energy culture fluid provides energy for the virus. Jason's eyes flashed with excitement. The steel armor is a very great invention, but there are also disadvantages. It's too rigid and not flexible enough. It relies entirely on the power of the original suit, and the operator's original power is not outstanding. Since it is an assembled structure, it is very easy to disassemble. Once the two are combined, these shortcomings can be completely overcome. The joint structure can be transformed into a more flexible bionic structure. Moreover, the strength of the internal structure can also be guaranteed, making the armor more powerful. On the contrary, it cannot be worn by humans. It can only be operated as a robot. Definitely also very useful as a death bomb. Thinking of this, Jason became more and more excited. Skynet, contact Osborn Industries. I want to purchase several of their technologies. Secretly contact Dr. Connors to see if he has any intention of coming to work for our Wayne Group. Jason immediately issued 2 orders. If you want to combine the two, there are still many technical difficulties. He was not in the mood to study, but he could just find a subordinate. In biotechnology, the Osborn Group is definitely the best in the entire Marvel industry. Dr. Connors even turned himself into a lizard man. It can be seen that he has profound knowledge in biology, as long as he could restore Dr. Connors' short limbs. Are you afraid that this guy won't kneel down and sing Conquer by the time? Just leave the research and development of these things to Connors. He is only responsible for being the boss, isn't it flattering? Osborn Industries is also a very powerful group in the Bald Eagle Empire, although he is relatively low-key in the Bald Eagle Empire. But his share of arms in the Bald Eagle military, second only to Stark Industries, coupled with its powerful biological research technology, the comprehensive strength of Osborn Industries is ranked high among all Bald Eagles. This achievement is inseparable from the people at the helm of Osborn Group, Norman Osborn. Before becoming Green Goblin, Norman Osborn is definitely the epitome of an entrepreneur. Do charity, engage in scientific research, nothing is left behind, and he is very gentle to his subordinates. He is close friends with Spider-Man's parents, Dr. Connors, etc. It's just a pity. In order to save his son, he still went astray. He developed drugs to treat family genetic diseases, but unfortunately he became schizophrenic. It's really a pity. This definitely has nothing to do with Jason. He just knows Norman Osborn must be an old fox, for example now. He has been dealing with this old fox for a long time. He didn't ask anything. Looking around and talking about other things every day is very annoying. Jason was too lazy to make excuses with the old man Norman Osborn. Mr. Osborn, everything in this world has value. I want the Osborn Group's biotechnology, and naturally I have the right price. Oh, what do you think? Norman Osborn said with a smile. Looking at the faintly smiling Norman Osborn, I cursed in my heart, old fox, he spoke directly. Recently, our Wayne Group's scientific research department has developed something new. Our scientists have recently made some breakthroughs in biology. The research is about viruses and DNA in RNA reverse transcription. Jason stopped mid-sentence. I took a sip of coffee and looked at Norman Osborn quietly. God is fair, although the Osborn family has super high IQ and enviable wealth. But there was also a curse, that's retroviral proliferation. This is a dominant genetic disease. Usually early in life there are no symptoms at all, but as I get older, this disease will show up. After Norman Osborn fell ill, his hands would soon start to shake and his life would not be guaranteed. No one in the Osborn family can enjoy their old age in peace. Why Norman Osborn is so crazy? He used the unsuccessfully researched medicine on himself. It was because his son, who was only a teenager, had symptoms that appeared at his age. In order to save his son, he could only do this. But in the end, although the potion took effect, he himself became schizophrenic. This genetic disease is a curse that binds the Osborn family. Moreover, the pathogenic mechanism of the disease is the gene coding region, which has a CAG tandem repeat sequence. People with the disease have far more repetitions than normal people. When passed from the parent generation to the native generation, the number of CAG repetitions continues to increase. As a result, the age of onset of disease in offspring gradually advances. That is to say, Osborn family, the lifespan of the next generation will become shorter and shorter, until the entire family is completely destroyed. It would be strange if Norman Osborn wasn't crazy. The information he provided is about this knowledge. It is very likely that it will be useful for the genetic disease in the Osborn family. He didn't believe that Norman Osborn could refuse this bargaining chip. As expected, after he spoke, Norman Osborn's hand shook uncontrollably. Then Norman Osborn quietly covered it up. However, this still couldn't escape Jason's eyes. I was extremely anxious. Norman Osborn's face remained calm at all. How can I be sure that this information is true? Mr. Osborn can inspect the goods first. A bright smile appeared on Jason's face. Then he took out a USB flash drive directly. Norman Osborn hesitated for a moment and took the USB flash drive. Just plug it into your laptop and start watching. Norman Osborn is not just an entrepreneur, he is also a scientist. Whether it is medicine to treat genetic diseases or Green Goblin's own equipment, they are all developed by him. There is nothing wrong with reading a piece of information. Soon, as he read the technical information, the expression on Norman Osborn's face changed. Feeling a little emotional, the veins on his forearms were exposed. In his heart, Norman Osborn even roared directly. That's right. That's it, reverse transcription gene shuffling. With just a little more I can create a real potion. Norman Osborn moved the mouse quickly, trying to look down, but the information stopped abruptly. The content behind it is completely blank. Norman Osborn looked up directly at Jason. The eyes were actually bloodshot. What about the rest of the content? Osborn asked in a deep voice. Then we have to have a good talk. Jason sat firmly on the leather seat and said while holding a cup of coffee, the way Norman Osborn looked at Jason. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. However, he soon calmed down. If the person sitting in front of him was an ordinary person, he would decide to kill and steal without saying a word. But sitting in front of him was the eldest son of the Wayne Group. He was not sure about taking action at all. I can't afford that price either. Even if his family's secrets might be leaked, he could only endure it for now. The higher the status, the more powerful the Wayne family can be felt. After thinking about it, Norman Osborn sat up straight. What do you want? Norman Osborn, who knew he had leaked the bottom line, asked directly without saying more. For him, as long as he can cure the disease in his family, everything else is external. Even if it costs Osborn Group, it's not a big deal. Mr. Osborn, I said what I wanted from the beginning. I want all biological science research from the Osborn Group. Also, I hope to invite Dr. Connors to work for our Wayne Group. Norman Osborn looked up at Jason. No problem, technology can give it to you. However, I can't agree to it for Connors. You need to make your own connections. If he agrees, I have nothing to say. Hearing Norman Osborn's words, Jason put a smile on his face. Well, Mr. Osborn, a pleasure to work with. Jason reached out and shook Norman Osborn's hand. A pleasure to work with. Although Norman Osborn looked a little ugly, but I still shook hands with Jason. Although some disadvantages, but it was worth it to get what he wanted. After thinking about it in his mind, Norman Osborn sighed. There is no doubt that Norman Osborn is a very shrewd man. He was at the beginning. He even just wanted to exchange the research results of the Osborn Group laboratory for his technology. Fortunately, Jason discovered it in time. Otherwise, he will suffer a big loss. Osborn's original biotechnology is not as good as their Wayne Group's biotechnology, except for that accidental spider that created Spider-Man. The only thing left to see is Dr. Connors' lizard potion. It's just that this isn't what Jason really wants. What he wants. It was actually the Green Goblin potion created by Norman Osborn. The human body strengthening potions in the Marvel world seem to be carved from the same mold. Although it can strengthen various comprehensive properties of the human body, but it will amplify the emotions in the human body. The same goes for Captain America, and the same goes for Green Goblin. Green Goblin potion is a very powerful potion. Not only can it greatly improve the strength and overall quality of the human body, it can also strengthen the brain and improve human IQ. Norman Osborn was injected with this potion. He was indeed cured of a family genetic disease and became smarter, but the negative emotions in the body are also amplified. Eventually, the Green Goblin personality was formed and swallowed up the main personality, but apart from that. The Green Goblin potion is almost the same as the Super Soldier Serum without any drawbacks. This is exactly what Jason wants. Anyway, he didn't intend to use this thing on himself. The armor has no personality at all. Naturally, there is no mention of side effects. For him, Green Goblin potion is the perfect potion, as long as it can be combined with Extremis. The strength of his biological armor can definitely be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Jason even laughed out loud. Mr. Jason, what are you laughing at? Norman Osborn said while suppressing his anger. He had already suffered a loss in the transaction. He handed over the half-completed Green Goblin potion. Now that Jason was still smiling so happily in front of him, he was naturally very annoyed. Nothing, Mr. Osborn, I remembered something happy. A bewildered smile appeared on Jason's face. This made Norman Osborn even more annoyed. He said in a very stiff tone, Since there is nothing else, I won't keep Mr. Jason here as a guest. As for Dr. Connors, you can contact him yourself. Jason looked at the old man Norman Osborn with an ugly expression. It's like someone in the family dies. He had no intention of continuing the conversation with this sinister old man. Then I'll take my leave, Mr. Osborn. A pleasure to work with, Jason said again. Norman Osborn looked like he wanted to beat him to death. Don't even bother to say a kind word. Jason wasn't impressed either. This old fox was blackmailed by him. I'm probably not in a good mood. He won't be annoying anymore, said 2 sentences. Jason left directly from the Osborn building. Except for the Osborn building, Jason spoke to Skynet. Skynet, have you contacted Dr. Connors? How did he say? Dr. Connors has agreed to your request for a meeting and agreed to meet at a coffee shop on 5th Avenue. Skynet reports meticulously. Jason nodded when he heard this. This was not unexpected at all. It was perfectly normal for Connors to say yes. Since breaking an arm, Connors seemed to be in a daze, has been researching limb regeneration technology. Although to a certain extent I want to benefit the disabled, but most of the reasons are for myself, and his research in this area has been very in-depth. If it weren't for Norman Osborn's sudden change of temperament at the end, defund his laboratory. He might actually be able to develop the perfect limb regeneration potion, but without the support of Osborn Group. Connors is also a clever woman. Scientific research is inherently a money-burning activity. There is not enough financial support, plus originally eager for quick results. It is not surprising that Connors developed a half-finished potion and transformed into a city lizard. It can only be considered that he was unlucky, shaked his head. Jason got into his Rolls-Royce and walked towards the agreed-upon cafe. A few minutes of work. Jason arrived at the cafe they had agreed upon. To avoid trouble, he directly booked this cafe. Therefore, Dr. Connors was the only one in the empty cafe. Connors looked suave. There is a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and his hair is well taken care of. Looks like an intellectual. Only, the empty white sleeve hanging next to it, it gave him an aura of decadence. Jason glanced at him and walked up directly. Hello, Dr. Connors. Are you Mr. Jason? Connors glanced at Jason in disbelief. Although Jason is growing up very fast now, he is almost as tall as an adult, but the childish look on his face still betrayed his age. Yes, I'm Jason Wayne. Jason shook hands generously and sat across from Connors. Connors glanced at Jason again, said a little embarrassed. I didn't expect Mr. Jason to be so young. You are really young and promising. As if realizing something, Dr. Connors added again. Hearing this, Jason smiled. Compared to an old fox like Norman Osborn, Dr. Connors is undoubtedly much easier to deal with. Whatever is on your mind is shown on your face and you can see it at a glance. Very naive. After drinking a cup of coffee brought by his subordinates, Jason smiled and said, Dr. Connors, since you are here, you should have some ideas about our Wayne Group's proposal. Hearing this, Connors smiled bitterly. Mr. Jason misunderstood. The terms offered by Wayne Group are indeed very generous. But I'm afraid I can't go. Oh, why is that? When Jason heard this, instead of being angry, a trace of appreciation flashed across his face. He didn't let Skynet tell Connors his final trump card. Instead, they only offered generous benefits. As long as Connors arrives at Wayne Group, he will have access to a large biological laboratory, take full charge of sufficient annual funding. He said he did this just to test Connors' character, although in various film and television works. Dr. Connors, who has not transformed, is a very gentle and kind person. Apart from being a bit obsessed with research, there are no other shortcomings at all. But Jason was still a little worried. Film and television works are film and television works after all. He wants to hand over such a big base to Connors. A lot of confidential information will also be revealed. Connors, without looking into it, how could he be relieved? Connors has always considered himself a grateful person. Although at the beginning, the treatment given by Wayne Group really made him very excited. But when I thought about being favored by Norman Osborn, he felt guilty for himself. So he decided to continue working at Osborn Group. It's just that Wayne Group gave such excellent treatment. Of course he wanted to thank you. Mr. Jason, thank you very much for the Wayne Group's appreciation, but Mr. Osborn is very much indebted to me. I'm sorry I can't work at Wayne Group. After saying that, Ness became calmer. Looking directly at Jason, the hesitation and uncertainty disappeared from his face. Hearing him say this, Jason's face was full of appreciation. It's really hard to find someone as honest and easy to deceive as Connors. He didn't even think about it. Without the permission of Norman Osborn, that 5 or 60 old fox, how could the Osborn Group cut off the supply of resources to his laboratory, even if it is like this? Connors was still full of gratitude and didn't complain at all. I have to say Connors is a good comrade. Dr. Connors, it doesn't have to be this way. I know that Mr. Osborn is very kind to you, but you don't have to worry. I've talked to Mr. Osborn. You can feel free to come and work at Wayne Group. Jason smiled and said, Are you telling the truth? Connors said with some doubt. Definitely true. Not only that, can I also give you something that the Osborn group cannot give you? Jason smiled and said. Hearing this, Connor's face was full of suspicion. The conditions that Wayne Group can provide are already excellent in his opinion. He couldn't figure it out. What other conditions can Wayne Group offer? Jason looked at Connors, who was full of doubts, and said calmly. Dr. Connors is currently studying genetic modification, right? By combining genes from other organisms to change the replication and division of human cells and achieve the purpose of reborn broken limbs. That's right, Connors admitted without hesitation. His research direction can be known with just a little investigation. There is nothing to keep secret. What really needs to be kept secret is how this process is carried out. Genetic modification is not that easy. The human genetic chain is very complex. A slight mistake may cause genetic collapse. He is not afraid that his experimental results will be leaked. Hearing this, a confident smile appeared on Jason's face. That's just right, our Wayne Group also has such research, and it's getting to the point where it can be exploited. Jason said with a smile. This is impossible, Connors said decisively. There is no first place in literature and no second place in military service. Every scientist is proud. Although Dr. Connors seems gentle, he is also very proud of his professional field. How can it be? Jason asked rhetorically. Before Connors could speak, Jason spoke again. Let's not talk about our Wayne Group, let's talk about Dr. Zhao Heilun from Asterisk. There is also research in this area and preliminary results have been achieved. Dr. Zhao Heilun is the woman who was given the Ultron-made body by Women's Federation No. 2 Middle School. She also has in-depth research on the rebirth of the human body. Reborn a broken limb is also very easy. However, this will take a few years. But so far, the results she has achieved are enough to convince Connors. At present, Comrade Connors' experiments only exist in theory. None of the experiments on mice were successful. I heard Jason say this. Connors fell silent for a moment. He is not a fool either. He had seen relevant research by Dr. Zhao Heilun. It can be seen that she is heading in the right direction. As long as we can continue to research, we can really develop the technology to achieve broken limb reborn. After thinking for a while, Connors sighed and said, in that case, why does Mr. Jason pay a lot of money to invite me if your company's technology can already be applied to the human body? My skills are completely useless. Connor's tone was full of frustration. It doesn't feel good to be defeated by someone in the field you are best at. Jason looked at the frustrated Connors and smiled again. Dr. Connors, what you said is wrong. Although our company's technology is very mature, it is not perfect. There's still a lot of room for improvement. And I think Dr. Connors' research field is very promising. If Dr. Connors can join us at Wayne Group, we don't just let you have the lab to yourself, and we can share our research results. Connors was shocked when he heard this. Mr. Jason, are you telling the truth? You're not kidding. Definitely, Jason said without hesitation. Why, Mr. Jason, your conditions are too advantageous, Connors said hesitantly. Dr. Connors, don't belittle yourself. Your research results are much more valuable than imagined. Jason said in a faint tone, genetic modification is a very promising direction. What hinders the development of this discipline is not actually technological factors, but the ethical factor. This has prevented human body modification from developing. But Jason never wanted to develop body modification. The human body is so fragile. Physical combat effectiveness ranks last in nature. Why does he want to modify the human body? Doesn't he transform animals? That guy Thanos can use biomorphs. Why can't he? Moreover, that's not all Connors is good for. It can also help him transform his armor. All he paid was an inconspicuous technology and a little money. That would get Connors away. He made a lot of money. Hearing what Jason said, Connors was also very moved. Mr. Jason. 39 You don't have to do this, Dr. Connors. We at Wayne Group attach great importance to talents. If Dr. Connors is worried about Mr. Osborn, he has no need to worry. We at Wayne Group have paid enough. As long as Dr. Connors is willing, he can leave directly. Jason said, pretending to be noble. Shamelessly, he described his transaction with the Osborn Group as paying a huge price for Connors. A compulsory lesson for those in power is to tell lies with their eyes open. The thicker the skin, the better. Sure enough, Dr. Connors, who was an intellectual, had no doubts at all and was completely moved. I was almost moved to tears. Jason was overjoyed when he saw the moved expression on Connors' face. It's done. Connors was already in his possession. I couldn't run away even if I wanted to.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.